10 seconds now on the board. It's a pure DPS race to the finish. 3, 2, 1. They have it. They do. They got it.
Oh, this is going to be sick.
The whole method is posturing up to do something.
What are we going to be doing? Okay, so they void off over, they blink over with the mage. Thanner double grips. Oh my god, so they're skipping the Blastotron X80. This is so cool for Holy Method. Oh my god, that is insanely sweet.
Holy Method, now with that Lust getting one unfortunate charge straight to the boss, but they have dodged, actually 2 of them. Here. Health, but this is not what you wanted.
This is about to die pretty quickly here after they press this Arcane Surge. Oh, never mind. No, okay, wait, they gotta die.
They will be ending the day on the triple world record tag. It's not even going to be close.
5%.
They're definitely have to check.
Triple to
white. They have to make sure to turn. It's so close, but they're gonna do it with 5 seconds to spare.
He's a cat forming.
He's cat forming all the time. He just doesn't care. The pots are out. My team's good. I'm going to do some damn here. I'm going to swipe away.
After months of competition, it all comes down to this. Welcome to the Mythic Dungeon International Global Finals. We have teams out to defend their crown, others who are dying to seize it, and a select few who are looking to reclaim former glory or forge it anew. If you've been tuning in, you've seen what it's taken for our teams to make it this far, but that was only the warm-up. I am Rook, your host, and I'm starting out finals weekend here with Tettles, Nagura, and Zyronic. Zyro, the MDI is one of our highest level PvE showdowns, so what does it mean for teams to make it this far?
It means the world, man. You know, you've been practicing for this event for how many months at this point? Made it to the global finals, beat out so many other teams to get here, not only through time trials, but also during group play. This is the pinnacle of competition that we have in World of Warcraft when it comes to dungeon running. So just getting here is a major achievement. But now the real competition begins, Rook.
I know, right? I mean, you think you have gone through all this other stuff, you have to deal with the new spec variety rule, everything, but now you're here and you're up against this fierce competition. And of course, while our teams are fighting for glory, they're also fighting for our largest prize pool in the war within so far. $300,000 are on the line, with the biggest portion going to our first place, $120,000 split between the team, but of course the higher you rank, the more you get, and that's not all. Our top 3 teams will also take home these one-of-a-kind Mythic Dungeon International The War Within Season 2 medals.
Wow. Very cool, very cool.
Right? It's such a cool design. I love this design. I think it's one of the coolest ones we've had so far. Definitely feels very undermined. Got a lot of goblin vibes, but it's something that you can have that nobody else will if you're able to win first, second, or third here in the Mythic Dungeon International. And now, while we might be towards the end of the MDI, we have traveled a really long road to determine the 8 teams that are standing here before you today. From time trials to the group stages, every single second counted. So let's look back at the Mythic Dungeon International so far. Now, we started things out in our time trials, but our top 24 teams from those, which are open signups, by the way, so get in there next time. Our top 24 teams moved into our group stages, Group A, B, C, and of course our CN region as well, which we rebroadcast recently here on our channels. The top 2 teams from each then proceed on now to the global finals, where they will be fighting for that $300,000 prize pool, but also will be participating in our largest global finals yet, with 8 teams here competing against one another. And I mean, when you have to talk about teams that have had to fight through some of their most intense runs, we have to talk about the CN region. So Tattles, can you give us a little recap of what went down with them?
Yeah, so we rebroadcasted the China finals on Monday through Wednesday. Myself, Mix, and Dratnos were there, and we were kind of talking about it. And what ended up happening, it was actually kind of interesting, because the Chinese region, unlike groups A, B, and C, they ended up having the turbo boost gear and the corruptions available to them. So they were able to do like 1 key level higher on average in pretty much every single dungeon than what we had seen during group play. And that kind of created this situation where all of the keys were done higher, and we saw 2 chests and 3 chests that we had never seen before, and that has honestly set us up for a really cool global finals, just in terms of the amount of power that's been gained on a per player basis. Now, for the 2 teams that we actually have coming out of the CN region, We have the first seed here. We have Green Player. This was a team that had a pretty long share as like one of the top 5 teams pushing on live this season. They're made up of some really long-standing, pretty solid players. And I would say that they had 2 modes. Their first mode, they were on their off specs for the spec variety rule, and they looked okay. I think that it was pretty clear that they had a lot of potential, but they were missing 2 chests and 3 chests that we thought were pretty possible, so we were a little bit concerned. But then the moment that they logged on and they were playing their main composition, they like 2 chest a 19 motherload. They were 2 chesting dungeons that they were only 1 chesting on the 18 prior to that, so it was a little bit weird. But I think that Green Player, assuming that they're going to be able to play on their meta composition, I think that they have a really good chance of being able to perform super well in this global finals. Now, for the second CN team, if you watched last season's TGP, this is going to be a familiar team for you. This is Stamp. They did replace 2 of their players, so Supreme is now, he was playing on Goated, and Zippo no longer is playing with the team, so it's only 3 of the 5 members that were on Stamp last season. But at the same point, they looked pretty solid. I think they were a little bit shaky in their capstone level keys. It took them a while to put up like 22 Dark Flame Cleft, but whenever they were finally able to do it, they were quite fast, and it's going to take them to be very consistent to compete with the competition this weekend. But I do think the CN region looked fairly strong, and you know, I mean, if you go and look at the live leaderboards on Raider.io, you'll see a lot of the top runs are from Chinese teams, so it's no surprise that the region was fairly stacked.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the runs, so exciting, and of course, you know, some of that turbo gear and other things, like you said, we got to see them push some of those dungeons very high as a little preview almost of what's to come. But, you know, with the teams we had from CN, we also, of course, had our teams here coming in from our other regions. So where we started with 24, we now have our final 8, and we've watched our global finalists fight through ever higher keys to claim their place. But these are the keys that are going to make or break them. You've heard about our CN region finalists, but Nagura, can you reintroduce us to our other teams, beginning with 07?
Of course. So we do have 07, and 07 has a lot of like very familiar names to some of you for sure. A lot of very veteran players in there. So the people that have been around for a long time, like Dr. J and Shella, for example, they've been always like kind of ending up middle of the pack. But sometimes we definitely saw that they have the potential to maybe get one of those top seeds. And this time around, they do have the addition of Drogo and an A player in the tank role. So we'll see how they're going to be faring against these really stacked teams here. The one thing I do want to note about them, in their group stage, they did struggle a little bit on the first day and almost got eliminated when they were playing around that spec variety rule. But since that rule is not in place, maybe they're going to be performing better on the global final here. The next up, we do have Wunderbar. Wunderbar, of course, 3 members of previously known group Echo, but with the roster changes and with some additions that they had, some people were wondering if they can still perform up to their standards from what they had previously. But when we saw them on the group stage, a lot of people saw just how amazing they played, and it really put the motivation back into them as well. And a lot of people think that they are going to be one of the favorites to win the whole global final here, so we'll see how they're going to be doing. Then next up, we do have Holy Method. They're actually a newly formed team, but a lot of the players have been playing together before, previously on live servers and also in previous MDIs and TGPs. And now they also have the addition of Fragnance and Waxy, so really good players on the team. They have the skill in the players. Will they be able to perform, though, and synergize well as a group? We're going to have to see. And then we do have Miscount as well. Miscount, of course, a group that has been rank 1 on live servers for many seasons, and now they have the addition of Verb. Apparently Verb is actually taking over the shot calling as well, which is a huge task to take on as a new member of the team, but it really frees up Kira apparently on their tank role to be able to focus more on other things, and they looked really good on their group weekend, so we'll see how they're going to be performing.
Yep, and rounding out our 8 competitors this weekend, we have our 2 teams qualifying through from Group C, starting it off with Perplexed. This team is one of the most storied teams in the history of our 7 years of MDI competition, with the most second-place finishes of any of our teams ever, matching that best this expansion in War Within Season 1 with a second-place finish in the MDI. Adding Zesevi last expansion and now Tobo for this competition, this team is looking pretty much as strong as they ever have, so we'll see if they're able to match that second-place marker, maybe win for the first time ever. And last, but certainly not least, we have our reigning, defending, back-to-back, 3-time overall champions in mandatory. These guys have looked as strong as they ever have in group play. Their times in these keys were consistently 3 minutes faster in every single dungeon compared to the other teams. If they're able to keep up that level of pace and that level of gameplay this weekend, they are standout favorites to win the competition.
They are indeed, but I mean, looking at all the teams that they're up against, it is so hard to say who's going to take it because, man, like we've all been saying, we've seen each of these teams shine and some really fierce competition all around in groups, and that was just the start. They're going to bust out even more for the global finals. So, not only do they have to go up against each other, but there's also some extra pressure because this weekend we're going to be shifting back to our sort of tried and true elimination format. So let's fill everybody in on how the global finals will work compared to our group weekends. Now, we have 8 teams, like we said, more than ever before in here that are going to be pushing their keys in that TGP sort of format, which is now just the MDI. They are one and the same. And each tournament day is going to have 5 hours for the teams to be able to go in and start a key. Now, of course, that elimination means that at the end of the day, 2 teams will be eliminated today and tomorrow, and then those who are left standing will face off in our final day on Sunday. But, I mean, Tettles, like we've been saying, this is the first time we've had 8 teams in the global finals. So do you think that this makes the competition more unpredictable or difficult for the teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the competition is going to be harder than it's ever been before. I think the double eliminations at the end of each day is very scary for pretty much every single team. So how it kind of stands is all of the teams that have qualified for global finals, these are all very good teams, of course. And all of them are at minimum going to have a good day where they're able to put either capstone level dungeons or very close to capstone level dungeons up within the first couple of hours of gameplay. There's some teams that are going to be able to 2 chest and 3 chest dungeons that maybe the other competition couldn't. And those teams are going to be having a great day, right? And those teams are likely going to be safe from elimination. There might be 1 or potentially even 2 teams that have a perfect day where they deplete no keys, they one-shot even the highest level dungeons, and they do it 3 minutes under, kind of like Zyro was talking about earlier with mandatory. But this kind of just proves that you have to be able to even have a great day to be looking to avoid elimination each and every single day. The Friday and the Saturday elims are incredibly scary for the teams, and we've seen situations in the past where if you're not able to convert like a +2 chest in a timely manner, that could put you in a really scary position to potentially get eliminated even if you are a tournament favorite.
Right, yeah, because you've all emphasized so much how time plays a huge role. Obviously, you have 5 hours. The dungeons take a certain amount of time, even if you're speedrunning them. So being able to push ahead, jump ahead, get those higher keys, be able to tackle them, saves you so much. And of course, when you're playing against other people where it's like, oh, hey, we have to be perfect or we are going to be out, that's so much pressure. So I totally agree, Tettles. I think the teams are feeling it for sure. But I mean, Nagura being up against 7 other teams definitely puts pressure, like we've been saying, on the players. So how important do you think it is for their mental fortitude or kind of experience levels, this MDI?
Yeah, I think mental fortitude is going to be incredibly important for them. Just because we have such a stacked global final, right? And with the eliminations coming back and with 7 other teams, this is going to be so crazy for them. One thing to note, of course, with the turbo boost coming in, all of the group stages except the China weekend has been played without the turbo boost gear and without the corruption, which means that the teams don't really know what the other teams can do. And of course, you know what you can do yourself, but then you never know, oh, can mandatory do like a 3 chest here instead of a 2 chest? Can they do a 1 key level higher at the top as well? And then maybe some teams maybe feel like the pressure to push the key even further because maybe they think that another team can do that, and then they will risk it and maybe end up wiping and having to reset keys. So I think consistency and confidence in their own routes is really key to be able to perform here and actually win the whole weekend.
That's an interesting point, right? Because usually the jump from group play to the global final play is usually we see the biggest jump in competition, right? Usually teams will have saved strats, maybe saved particular group comps, just specifically for the global finals. I've been watching a lot of live key pushing for the past couple of weeks, and I've noticed that specifically in North America, and there are a couple teams in EU as well, have sort of started switching over to this sort of melee style comp where they'll play Rogue Boomkin with like a Brewmaster Monk and a Resto Shaman, and that's been very powerful for a couple of particular keys, like namely like Priory of the Sacred Flame, pretty good in Floodgate as well. So that could be something that the more practiced teams could pull out if we do see those dungeons this weekend.
Yeah, they could be huge, right? This does change a lot. If you're bringing that eye level up from like 678 to 684, right? These teams can tackle, like you were saying, Nagura, question mark, levels of dungeons. They have that kind of advantage, and with corruption, other things like that, seeing the shift, like Zyro is highlighting, to some new comps or some different sort of arrangements, even, and stuff with corruption like Twilight Devastation, Void Ritual, I don't know what they're going to use, but these teams have a lot of possibilities available to them, but they're going to have to pull out all the stops in our dungeons. So of course, the dungeons are revealed ahead of time for the teams and groups, but for the global finals, we have all been kept in suspense. advance, so we know a little bit from our rule set. The dungeons will be revealed in a 3-2-1 schedule over the next 3 days, but Zyro, kind of following up here, if you had to guess, what dungeons are you or our team kind of hoping to see starting out?
That's a loaded question, right? If I had to guess, well, we're going to find out in 1 minute, as production has showed us at the bottom of the screen there, so we don't have to think about it for too long, but just what would I like to see? Well, the important thing to remember as well is not only do the teams not know which dungeons they're going to see this weekend, they don't know what key level they're going to start at as well, so that's something they're going to have to think about when they craft their plan throughout the day. So when we reveal these dungeons on stream in the next 30 seconds or so, this will be the first time us as casters or the players at all will have seen these keys, so we'll figure out what these teams are going to have to deal with today. What I would like to see personally would be dungeons where teams are forced to play different characters throughout the day, so they can't just stick to that same comp. I'd love to see something like a Cinderbrew or a Theater just included in the first 3 keys of the day here today, Rook.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have
Question
them here
marks.
revealed. Question marks. Let's see. Any of these, honestly, seeing what they can do. We've already had so many world records on the board. So whatever they have today is definitely going to be something where they've got to figure out how high they can push it, or they'll be facing that elimination, right? I mean, Tuttles, we are going to have these dungeons pop up for us. But, I mean, as they kind of reveal, what do you think is going to be? Here we go. All right, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge here with this set?
18. Wow, okay.
So I think that, like the 18s are going to be a very interesting challenge. Trying to see what you can +2 and +3 is going to be really interesting. Motherlode and Cinderbrew Meter are kind of some interesting dungeons to see on day 1 as well, because both of those were done on the 20 and 21 levels at 3 minutes under by some of our teams, which made me wonder, are we going to be potentially seeing Motherlode go as high as maybe a 23 this weekend? That could be like a MDI winning kind of dungeon level. Same with Cinderbrew Meteor. Could that go all the way as high as 22? It's going to be really difficult to tell, but those are kind of those dungeons and those dungeon levels that could allow a team to be able to win this entire season of the MDI. So really be on the lookout for those 2 dungeons. And I think that Cinderbrew Meteor as well, is Warlock going to be in the mix of things? Like, we saw it a lot during group play, but what are people and teams going to be playing in this Cinderbrew Meteor? It's up for debate, but teams are already jumping into the dungeons as we see them on screen here.
They are indeed. And Tuttles, you'll be jumping off the desk at least for now, but Tuttles will be back later. Bye. Nagura and Zyro are going to be taking us in here. This is the start of the global finals, and this is where it's all decided. Zyro, what are we looking at as the teams start their day?
Well, we're looking at teams going to each of our 3 dungeons here already on the screen. 2 of our 4 teams that we're showing off here on broadcast in the Priory. We've got Green Player, our China #1 overall seed, heading straight into the Cinderbrew Meteor. Perplexed opting to go for Motherlode. And I want to point out something. Yes, we have 8 teams competing today. We're only going to be showing 4 at a time on the main stream. So if you have one particular team that you really want to focus in on today, recommend checking out the player streams. All of the teams have at least one player streaming their POVs this weekend, so you can go check them out, keep up with them on Up to Date. We'll do our best to cover all of the highlights for the day here and try not to miss anything. We'll bring you replays just in case something interesting happens off screen. But yeah, this is really interesting. We're going to see just all 3 dungeons done at the start. And I think the interesting thing to talk about here with Green Player is they're not opting to bring that Destro Warlock that we've seen be so powerful in this key, Nagura.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to talk about too, because we have seen Dastro Warlock so much, but then Mandatory did not bring the Dastro Warlock for their Cinderbrew. And Mandatory, we talked about, they are the back-to-back champions. They are the favorites to win this weekend, or one of the favorites, right? So maybe other teams were thinking, you know what, maybe Warlock is actually not better than the alternatives. So maybe some of the teams decided to just bring the Moonkin instead, and maybe it's working out for them. I don't know. We're going to have to see what the other teams are doing. But another interesting thing I just saw as well is both Mandatory and Wunderbar, 2 of the favorites to potentially win this weekend, they are both in Priory, and they disagree on the mage spec. So we do have a Fire Mage for Mandatory, and we have their Arcane Mage for Wunderbar. So I'm not sure if it's a routing difference where Wunderbar maybe prefers the single target party target damage, while Mandatory just prioritizes the Fire Mage damage profile instead. But definitely a very interesting thing that we can maybe keep track on to see what the other teams are doing in Priory as well.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to bring up, and we'll see if they stick with that. Personally, as a mage player this season, I think the choice of playing Fire in the lower keys is a question of safety, right? The hardest pull in that dungeon usually tends to be that Giga Paladin pull you do right after the first boss. Fire will do a lot more overall on that pack, and it makes that pull in particular safer. It's not going to do as much mini-boss damage at the start of the dungeon that Arcane would, but in general, it's just going to be overall safer. Also, having Cauterize is pretty useful as well. So we'll see if that ends up being something that makes it harder for them to potentially two-chest this 18. Yeah, let's see what our other teams are. We've already seen what 4 dungeons these teams are heading towards. I believe that we saw missed count in the Mother Lode there. Let's see where our other teams have opted to go for. Holy Method and 07 also in the Mother Lode. Oh, snap. All 4 teams are in Mother Lode here. So lots of Mother Lodes. That makes sense. Mother Lode is a dungeon that I think regardless of key level that we would have put them at is something that your strategy isn't going to change too much for. So it kind of makes sense that a lot of the teams would opt to go for this dungeon first.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think one more thing that we're going to be seeing a lot here is those like same skips at the very start of the dungeon and then doing the trash before a coin operated crowd pummeler as well, like we just saw missed count do there on Kira, getting the grip through as well to get that extra trash onto the boss. Make sure they do get the funnel for Hearth Jacks onto their Arcane Mage for that first damage increase on the boss. But so the 18 on the Mother Lode, right? That is a 2-chestable key, right? We have seen that 2-chest before, if I'm not mistaken. We've even seen a higher key level 2-chested too. So I think that most teams, or in fact all of the teams, would want to get a 2-chest in here. Otherwise, they're going to be falling behind really early already, considering that the last 2 teams at the end of the day today are immediately going to be eliminated already.
Yeah, and we're also seeing some cool tech showing off here from Kira. I'm not sure if we had this happen in the group play, but it's something that I've seen happen on live. And a lot of keys is, as a Demon Hunter tank, you can hop up on the edge of the platform here in this boss room, and it spawns all 6 of the foot bombs right on top of your tank, so they can just instantly kick all 6 of those bombs into the boss. Your team doesn't have to worry about running around and kicking them in. Let's see if it'll happen here again. If we get a good POV of Kira DH here, as the next set of foot bombs come out on the boss, see if they can pull it off once again if they're in the right spot. Here come the foot bomb launchers, and you can see there's no foot bombs spread throughout the room. They're all on top of our tank there up on the wall. Good tech.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, that this new tech, right? It's not necessarily new because we've seen it in the group stage as well. Mm-hmm. But in the group stage, not all of the teams ended up doing this.
Right.
And I was actually talking to Shella and Royben, and they said that they have tested this strategy versus the other strategy. And for them, they were like 20 to 30% faster on the boss, which is a lot of time gained, right? So Shella said that he thinks that all of the teams are going to be utilizing this strategy. And as we can see, everyone is actually doing it. So if somebody if some team fails to do the strategy once with the bombs actually spawning all over the place, then we know that they're probably going to be losing some time and going to be a little bit behind.
Yeah, because normally in that setup, your team wants to be ramping up damage, right? You want to make sure you're like perfectly setting up for the damage amp on the boss, and if your team then has to, start running around and kicking bombs into the boss instead, yeah, you lose a lot of ramp up damage. So, well, yeah, something we'll have to keep an eye on, as a lot of our teams are in that Mother Lode first. We'll see if that's something they're going to have an issue with on the coin-operated crowd pummeler. I mean, the thing is as well, right, there's a lot of time in Mother Lode. It's one of the easier keys to push higher right now. We expect to see that dungeon potentially up to 22, maybe 23, like Tettles was talking about at the start of the show, if we did see that dungeon. So we expect that to be a dungeon we'll see a lot now that we know it's in the dungeon pool for the weekend. Let's see if we can see if Mandatory is going to keep up that ridiculous level of pace, though, that we saw in Group C. Remember, that was kind of the talking point for Mandatory. Not only that they were just consistently putting in the highest keys in their group play, but they were just unbelievably fast. The stat that stuck out to me the most from day one of Group C that Mandatory played in is they tied the second place team for score at the end of the day, but on the time tiebreakers on our leaderboard, they had the time tiebreakers beat by like 11 minutes, which is just an unbelievable number. They were ridiculously fast in all of their runs. I think one of the stories this weekend is if Mandatory can keep up that pace and essentially just make it so the only way that you can beat them is by doing a higher key level than them, making time tiebreakers not a factor at all, that's something I would be interested to see. Looking at Green Player, though, this timer is at 2 minutes 15. Did they have a wipe earlier on? They must have.
Yeah, it looks like they for sure reset. So there must have been something that happened. Maybe we can get a replay at some point. I do quickly want to talk about this Mandatory speed, though, because you've been saying how fast Mandatory is, and then I looked at Mandatory, and then I glanced at Wunderbar. And Wunderbar, they were already close to like 30% of the boss, while Mandatory didn't even pull the boss just yet. Now there's a little bit of a difference in enemy forces. So Mandatory is playing a little bit more trash before this boss, which could basically be the difference here. But yeah, Wunderbar really fast. Like they're finishing off the first boss in just a moment here. Yeah, let's look at the replay. Let's see what happened to green player here.
Oh, interesting. Meleeed by a page. Oh, did he pull the trash in the corner while doing the RP for the intermission? No, it's not during an intermission phase. Must have just pulled it accidentally or pulled it on purpose and gotten meleeed. So that's just going to be a reset. Only 4 minutes lost. You know, it could be nerves. It's the start of the day for them. I believe it's also pretty early in the day for them as well right now. So we'll have to see if that's going to be a factor for them in the competition here. We'll have to see. But you know, start of the day nerves. 4 minutes lost. As long as you keep it to that, you're going to be okay. I mean, something that we talked about, you know, Tettles covered this at the start of the show. He made a really good point that all of these teams are extremely good. In the group play, just having a good day was good enough to qualify you through. I think in order to not get eliminated today, you have to play extremely well. So you need to keep your time losses to those couple of minutes here or there. Because remember, I mean, it was literally last expansion, if I'm not mistaken, that we saw Mandatory get knocked out in day 1 or day 2 of the global finals because they just didn't have a great day. So,
yeah,
you know, in this competition, everything is up for grabs. I mean, you could play incredibly well and knock out one of the favorites on day 1 here.
Definitely. I do think that is very possible, especially as like what we talked about in the pre-show, right? These teams, they don't really know what the other teams can do. So it is very possible that some of the teams are taking like very risky routes and risky strategies, thinking that they have to do that compared to the other teams. Because they don't know, can they 2-chest this, can they not? Can they go to such a high key level, can they not? And then being able to execute that on a tournament day like this is going to be very tough. So I do think it's very likely that we see some resets and some depletes because the teams are taking on so much risk and so much difficult routes and strategies. Because, I mean, you have to, right? With this kind of competition here. We are taking a look at Wunderbar though, and Mandatory on the right side. You can see in the smaller box they're also in that same area. So we have like a head-to-head comparison between Mandatory and Wunderbar here. What do you think about the 2-chest timer in this 18 for both of these teams?
I think they're both on pace for it, and both of them are actually so incredibly fast. You can see they actually don't have the Bloodlust available on either of the teams for this giant pull. If we can keep swapping between Wunderbar and Mandatory, this is going to be the biggest difference in the mage specs that you're going to see in this key. Arcane just doesn't really do the same overall damage on this pull that Fire Mage does. You can see at the end of this particular area, Genji's at about 8.5 million DPS, and they actually still have a couple packs that they have to pull in order to spawn Baron Braunpike here. Stove on the Fire Mage, keeping up with the Druid and the Unholy DK, not something that you're used to seeing out of your Mage spec if you're doing live keys right now. So it's going to be a lot faster on this particular section of the dungeon. So while Wunderbar's first boss split looked like it was incredibly fast, which it was, they also pulled about 5% less trash count than Mandatory did as well, and Mandatory is also going to be able to get through this section of the dungeon a little bit faster. We're going to have to look at what their Baron Braunpike splits are going to be to see really how fast these two teams are compared to each other.
Yeah, that Braunpike split is going to be very interesting. Definitely going to have to keep an eye on that. As both of the teams also did press their Bloodlust on one of their pulls as soon as it came up. So that now is on cooldown. And now we do see Perplexed moving on after Acerok here. Going to be one of the most difficult pulls coming up with all of these weapon testers. So many Echoing Blades coming through. You can see them spread out right now, making sure they don't cleave each other with that damage. But yeah, there's so much damage happening here that somebody could just fall over even on an 18 key. So we see how they're going to be doing here. Of course, the higher item level is also going to mean that they have a little bit more HP as well. So it's helping out when it comes to survivability too. But a lot of the corruption not necessarily helping out with survivability, mainly just like a damage thing. But yeah, looking really good for Perplexity. Still on 0 deaths. Definitely within the 2-chest timer still. 3 chests, I don't think that's really something that is doable, as we did see there's 7 minutes left. That's not really going to be happening, but 2 chests definitely seems doable for all of the teams that are in Motherload right now.
Yeah, this is something I would expect. You would have an expectation as a team playing this key on 18 to get a 2-chest here. If you don't get a 2-chest, it's probably because you full wiped at some point in the key. And I think this particular section of the dungeon, these Alchemist, Weapons Testers plus Mastermind pulls, are something where things can go from perfectly okay to horribly, horribly wrong in the space of seconds. If your healer gets transmuted into a slime, and then, you know, one person gets picked on with Weapons Tester abilities and Echo Blades and funnels from the masterminds, they could go down very easily and you could lose a damage cooldown and instantly wipe to the pull. So this is something you're going to have to keep an eye on as teams start ramping up in key levels. Looks like, though, for Stamp, as their first run here, you know, this is looking like it's going pretty good so far. Yeah, Tien's not doing much damage here, but that's just kind of the nature of Arcane. Unfortunately, a melee here from MJT. Did our tank get slimed? Our tank got slimed? Yes, our tank got polymorphed. This means the trap's going to go everywhere. People are going to start dying to melees as the tank is polymorphed. Tank is just now coming out of the polymorph, but this is like literally what I was just talking about could possibly happen here, but to the worst possible person. Now, we have battle res, so it's not going to be a wipe, but 3 deaths on the board. Mage is going to either have to run back or wait for the pull to be dead to be rezzed up, and now for the next 7 minutes, Stamp is not going to have a battle res available to them. That was almost the first caster curse. Is that a caster curse? That was count,
definitely
right?
A caster curse.
First caster curse of the weekend.
Confirmed.
Sorry,
Curse.
Stamp.
Confirmed.
My bad. I should just never talk about things that could go possibly wrong on screen because it will exactly happen. Okay.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean that polymorph, and of course that's something you can dispel, but since there's so many other things going on, and so many diseases and other things that the priest wants to dispel, probably wasn't cooldown there, and maybe didn't have the master spell available, and yeah, just obviously a polymorph on a tank will exactly do that. It's gonna be so hard for your team to recover from that. But yeah, let's see if they can still get the 2-chest done. They might still be able to do so. We're gonna keep an eye on their timer. As now we do have Wunderbar and Mandatory both fighting Braunpike, and it looks like Wunderbar a little bit faster. Both teams should be at the same enemy forces now. And it looks like, yeah, Wunderbar, of course, both of the teams are still within 2-chest timer, so the time that the Wunderbar is quicker here is not actually going to be translating as much into an advantage. It's really only like a time advantage overall in the day. But it could mean something for the higher key levels afterwards. Maybe they're going to be able to do a certain key that Mandatory is not. So very interesting to see a little bit of a difference here in favor of Wunderbar.
Yeah, again, the mage spec choice there for Priory, as long as you can get the 2-chest timer, I think it's okay. The Arcane Mage should be faster overall, because it will definitely get you through the mini-bosses in the first area a little bit faster. Fire Mage is definitely just a safety play, so I would not at all be surprised to see Mandatory go back to the Arcane Mage when this Priory gets into the higher key levels. Let's take a look now at Green Player, though, as they have gotten a little bit further into that Cinder Brew metery. First time looking at the potential routing, and this is a little bit different than we're used to seeing if you do live keys. They're actually heading towards Bink Busby first off here, and the question that I had in my head is maybe this was for lust timing because they wanted to get an effective use out of that second Bloodlust. Usually we'd see that be popped in the first big pull in the IPA room, but they're actually holding on to that second Bloodlust here. I wonder what this is going to be used for.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, it is possible that they just do this route on higher key levels as well, and they just want to lust this, but that is also strange, right? Why lust Busby when he can use the last for like one of the most dangerous areas of the whole Cinder Brew, which is like the IPA side. So very, very interesting. We're gonna have to keep an eye on their strategy and see if they're adapting it in the higher key levels or not. And also I want to see where they actually are using that Bloodlust. Holy Method now on the big screen as they are about to finish off Brixa Flux Flame, still on 0 depths. So very nicely done by them. And now they don't have too much trash left to do, so we're gonna be putting some more machines as well. You can see the sheep on the specialist here that they don't necessarily need for a funnel, so they're just sheeping it off to the side. And now they're going to be gathering it with a big pull as Andy is moving ahead. This is actually a pretty difficult pull for the tanks usually, as they're gathering up the war machines all by themselves, making sure they're outranging everyone else, so they're the only one to get fixated by those bombs. Yeah, it can be a little bit tough. If something goes wrong and the tank dies here, you lose an insane amount of time.
Yeah, I believe the mage has invised off the aggro of those two mines, so you can see those two lines are on the mage, but they're actually fixated on Andy here on the tank, so he's got every single one of those mines on him right now. He's going to be pulling one war machine and every single ordnance specialist plus bomb that he can get his paws on here. and they're going to be AoEing this down. Now, this is a little bit scary, even on 18. Lots of AoE damage going to come out from the charge shot here that Thanor's going to have to top off the group, but should be pretty easy for the Disciplined Priest here. They just have to make sure they don't accidentally go down to one of these AoEs from the numerous Ordnance specialists in the group. This is a great funnel opportunity for the Arcane Mage, who's going to be absolutely blasting that War Machine down. And now with most of the mines gone, most of the danger of the pull here is gone. They just need to make sure they have damage reduction cooldowns allocated for every one of the charge shots, and they should be good to go. The question for me is, where is our count going to be at the end of this? I don't think this is quite enough to finish off your 100%. Actually, I don't think it's going to be... Actually, it might be perfect. It might be dead on. They might just have to pull some mines at the end to finish it off. Okay, yeah, it's just going to be mines. 13 mines is a lot, though. Okay, they had one more Ordnance specialist. Okay, just 8 mines. And then they'll skip past the 2 War Machines. Okay, this is perfect. All right, Holy Method looking great here on the 2-chest timer. Still 2 minutes left on the 3-chest timer, actually. So as long as they don't have a catastrophic wipe here, they're chilling.
That's why I wanted to look at Miscount, because Miscount is already the last boss, and I don't think they're going to be within the 3-chest timer here. But look how close they are. Okay, they're already at 78% of boss, and they still have 1 minute left. Now, of course, that's not going to be enough, but... I mean, they're real close. Like, that's absolutely crazy to see how close they are to that 3-chest timer. It does look like Miscount does have the fastest strategy here, even though they have that 1 death on the board. They are already in that boss and almost about to trigger that intermission phase. All of the other teams that also started, of course, at the same time, or pretty much at the same time, like a couple of seconds here and there for people to put in the key and like figure out what to do. But since it is the start of the day and only 1 team so far has reset a key, they are pretty much equal. So to see Miscount here doing the best when it comes to the Motherlode teams, at least, definitely very promising for them for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, every minute counts, right? This is really important for the teams to get a leg up at the start of the day. Not only to one-shot your run, but get it done quickly enough and efficiently enough to guarantee the 2-chest and get you into your next run faster than other teams, right? The more attempts you get at those higher key levels, the better off you are going to, a better of chance you're going to have to qualify for the next day. This is a different route that I was expecting to see from some of our teams. This is actually very popular in China on live keys. You, instead of doing some extra trash at the start of the dungeon, you leave your trash count after Rix of Flux Flame so that you pull these 2 War Machines, and on higher key levels, this is where you'll actually use your last Bloodlust of the dungeon, and you can actually, after this last charge shot, just pull this final War Machine into the boss, which we're seeing exactly from Stamp here. So, not at all surprised to see this variation on the route. It is very fast if you can live through the double War Machine pull. And, while they're not as fast as some of our other teams, or Miscounts, your Perplex, I think there's still plenty of time left for Stamp to get the 2-chest there in that Motherlode. They still had 5.5 minutes as they pulled Mogul Razdunk, so they should be okay to get the 2-chest. Checking back in again with Wunderbar here in the Priory of the Sacred Flame, and we can very much see now as we get to the end of the dungeon here that Wunderbar is definitely quite a bit faster than Mandatory, as they've already got Prioress Murpray down to 70%. Mandatory has yet to pull the boss, but again, it does look like both of our teams are going to be able to secure the 2-chest here. With over 5.5 minutes on the timer here, I think Mandatory is still going to be okay to get the 2-chest.
Yeah, I think so as well. And as you said, maybe they are switching to their Arcane Mage on the higher key levels, meaning that they would be just as fast then. We will see if that is going to happen. And we will also see what the other teams are doing in that Priory. But yeah, very promising for both Mandatory and Wunderbar. The fact that they are performing so incredibly well in that Priory, which is for sure one of the harder dungeons that we have. It doesn't go as high as the other key levels probably, but still just a very tough dungeon to do, and to be able to get it on a 20 or 21 is going to be very, very difficult to execute, especially with some of the routes that we have seen these teams play, with like double light spawns into mini bosses and stuff like that. Absolutely insane strategies coming through by the teams. But yeah, soon we are going to be finishing off some of these keys here. You can see Miscount potentially being the first team to finish off that 18 Motherlode, 2-chesting it with more than 4 minutes left. So very nicely done. And I think Perplex is right on their heels, as they're also going to be finishing off that dungeon in just a moment as well. And also 07 and Stem on Holy Method only going to be like a minute or so behind. So all teams looking incredibly strong here on their first dungeon.
Yeah, sub 22 minute 18 Motherlode is blazing fast from Miscount there. Perplex going to be able to follow suit. Holy Method also on pace for an extremely fast Motherlode. Not quite the speed of miscount, but they should be able to secure the 2 chest here as well. Again, we've covered this a lot in the past couple weekends, but a quick refresher here. 2 chest, of course, means that they can skip that 19 level and go straight to the 20 as their next attempt. So all of these teams are going to be trying to go as quickly as possible in these 18s so they don't have to do one extra dungeon run throughout the day. If a team were to miss out on that 2 chest timer, that would be catastrophic. They'd be losing easily upwards of 20 to 30 minutes at the very start of the day. So we want to make sure all of our teams are able to secure that +2 timer. Wunderbar here in the Priory of the Sacred Flame, still 3.5 minutes on the timer as Murphy gets down to 5%. They're going to be securing a 2 chest of their own. Our last team to complete a dungeon is, however, going to be Green Player in the top right corner. They have finished off the IPA wing of the brewery, of the meadery, and they're already heading up to the final boss. Looks like their 2 chest timer is also fantastic as well, so all of our teams should be able to secure the 2 chests to start the day here in Nagura.
Yeah, looking very, very good. I did want to say one thing about the 2 chests here that we are seeing. So I think the Motherlode 2 chests, it seemed, I don't want to say easy, of course, these are like the best teams in the world, but I think it looked pretty doable for all of the teams today, right? With a pretty large amount of time left. So I do think that all of the teams are going to be able to do that, or at least should be able to do that. While the Priory, on the other hand, even though Wunderbar hits 3.5 minutes left, it looks like Mandatory is going to be a little bit closer to the 2 chest timer with 0 deaths on the board. So I'm not sure if anything else worked out perfectly for them, because obviously sometimes there can be a mistake that we don't quite see that didn't have anything to do with a death, but maybe like some pull that didn't end up happening the way they wanted to, some cooldown management or whatever. But looking at their timer here, they're going to have less than 2 minutes left when they finish off this boss, which means Priory is definitely going to be a little bit tougher to 2 chest for some of the other teams. Because, again, Mandatory and Wunderbar, they are our like top contenders here. So if they get a little bit closer to the 2 chest timer while still making it, maybe some of the other teams are going to be struggling. So that's something that we're definitely going to have to take a look at once the other teams enter that Priory.
Exactly. Only a couple teams left to finish these keys off. Mandatory, I wouldn't have expected them to be one of the final teams to complete a key to start the day, but it is going to be the case here as they went for the Priory. One of the harder keys on the higher key levels. They're going to be securing their 2 chest with 1:45 to spare. They'll be able to head on to 20, instantly town portaling off. 07 have Mobile Raz knocked down to 25%. They'll be getting their 2 chests in a moment here, and we did see that Green Player was just about to pull the final boss of their Cinder Brew, as well as they deal with this final concursor. Actually, do they have a mind-controlled one as well? No, they're good to go. They're just going to be snapping up some trash for the final boss. A little bit of, housekeeping stuff for chat here, because I see a lot of questions, and, it makes sense. We want to help you guys out. So if you missed the top of the show, there are a few changes from the group stages to the global finals weekend. So 8 teams competing this weekend, all at the same time. 2 eliminations per day. So it's going to be 8 teams today, 6 tomorrow, 4 on Championship Sunday. We're only going to be showing 4 teams at a time. So if you want to particularly hone in on one of those teams, all of our teams have someone live streaming their teams on Twitch right now. Our mods are going to be in chat helping you guys out with links to those particular streams if you want to watch particular players on those teams. And we are also back to the old format. So we're starting at 18. We have 3 keys today, 2 more keys tomorrow, and 1 final key going to be coming in on Sunday. That's why you don't see 3 of those keys on our sidebar score there. Let's take a look at this huge pull here, though, from Green Player in the IPA section of the dungeon, and they did save their second Bloodlust for this Nagura, like we were alluring to.
Yeah, interesting. So that's where they used their second Bloodlust for. This is a replay from that 18 Cinder Brew that Green Player is in, and they were holding it for like 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes. So, I mean, that does make sense, because on the higher key levels, it's going to be less than that. And this is an insane point. I do like their positioning here as well. You can see they're standing up on these chests there, which is probably going to be preventing some of those charges to hit them. And then on top of that, you can see the tank positioning themselves in a line of sight spot to spawn these barrels so the players can avoid the explosions. Very, very cool position here, and very useful Bloodlust as well to be using it in that situation. But now we're back to the present, as Green Player is now fighting Goldie Baron Bottom, and they have a little bit less than 5 minutes left for this boss, which... So they have 0 deaths, and their route did seem really good. Didn't seem like there was anything that really went wrong for them. So I do also think that Cinder Brew 18-2 chess is probably also going to be doable for all the teams, unless they do have some major mistakes. Looking at the timer, at least, it looks very similar to like the Motherlode timer and the amount of time the teams had left there.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. I think this is still quite fast. You know, one of the questions coming into the weekend is if Cinderbermeter was in the pool, which would be the smarter play, right? Do you play the Boomkin, which seems to be faster overall for the key, but is way more dangerous in particular for the massive AoE pulls, specifically like the triple hired muscle pull at the start of the dungeon and that IPA pull. If you can make the Boomkin work, like Mandatory did in their group play, it's definitely faster. But I suspect as we start to see this key get pushed to the higher and higher key levels, teams will opt more for the Warlock. Green player, though, this 18, after their slight hiccup to start the day, they had a wipe 4 minutes in on the first boss. Looks like we're going to be good to get the 2 chest in the 18 here. Quality down to 40%, 3 minutes, 40 seconds left on the 2 chest timer. They are going to be A-OK, and I believe that will be all 8 of our teams starting off the day with 2 chests in their dungeons that they chose. Love to see that to start the day. We've been talking about how ridiculous the competition is going to be this weekend. All 8 of these teams incredibly strong, almost just no weak spots in this competition. So regardless of how today shakes out, we're going to be sending 2 very, very good teams home.
Yeah, they're all performing so incredibly well. And one thing to note as well, like even on those lower key levels that they're starting out on, which again, 18 is not quite low, but these teams, because they have to 2 chest almost, because they know that the other teams are going to be able to do so, if something goes wrong at the start of the dungeon, like it went for green player, they have to reset immediately. They need to get the 2 chests. They know the competition is so tough. They cannot miss a 2 chest timer like this. So even though you would think, oh, in the lower key levels, they can maybe make a mistake here and there and still keep on going, but not necessarily, right? If you miss out on the 2 chests, you have to go out and reset. You have to hit that 2 chest, because otherwise you're just risking elimination at the end of the day. As green player is now pressing their 3rd and final bloodlust, as the boss is already going down though. And that's all of our teams finishing up their first dungeon of theirs, getting a 2 chest in on all of them. And we can see the leaderboard. And
there it is.
Yeah, I mean, 2 chests on every single 18 from all of the teams. Crazy.
Yeah, and it's missed count at the top of the leaderboards with the fastest run yet based off of the dungeon timer. Love to see that. For that, missed count is a team that we haven't talked a lot about at the top of the show. I think you and I both, when we were talking about our team intros, were talking about our favorites to win, fan favorites, I guess, to potentially win the weekend. You talked about Wunderbar, I talked about Mandatory. I think if there's a 3rd team that's in that competition, it has to be missed count, right? This is a team that's always had the potential to be one of the best teams just in general in dungeon running. They've been a rank 1 key pushing team on live for multiple seasons now, when they aren't practicing for the MDI, that is. And unfortunately, in this TGP format, they just never have quite put it together for all 3 days. You know, they've had this stretch maybe on day 2 or day 1 where they just didn't play perfectly, had wipes where we wouldn't expect them to wipe, and it really cost them near the end of the competition. If this team is able to put together 15 clean hours with minimal wiping, they could very easily end the weekend as our champions. These guys are absolutely insane players. So this is a team we need to talk about more. Miscount, definitely front runners this weekend.
100%. Miscount, they're so incredibly good. I do think that even though they have been competing a few times already now in the MDI, they haven't been competing quite as much as players in Wunderbar and players in Mandatory, right? So I do think that every single time they are competing, they are doing better and better because they have the synergy already from the live servers playing together for so long, and that really plays for their consistency. But when they then go into the tournament play, they, as you said, struggle sometimes. But I do think that is really just them learning and continuing to grow in this tournament format. And then on top of that, as I mentioned in the pre-show, them getting Verb as a player in, as a 5th player, and taking off some responsibilities from Kira, from their tank, really seems to be helping them out a lot. And it really, really goes to show that they are performing quite a bit better and are being more consistent. So that is very cool to see. As we now have both Mandatory and Wunderbar in that plus 20 priority. It looks like all teams actually moving on in the same dungeons that they 2-chested their 18 in.
I want to take a look at this first pull in Cinderbermeter here from Green Player, because this is a pull that I believe we're going to see a ton of resets on as we get to the higher key levels. 20 alone is already a very difficult pull. There is a ton of AoE damage going off, especially with the triple hard muscle. All of this volatile keg damage is a lot of rot damage to heal through. Every single throw chair cast from these hard muscles is a potential one-shot scenario on the player that it gets targeted on, especially if it's also during the volatile keg. There's also a lot of kicks that you need to kick on the Pyromaniacs as well. If someone gets channeled while the volatile keg damage is going out, it could be a potential death scenario as well. I like the positioning from the team here. Something that you can do as the pull starts to starts to die off a little bit and you leave these hired muscles alive is you can actually line of sight the throw chair cast. You can see those going out at a couple players here. Dispree Shields doing their best to keep those players topped off. But yeah, you can actually line of sight around the corner in this entrance of the dungeon. You can see Cherry's trying to position this like near a wall, so if the range players feel like they're in danger, they can go around that corner and line of sight, but nobody's really positioning for that here. We've got Darkness going down for this last volatile keg cast coming out from the skull-marked hired muscle. And just look at the damage on the group here that Lotus having to heal his team through. But it looks like Green player is going to be able to get through this pull. This hired muscle might get one final volatile keg cast as they start to pull Chef Chewy here. Hopefully we can kill that muscle before it gets one more cast off. If it gets that cast off and they go into a tenderize cast, that could be pretty dangerous here. Okay, we're going to be good, but look at the damage just from the tenderize alone on the plus 20. Again, need to be topped for that ability, or you'll just get one shot.
That's such an insane amount of damage coming in for these pulls. It's crazy. And I do love the positioning as well, making sure they're utilizing all of those defensives to the maximum value as they can. I do want to take a quick look, though, at Wunderbar, as they did just finish off the first boss already, which seems like an absolutely insane speed. Now, we do know that they're pulling some trash after Captain Dalecry before they move into the Baron Brownpike room. But still, like, finishing off the boss at a 9-11 is insane. We do see Clicks actually moving that mini-boss closer. This is a strategy that we've seen Wunderbar do already in the group stage. So they have this mini-boss that they will just keep on moving closer and closer and closer to this Brownpike area. And the way this mini-boss works is that it will just stand still. Like, if you're incumbent with the mini-boss, it will follow you and try to attack you. But as soon as there's no one in the group incumbent with the mini-boss, it will stand still at that position, right? So they are utilizing this to their favor, and they're moving the mini-boss closer and closer between each pull that they're doing. Like we just saw, it was Clicks that pulled the mini-boss into position, then Shadow Melted, and now it's standing on those stairs, ready to be pulled when that RP happens. Because there's a little bit of RP in between certain pulls in the Brownpike area, and that's when they're going to be going out and pulling this mini-boss, which I do like the idea, but of course they are losing some time with the players walking back and actually pulling them into position as well.
We also have this light spawn as part of the pull as well that is body pulled by Gingy. He goes into invisibility, walks close to it. It has true sight, so it can see him and gets pulled by him. It doesn't actually social aggro with the pack that it's in, so they just pull the light spawn itself out of that pack as well, instead of also taking the 2 extra casters that would normally be there. So just interesting ideas from Wunderbar that we saw from their group play in Group A that they're bringing here to the global finals. I don't think other teams have decided to go for this strategy because it seems a little bit harder to pull off, but it's working great for Wunderbar, and on the higher key level, we don't have that issue where the Bloodlust isn't available for the Giant Paladin pull. The Bloodlust is ready right on time, and we are in. Every single Paladin in this first area, of course, before the RP that you're talking about happens, has been pulled together. Bloodlust is going off, and we're going to be AoEing this down. Tons of AoE damage. Every single Sacred Toll going off back to back to back. Whippy's going to have to keep his team alive through using the disc barrier there to keep the team topped, but they're going to have to cycle through. Nature's Vigil doing a ton of work, though, keeping the team topped here. Look at that. Clicks doing tons of healing to the group. 70 million healing, probably alone, coming from that Nature's Vigil here.
Yeah, they just have to use everything. And I mean, the amount of work the healers have to put in on a pull like this, like Whippy is just doing God's work here as all of the defensives are coming out, trying to keep everyone alive as all of these AoEs are coming through. But the Paladins are about to all die off, so they should be safe and be able to move on here. And another thing that they do, they first make sure that they're gathering the pull outside, utilizing line of sight, so everything does come to them. But then they're kiting back into the room because that's where the next trash pull is going to be. And these small little things, like this is a small thing, right? But it's very nice for now to be in position here to gather this pack immediately instead of like kiting the other way around, right? So that's very, very cool to see how they're like really min-maxing all of the movement and all of the positioning here for Wunderbar, as they also utilize these markers that now always puts on the floor, making sure that he marks the position where he's going to be gathering up the pool initially for those ground-placed AoE abilities that they have in their comp.
Interestingly enough, on the plus 20 Priory, Mandatory has stuck to the Fire Mage. So they're playing more for the safety, I would assume, in this key, which makes sense to me. If you think you have the 21 chest timer clean, it would make sense to just go for the safe option. I think based off of the 18 timer and how clean both of the 2 chests were, both Wunderbar and Mandatory should easily have 2 or 3 minutes of leeway on the 20 timer. The question is going to be how doable is the 21? Again, we saw 21 done in time trials, but that was due to some interesting interactions with the mini-bosses in how they died when the first boss died. So that you got a lot of free count in the dungeon that way. That's no longer available as a strategy of the teams. It was fixed, so they don't get like a free, 10% trash count anymore. I think with the turbo boosted gear that they have this weekend, that's both the item level and the corruptions that are available to us on live now, 21 should be doable. I'm not sure if 22 Priory is in the card, so I think that's a little bit too out of reach for the teams.
See, I was wondering about the 22, right? Because I think I agree with you that 21 is possible now, and 22 may be a little bit too tough. But if 22 is possible, I'm wondering, are Wunderbar or Mandatory in range of 2-chesting the 20 to be able to unlock the 22 key level?
Well, Wunderbar might be.
If they would be, that'd be crazy.
Wunderbar might be. Based off the timer in the 18, Mandatory is nowhere near it. They were less than 2 minutes under in their 2-chest timer. Wunderbar was almost 4 minutes under on the 2-chest timer. They were incredibly fast. Way faster than Mandatory, which again, like I talked about at the start of the show, Mandatory's whole shtick so far this season has been how ridiculously fast their routes have been. Opting to go for the safe play here is an interesting choice considering we know what their strengths are. So they must be confident that they can take this Fire Mage to greater heights in this key, or they just don't need the extra time that the Arcane Mage would give them here. Wunderbar looking fantastic with that Arcane Mage pick, as there's still 0 deaths clean throughout the first 40 minutes of the day here on this Priory.
And now they do have that mini-boss that they dragged along this whole time and pulling it onto Braunpike, which is just crazy to think about, having a mini-boss on Braunpike to deal with. Now, of course, Dual Maul, not actually a super difficult mob to deal with if you interrupt everything. Now, of course, Braunpike also has to be interrupted. You need to make sure that you are assigning your interrupts properly, which I'm sure, obviously, Wunderbar can do very well. But still, the positioning of the mini-boss, having to interrupt it all the time to make sure that you're moving it into the correct position on top of Braunpike, it is a lot to deal with. And on top of that, of course, it just gives you that extra little bit of funnel that the Arcane Mages love so much. So another thing with their Arcane Mage here, Wunderbar playing the Arcane Mage and making sure that they're playing around it for everything they do inside this dungeon, making sure that every single boss has like an extra target at least to be able to get that extra funnel in, which is so cool to see. One cast actually going through here on now, it looked like, but immediately got the dispel off of Whippy, so no need to interrupt that one.
This has kind of been the trend for strategies that we've seen in most of the dungeons, I say, not every dungeon, in most dungeons, is if you can find a way to pull some trash on top of a boss, regardless of how difficult it is, you really want to. Not only because it's just free count that you're getting during a boss, but it's funnel for your Arcane Mage. So I'm thinking things like pulling War Machines on top of Rixa Flux Flame. Yes, your tank is getting destroyed by the boss, but if you get funnel for the mage, it'll die faster. And your healer will have to AoE heal a little bit, but it's their job, it's okay. Things like the IPA boss. Super dangerous boss. If you let a drop hit the boss, you're dead. But if you pull a couple Pyromancers and maybe a Tester on top of the boss, it's just a couple kicks for your team to worry about. You can interrupt those. It's funnel for your mage, you love it. And that makes the dungeons a measurable, like way more difficult. But you add this you save like a minute, maybe 2 minutes doing those pulls, so it's something these teams pretty much just have to do in order to time the key on higher levels. We're going to see a lot of wipes to those pulls throughout the weekend, and the teams that can cut down on those wipes are going to be the teams that start to careen ahead of the other teams in the rankings.
Yeah, for sure, and I did want to take a quick look at the Motherlode teams, because if the Priory on a 20 is potentially 2-chessable, then I think the 20 Motherlode is for sure. And
easily.
I do want to make sure that all of the teams, that we could check in on all of the teams to see how close they are. Miscount here on the big screen, as they're still within a 3-chess timer actually, and already are moving to Mogul Rustang. So Miscount definitely within the 2-chess timer here. And that's going to be a very important one, right? It's not going to be as easy as the 18 2-chess, but still doable. And we think that the 22 Motherlode is definitely something that is going to be happening, right? So missing the 2-chest on a 20 might be a big deal for the teams. But right now, let's take a look. So Miscount definitely within that timer still. Looking at the other teams, no one else seems to have Rixa Flux Flame down yet, nor even fighting that boss. So Miscount definitely pretty far ahead from the other teams here.
Jeez. Perplex is almost there. Perplex is almost there. They almost have Rix dead. This is really good for Perplex, because again, another story of the teams this weekend. Lots of story teams in the MDI, right? But Perplex has been a team that's been so good for so long, but they've never hoisted the trophy before, right? The only player on their team that actually has a win under the belt is Divinefield, as part of Shell's Angels back in the first ever MDI LAN 7 years ago now. So the rest of the team and Perplex as a team have never lifted a trophy ever. They've finished second place so many times, but they're looking really, really good this weekend. And starting off the day strong, the only team that's faster than them so far is Miscount, and that's good company to be in.
Yeah, and looking at Miscount, so they have 6 minutes 27 left on the timer. They still have to fight these war machines. They can potentially finish one off and then pull that second one into the boss, which is a bit risky in a plus 20. We'll see what they're doing, but they have Bloodlust ready in just a moment. But yeah, the timer maybe not necessarily as easy to get here. So I'm not sure how the other teams are going to be faring against Miscount. Now, of course, Miscount also started the key a little bit earlier compared to the other teams because they were faster in the 18. But that is something that we have to consider. We have to look at the actual timer of the dungeon for the other teams and not just like the overall time right now. So yeah, Miscount finishing off the war machine in just a moment. They are positioning themselves to pull the boss in just a second. How long do you think Mogul Rustang takes on a plus 20 here? What do you think approximately?
Well, for Miscount, for these teams on Tourney Realm, probably 4-ish minutes. Mm-hmm. For me, like 5.5 minutes on live. No, yeah, they have the Bloodlust available too as well, so they'll pop that with their next set of cooldowns here in about 30 seconds, if I had to guess. You could also save the Bloodlust for the intermission for safety, but no, they're just going to pop it right away for damage. They've got the War Machine available. Having that Bloodlust available for the charge shot AoE damage is going to help out a lot here, so AJ can keep the group topped. They also want to kill this War Machine off before the next charge shot, so they don't have any nasty overlaps with potential homing missiles as well during the charge shot, because Yarki doesn't, well, he does have the Shadow Meld, opts to not use it, so just a little extra damage for AJ to heal through, but they're able to kill off the War Machine for the next AoE damage, and they'll be able to earn down the boss here. Yeah, it'd probably take them another 3.5 minutes to finish this, so I think they're well within the 2-chest timer.
It seems like it. I mean, all our teams making good pace so far today, which, as we've mentioned, they needed if they were going to be able to compete against such incredibly quick and accurate teams. But as we continue to watch the runs unfold, Naguro, we will let you get a little break here, so thanks for starting the day off with us.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. We're going to be bringing Tettles in, and Tettles, Naguro was mentioning, plus 22 Motherload seems like it's possible. But how high do you think that our dungeons today will go?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think that a good qualifying score to make it to Saturday would probably be 22 Motherload, 21 Cinderbrew, 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame?
I think that's a fair assessment. I didn't think that the teams were going to be this ridiculously fast in the Priory. Like, Wunderbar's putting on a clinic. They're going way faster than mandatory. I think 21's on the table. I just don't think there's time for 22.
Yeah, so the chase level keys that we've seen today is potentially 22 Cinderbrew Meadery. I do think it's, timer-wise, it's probably possible. I don't know if damage intake-wise it's going to be possible. That's going to have to be something that we're going to watch out for over the course of this weekend. And then 23 Motherload, again, I think timer-wise it's probably possible, but is it going to be something that all of the teams can do? The answer is probably not. And I don't know if teams are going to have enough time to be able to do it on day one. That might be something that you're looking to do on potentially day 2 or day 3, whenever you get a little bit more bonus time to rerun some additional dungeons.
Yeah, the key level, I mean, the scaling of health and damage as you get to these higher key levels becomes absolutely ridiculous, right? It's just the nature of the exponential scaling when you get into these higher keys.
Yeah.
And, like, there's things on some of these pulls that just no longer work when you get to higher key levels, right? Your AoE stop rotation, when you start to run out of AoE stops like 45, 50 seconds into a pull, and you need them in order to make sure you kick, like, for instance, the Rocklance casts in the big Azerite Extractor pulls in Motherload, like, I don't know how doable that key is on, like, that pull is on, like, a 23, even with Bloodlust.
Yeah, let's talk about the format a little bit. So I've seen some questions in chat over the course of the day, asking questions about spec variety rules. Are there going to be spec bans? Is there only going to be 4 teams running? What's the elimination situation? Can you kind of give a refresher to the people in chat who maybe watch some of the group play, just so they can kind of understand just very quickly what's the difference between the global finals and the group play?
Yeah, okay, so it's a good time for that. About 45 minutes after the show starts, so if you missed the top of the show, re-explain this, we got you. So 8 teams playing, all at the same time today. There's only 4 on screen right now. We're doing our best to swap, in and out of all of the 8 teams so we can get a good POV of all of them, but all of them are playing at the same time. There are individual player streams for every single team on Twitch right now. If you have questions on where to find those streams, our mods in the chat are there to help you with that. They should have links to any POV that we have available to you. But if there's one particular team that you really want to zone in on, there is a stream for that on Twitch from one of the players on that team right now that you can go look at. Again, 8 teams all at the same time today. We're going to be eliminating 2 of them at the end of the day. The lowest 2 scores will be eliminated today and tomorrow. So we're starting off with 3 dungeons today, right? And these scores from these 3 dungeons will carry on throughout the weekend. We're going to be adding 2 more dungeons tomorrow on Saturday, and then we'll be adding 1 final dungeon on Sunday. And these are going to be dungeons that carry on throughout the weekend. So by the end of Sunday, the team that has the best score in all 6 of the dungeons that we'll have throughout the weekend, they will be the winner of our competition.
Yeah, I think that's a great explanation. Dude, Wunderbar, I think, are only one-chesting this Priory of the Sacred Flame 20. I know that you and Naguro were talking about it a little bit earlier. This looks like this is, maybe fringe two-chestable if you were a little bit faster, but I do think that Wunderbar's route in here is exceptionally good. So the fact that they're only one-chesting that, I think that means that most of the time this dungeon's going to get one-chested by most of our teams.
Yeah, looking at the difference in route between the 2 teams running this dungeon, Mandatory and Wunderbar's strategy was definitely faster, right? They make great use of the Arcane Funnel throughout the first half of the key, and they go for crazy things like pulling Dual Maul on top of Baron Braunpike.
Yeah.
If they can't pull off the 2 chests of the 20, I don't know if anyone can.
I think the skip of Chainmail is actually the biggest time save by them. Mm-hmm. I think that is the largest time save over pretty much everything. I do like the dual maul into Baron Braunpike. That does look flashy and cool. I don't actually think it's like that much faster, but I do think the Chainmail mob is like ridiculously inefficient timer-wise. It just keeps leaping away from your melee. Nobody's getting good stacked cleave on it. You end up pulling it with like 35 footmen. They keep casting defend. So I feel like the skip on that, I feel like that's the heads-up route diff that we're seeing from Wunderbar against Mandatory in this dungeon so far.
I've seen some variations in the Chainmail pull that make it look like it's an okay pull. Like, you can do weird tech with mirror images that make sure they're the furthest target, and then like when Chainmail, or this works on the Lynxes, probably not Chainmail, where the Lynxes will try to target your mirror images, but they won't leave.
Oh yeah, sure.
Chainmail will always be jumping around, right? And your boon cannon has a disengage every time he jumps as well, so they're not pressing a damage button. It just kind of feels bad. So yeah, the skip definitely makes a lot of sense as a time save.
So, I mean, Wunderbar here are going to be, I think, 2-ish minutes faster than Mandatory are in this Priory of the Sacred Flame 20, so already starting to open up a little bit of a lead compared to some of the top-tier competition that we shouted out at the top of show.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy fast. Can we go back to Mist Count really quick? Did they get the 2 chest of their 20? Oh, no, they did! And they just went straight into Priory. Okay, so they got the 2 chest by quite a bit of time, actually. But yeah, interesting. Not going for the 22 right away, going into a different dungeon. Interesting.
What's the situation on 07 looking like here for this 2 chest? Oh, it looks like they're probably going to be on the wrong side of this 2 chest. I don't see this boss being 315. I was kind of thinking it was maybe going to be like 345 with Bloodlust.
Yeah, I was thinking, 345, 4, maybe a little over 4 if you're a little slow. They have the Bloodlust that they're going to try to... it's weird because if you want to use it for single target, you want to use it in execute, but there's not really a good time for that on this fight. Yeah. It's weird.
The intermission phase is like static duration too, so because you have to use Mogul Razdunk's like crash down ability to be able to pierce those oil drums, so that intermission by itself is already like 45 seconds off the timer, and you're not able to speed that up in the slightest. Like, you can kill the Sky Scorchers faster, but I don't think that they're going to be looking to 2-chest this key. And looking at the rest of our teams as well, it looks like Stamp in the bottom right also going to be eclipsing that 2-chest timer without being able to get that done. Where are Holy Methods standing on their timer? Because it looks like maybe they have a little bit more time. Oh, dude, this is going to be really close for them. Ooh. They don't have Bloodlust, but they do have 2 minutes to be able to down Mogul Razdunk for 50%. I think if they play this end of dungeon clean, they're probably going to be on the right side of this 2-chest timer, but they have to be perfect here. We have to be able to get the best Arcane Surges of our entire life. We have to be global perfect to be able to kind of beat this 2-minute timer. And if any deaths happen, we're toast.
we've got kind of weird overlaps too. It looks like they've got the timing where their missiles happen at the very start of the Gatling gun, so the player positioning actually has to be perfect for every single Gatling gun. That overlap can cause deaths, so they need to be very perfect about positioning for the next minute and a half.
I mean, fortunately enough, it's only Frag and Thanner that have to really be watching out for that. So Wildy, he does have Blink. He can shimmer over top the Gatling gun. It looks like Wexy off to the side is playing in the alternate safe spot and just getting shielded by Thanner on CD to make sure that he always has a shield. And he's just planted standing in that Gatling gun, eating it with that Moonkin armor. That bonus DR from that Moonkin armor really just allows you to be able to eat that Gatling gun for the entire duration. So they do have 21% with 1 minute remaining. They did about 30% of the boss's HP within the first minute coming out of the intermission. I think we're going to be on the right side of this timer. We do have Arcane Surge coming up, but it's not going to be within the two-chest timer, unfortunately. So I think that this Incarn that Wexy's pressing is probably going to be the last little bit of damage. We do have a Dark Transformation, actually, in another 15 seconds, but Holy Method here, they're just going to be white swinging down the boss. Now, they do have to deal with Mogul Razdunk as he comes out of the cart whenever the 10% HP on the boss dies, but that normally ends up taking around 8 to 10 seconds to kill him off. This is going to be really close for Holy Method.
Very, very close. I think they're going to be on the right side of it. 15 seconds now on the two-chest timer here as we've dealt with the bot, but the Goblin has yet to be killed off here. 10 seconds to finish with the actual Mogul Razdunk. The remainder of that incarnation just now wearing off, and with only a few seconds, Holy Method have secured the two chest and have unlocked the 22 Motherload, which we think is going to be a push key. Teams are going to be almost... Do you think that they'll have to have that key timed by the end of the day to qualify for the next day, or how are we feeling about what we think teams are going to have to time by the end of the day in order to be safe? Not to be top, but just to be safe from elimination.
I think safe is like 21 Priory, 22 ML, 20 Cinder Brew, maybe 21 Cinder Brew. Something like that. Like, you could exchange, I think, that Priory 21 with that Cinder Brew 21, depending on which one you're going to be a little bit more consistent on. It's going to be around those marks, though, because we are starting so high. Like, something that we haven't necessarily covered too much is the starting key level being 18 just gives these teams actually a decent amount of time to push for some of the chase keys. You normally budget around an hour and a half on a per dungeon basis, but some of these teams are kind of already able to run what we think is like a qualifying run right now. I think that the mandatory and the Wunderbar runs, like if they went back in the Priory and reran that on 21, they're probably in a situation where they're very close to what the capstone of the Priory of the Sacred Flame is going to be for this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be insane once the teams actually start going for those runs, and it should be in probably the next couple of hours, if that they would even have to like start attempting those just based off the starting key level, right? So we'll start to see some of those crazy pull. We're seeing it right now. Holy Method, they're not going to a different key. We're going right back into the 22 Motherload. So we're going to start it off with a bang right here in the first hour of the day.
So it's kind of always this question of, would you rather go wide or would you rather go tall with the dungeons? Would you rather push it up to what you believe needs to be the highest key level done on that day or on that weekend, and then go as wide as possible? The answer tends to be going wide as a slightly better and more safe tournament format, because it allows you to get more perfect information whenever you're making decisions within the last hour, within the last 2 hours of your day, knowing what other teams have maybe made mistakes and where they're kind of standing on the dungeons. But at the end of the day as well, you're going to have to be able to put up these high key levels, and so it's not that much of an advantage. And for Holy Method here, I think that the big thing that we're looking for is, are they able to one-shot this 22 ML? We did see that getting one-shot by Green Player in China. I think that there is a chance that pretty much most, if not all, of these teams have the one-shot of the 22 Motherload in their bag. It's more of a question of, is any team going to falter and make mistakes, especially in these super high-level keys, because that's where you can see problems arise. Now, what you see that's pretty atypical here from Holy Method, and I see you furrowing your brow a little bit. Oh my gosh, wait, hold on. This is 07, this is no longer Holy Method. But Holy Method there, on the right side of the screen, they're actually pulling all these peacekeepers all the way through. And what this allows you to do is it allows you to save 30 seconds. Is it really that big of a deal? No. But you don't have to play the red light, green light stuff where then somebody in your pugs is stuck behind that peacekeeper pat and you're just sitting there waiting for an extended period of time. What is Holy Method going to do here is kind of an interesting question. We've seen a lot of teams, we saw Green Player do this in the China finals, they actually played double Extractor here as opposed to the 4 Earthshaper pull. It looks like Holy Method is going for the tried and true 4 Earthshaper pull instead of the double Extractor.
Yeah, and the important thing to mention as well about this routing is they use their Bloodlust on the first pull just so they could potentially get 4 Bloodlusts off in this dungeon. You'll need that in order to make the timer in this 22, but that means you don't have it for this Extractor pull. So at some point, you're going to start to run out of AoE stops and kicks for these Rock Lances on the Earthshapers, and you would love to have those Shadow Melds to potentially cancel one of the Rock Lance kicks, but you can't have them because they just used them all for that skip. So the question is, can they kill the pull off before they run out of AoE stops?
So it's kind of interesting. I actually think that Bloodlusting, the second pull of this dungeon, is traditionally slower for the key just in general, unless, of course, you're able to do something that's extraordinary, like doing a second extractor, or if it allows you to cut out a pull, then it normally makes a lot of sense. Because Bloodlusting the first pull of the dungeon, that allows your second lust of the dungeon to be on Azarok on pull, which is actually a huge deal. It saves you a lot of time, a lot more time than you'd necessarily expect. Because if you're actually repressing that Bloodlust at, let's say, the 1350 mark, 1330 mark, when it comes up, you're like halfway through Azarok. Not everybody has their cooldowns, but if you press it on pull, that is just like by far the best time to have a fast Azarok kill time. And that's why it's a little bit more valuable in the first pull. But if you can do something that's super cool, like double extractor, I think there's merit into lusting the second pull of the dungeon.
I've personally never seen that pull get to the second Solar Beam before, and they just did it casually, so maybe the AoE stop rotation is easy for these teams.
They might be the greatest.
They might be goats. All good. Ooh, look at this from Green Player. At the start of the day, they actually wiped to the very first boss in their 18 Cinderbrew metery, but since then, it's been lights out gameplay. These guys have been clean. 0 deaths, 5.5 minutes on the 20 timer. It looks like they easily have timer for 21, which we know there's time for 21, right? We saw, actually, just yesterday, one of our Chinese teams, not one's competing this weekend, but one of the best Chinese teams on the ladder actually completed 21 Cinderbrew on live.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because during the China finals, Green Player, I would say that Cinderbrew Meadery looked as if it was their weakest dungeon, and then Rookery and Darkflame Cleft looked as if those were their strongest dungeons, being very automatic, able to convert in ways that we hadn't necessarily seen from other teams. But then whenever they went to Cinderbrew Meadery, things seemed like they were a little bit slow. Their first boss split in particular was a little bit slow during the China finals as well, kind of similar to this like 6-10 that we're seeing. Now it might be one of those things that like it's like a Warlock diff, where we have seen teams play Moonkin in this dungeon before, but maybe that Warlock really is kind of that missing variable. Dratnos and I kind of talked about it at length as to, are you going to need the Warlock for the timer in the 21 or potentially even the 22? It's really hard to say. But Green Player timing that Cinderbrew meter, we do see them jump up on the leaderboard, passing Mandatory and Stamp. But like at the end of the day, looking at the leaderboard, especially this early, not exactly giving you perfect information as to what the current state of affairs are. Because I would say that something like a Prior to the Sacred Flame 20 is a lot harder than Cinderbrew Metery 20.
Yeah, let's take a look at this 22 static pulse damage with the AMZ.
Big.
They also do have a lot. They do have a lot of avoidance on the tournament realm as well. That's going to help with that ability. It's not going to help on the dot afterwards, but looks like it's nothing that's too big of an issue here for Thanner. The big thing, though, is that on this key level, everything is just so tanky. It just takes so long to kill. These bosses are going to take forever to go down. I personally am most worried about Azarok. Being able to kill off the ads on Azarok in a timely manner is incredibly important. They might even commit to potentially just using buttons like Arcane Surge on the ad instead of cleaving off the boss. We'll have to see how they choose to deal with that. Those ads are tanky, man, on this key level.
Yeah, I mean, we are at the level where those ads are absolutely brutal. And that's why people are, whenever they're looking at Motherload, they'll see teams on the 22 level be 3 minutes under, and you think, oh, I can see a world where 23's timed, they have the timer for it, but then you look at the damage intake, and it just, like, you don't really know. And that's why I do think that the 22, if teams can one-shot the 22 today, that puts them in a great position to be looking to qualify for Saturday. Obviously, we have 2 eliminations, which has to be looming and pretty hard on everybody's mind. Like this is going to be very, very difficult whenever you're looking at the strength of the competition just across the board. So you really just need to make sure that you are as automatic as possible. Being able, even if we're not the fastest 22 Motherload, doing it first try, I think is a huge advantage. So Holy Method just need to be able to convert this dungeon without any mistakes.
Yeah. Well, I'm really interested to see how what their timer is going to look like to see if there is still room on the table for 23. Again, as you go up in key level, the question of whether or not Ads and Azarok are able to be killed, whether or not you can kill these pulls off before you start running out of AoE stops and just starting to let cast through, that will just one-shot people on this key level. The questions are there, but of course, Holy Method has to get through this 22 first before we can even start to consider the 23. This key level, like this particular pull, as long as you can heal through the Azurite Extractor AoE, the kicks are easy, right? There's just 2 Rocklands kicks and 1 Furious Quake that you have to kick on the Stone Fury that a mage can just solo. So
this is actually a lot of kicks.
This one's not. It's not too bad, right? You have plenty of AoE stops for this one.
Yeah, you do have to commit a lot of AoE stops at the same point because you don't have enough kicks for the Earthshaper every single time. Ooh, they actually end up having to press their Silent Sigil here, which that means that it probably won't be up for the Ascari pull.
Okay. They'll probably end up prisoning one of the Earthshapers if they do go for the Ascari pull.
Okay,
we have also seen potential routes where people will skip the mini-boss as well. I don't think Holy Method went for one of those, though.
I don't think we're going for any of that. I think that there's an MC that's available as well. I think that there's a decent chance that we see a Dominate Mind coming out from Thanner on this next Ascari pull. All right, so let's kind of take some inventory of what we're seeing from the rest of the teams and potentially some of the teams that are off the screen. So we have Wunderbar here. They timed 20 prior to the Sacred Flame. They elected to then jump into this Motherload. Kind of a similar situation whenever we're looking at a team like Mandatory. They also timed that 20 prior to the Sacred Flame and then immediately bounced to the Motherload. 07, they timed the 20 Motherload, but they only were able to one-chest it, which is a little bit worse than what we saw from Mist Count and Holy Method, who are able to jump into that 22 whenever they want to. 07 instead only one-chested that Motherload and now are in that 21 ML. I think that this is probably the correct decision for them. It puts pressure potentially on some of the other teams to be able to actually convert those two points at some point. And then we have, of course, Stamp. Now that we have on the big screen, they also, similar to 07, kind of similar spot, where they only one-chested the 20 ML and now have to rerun that dungeon on the 21, they'll probably end up spending around an hour and a half, all those teams, through the first hour and a half of the day. We also have Green Player, who they were originally in the Cinder Remetery, timed out with a one chest on the 20. Now they have made their way into Priory of the Sacred Flame. And last two teams, we have Miscount and Perplexed. Miscount are currently in that Priory of the Sacred Flame, having two-chested that Motherload. They're going to have to go rerun this at some point at the end of the day. But at the same point, I think that we kind of talked about the differences between going wide versus going tall a little bit, and I think that for Miscount here, making sure that they get a really solid baseline in every single dungeon makes a ton of sense. They were incredibly fast, and so they looked like they were the best team in the Motherload so far. So I'm not really too worried about their ability to be able to convert in that 22. And then Perplexed, our final team, who also two-chested that Motherload. So there was three teams that ended up two-chesting that Motherload. They are now also in the Priory of the Sacred Flame, again taking that going wide as opposed to going tall kind of status and strategy.
It's kind of hard to convey the standings at this point. It's kind of like a controlled chaos where we're not quite sure where everyone stands until we start to see all of the teams have timed keys in all three of the dungeons that are available today. For the time being, if there was any one team that I would say is clearly established themselves as the best right now, it would probably be Miscount because they two-chested that 20. But the 20 Motherload, that is. But we'll have to see how they can compete with Wunderbar and Mandatory when they head into the Priory of the Sacred Flame. Same goes for Wunderbar. They were very fast in the Priory, but we'll have to see if they're able to two-chest the 20 like we saw from Miscount. Again, we're not going to know exactly where we are until we start to see these teams get times put up in all three of them, but we had a death on Wildy. Now, it looks like it's bad, but he didn't lose the Surge, right? That's the big thing.
He lost Lust.
Look at the AoE damage on the group here. He did lose the Lust. That's pretty big. They need to kill this infused Earth Rager as quickly as possible. This is just going to be the mini burn. And you can see the difference in priorities here. Normally, as a Moonkin, if I'm not mistaken, you're kind of just trying to Starfall and cleave everything down. But you can see Wexy actually committing a lot of Star Surges to try to kill this infused Earth Rager as quickly as possible. This ad needs to die. The longer it's alive, the more it's pulsing AoE damage. And the Resonant Quake is coming out from the boss as well. Oh my god, that is why this boss is the boss I'm the most scared of. If that ad is still pulsing when the boss casts that Resonant Quake, even with the disc barrier down, you are not living through that AoE. Those ads need to die as quickly as possible. And even though Wildy didn't lose the Surge, losing the Lust was enough of a problem for them to just die to that boss there. That's going to be a wall of a boss on this key level.
Yeah, you got the police here coming for Wildy dying during that bloodlust as well in the background. Dude, that is the difference here. And you saw that they took some trash into the boss. I didn't exactly see what ended up killing him off, but there is some... We were kind of looking at that pull that they were going to be doing with Taskmaster Ascari. there's a decent amount of danger with that trash, especially if they start to look to take it into the boss. I do think that, yeah, okay, so look at this. We have a replay here from Stamp. This is not Holy Method. It looks like Stamp has had a slight issue in the Taskmaster Ascari with the massive slam. It looked like some players were kind of standing on that ledge a little bit elevated and couldn't see the ground effect circle on the outline of that Taskmaster Ascari slam. A very unfortunate wipe for Stamp. And so they were already a little bit behind, right, by not two-chesting that key?
Mm-hmm. They were already behind, and this is going to set them behind even further. You would say not two-chesting a key that is usually thought of as being two-chested to be about, it's essentially one entire dungeon run that you're missing out on, so probably 30 minutes. They just lost another 12 minutes. So they're already 40 minutes behind to start the day here, and they essentially are going... We need them to have a perfect day if they're going to be a front-running team that qualifies through to tomorrow. So
yeah,
huge microscope on Stamp if they can convert on that 21 in their next couple of attempts here. That's going to be a difficult dungeon.
Stamp, whenever we were watching the MDI finals, Dratnos and I kind of talked about it, where they have really good upside, especially in some of the max level dungeons, but their consistency just seems a lot lower than some of the other teams. But whenever they kind of hit their stride and they get on this like really great run, they have excellent times, which means that their cap for these keys is quite good. But if you don't have the consistency, other teams, especially at this global finals caliber, are going to be able to beat you. Now, we do actually have that replay from Holy Method's wipe in that 22 Motherload. We saw Wildy go down, of course, whenever that Bloodlust was happening. Let's see if we can figure out what exactly... Oh, okay, we actually don't have the deaths prior to that, unfortunately. We only have the wipe to the Earth Ragers, which, we knew how this ended. the Earth Rager...
Tale as old as time.
Just a quick cast.
Pulsing AoE. Wildy lived initially with the Ice Cold, but then died to the Pulse right afterwards. Yeah, that's never going to work out well. If the Earthshaper was still alive, it could have been potentially like an Earth Shock going off during an infused Earth Rager. That would be a pretty easy way to die there. We could miss a cast going off.
We could miss a cast. I think there's a bunch of different ways that he's going down there.
Here's the death beforehand. Let's see. Earthshaper's still alive. Let's see if we can see what happens. Resonant quick AoE.
It's two Earthshapers, right? Or is that one?
It must have been extra damage. Can you replay that? Just go back like 5 seconds. He lost his barrier to something.
It could have been the Earth Shock from the...
It could have been an Earth Shock. I think it was just an Earth Shock. Yeah,
that's
a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the things you kind of are considering as a possibility when this happens. Yeah, you can see he just lost his prismatic barrier, which is going to be a huge amount of damage reduction for the Resident Quake. Yeah, Earth Shock. Yep.
Yeah, that's tough. So
the only counterplay to that is like CCing the Earthshapers during the cast, right? That's the only thing you can do to prevent that, because it's an unkickable, non-seeable cast on the Earthshapers, right?
You could be a little bit better with your barrier, I think. I mean, obviously, like, it's easy to be like, oh yeah, hindsight Henry over here said be better with your barrier. But like in reality, he could have pressed it 1 millisecond, or like, 0.1 seconds before the cast went off, and guaranteed that couldn't happen, because then he also gets the DR against the Quake and everything like that. But at the same time, like, dude, I don't think that's one of those things that you should really be expecting to happen. It's just such a very low chance thing. Ooh, and Holy Method, dude, we were talking about how this pull is... The damage check on this pull is harder than Mythic Gallywix, and if you have one mistake go wrong, you end up having Rock Lance casts just go off time and time again, and they can end up wiping your team, and that's why teams have been electing to save Bloodlust or potentially cage those mobs. That is a very dangerous pull that Holy Method just wiped to, so maybe they got a little bit lucky that they were able to one-shot it the first time through.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think there's, like, particular pulls on the 22 key level are going to be egregiously difficult, right? That particular extractor pull without the Bloodlust, the fact that they were able to get through on that first try, I was already very impressed. Azarok, again, going to be another wall. These Mastermind plus Alchemist pulls on the 22 are going to be demonic. At that point, obviously, I think one who's going off on an important player, like your healer or your tank, or like just anyone that does good damage. Any player in the group getting ooze is going to be a bad on 22. You're probably dead. So they need to be perfect with their stops and kicks. Maybe even like not having a meld for a Mastermind cast could kill a player. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Here's Mandatory, though, in the 18. Again, pretty standard, massive pull that we're seeing. All 4 of the Ordnance Specialists in this area on top of the War Machine, giving your Arcane Mage all of that funnel to kill off this mob. And it looks like they're going to be going for the same strat that we saw earlier on, where they're just going to have to kill off 8 9 mines to finish their count afterwards. They're not going to be going for the strategy that we saw for Missed Count that actually ended up being the fastest strategy in this dungeon, where they pull the final 2 war machines and like chain like the last 30% of one of them into the boss. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to match the time that we saw from Missed Count here.
I mean, I think that to me, the interesting thing is, like, what are they going to look like relative to Wunderbar, too? Because right now, they were a little bit behind on the Priority of the Sacred Flame timer-wise. And just eyeballing Wunderbar on the side, they're already, through the Mogul Razdunk intermission, they just eclipsed the 3-chest timer. I think that Wunderbar might be a little bit faster in the ML as well. Ooh, this death for Maystein, not very fortunate enough for them. Like, they do end up getting
They still have 10?
rezzed.
No, they lost to mine, so Skylark has to go pull another one. Okay,
yeah,
unlucky.
It's not the end of the world, right? We're still gonna be 2-chesting it. Every other top team was 2-chesting it. It's not like the end of the world. At the same point, whenever we're looking to do these comparisons head to head with Wunderbar and with Missed Count, you're gonna have to be able to. I mean, I talked about Top Show play perfect. It's not like a thing where you're able to play. Oh yeah, this is as good as we're gonna get. We have to be able to have like perfect days where we're able to 2-chest or 3-chest dungeons that other teams maybe weren't.
We're seeing here the first pull of the Dungeon and Priory here that we haven't really covered too much today so far. A lot of teams opting to go for the Knightless route at the start here. You don't want to have that extra Knight in on this group. It's a ton of extra AoE damage on top of the damage that Guard Captain Suleiman's doing on your group. Every single one of the Thunderclaps is a ton of AoE damage that they have to live through. Thunderclap plus any other damage going off can potentially just one-shot a player on this key level, so I love seeing no Knights in this first pull.
I feel like they got this pack gathered a lot quicker than most other teams are able to do, and now they're doing a really good job of making sure that all of these casters are going to be CC'd. That is a very technically challenging pull. We do have Wunderbar, though, finishing up this run in this Motherload. They are going to be finishing it up at 21, 20, 31. Okay, so how does that stack up compared to Missed Count?
If you asked me what Missed Count timer was on the 18, I would be lying if I told you I knew, but I will go back in the VOD and look right now to see what their timer was so we can get a comparison.
Yeah, and on the big screen here, we do have Missed Count finishing up that first pull of the dungeon. I'm really interested in seeing what route they are going to be running in this place. So whenever we saw Wunderbar a little bit earlier, they were playing the no chainmail route. And for context, there are the 50 count mini-bosses that come off of Captain Dalecry. There's Standard Dual Maul, there's Chainmail, and there's Emberlands. And some teams elect to not play this mini-boss that you're seeing right on screen here, and the reason and the general thought process behind it is because the lunging strike ability is just obnoxious, and it loses your DPS a lot of potential damage. But with what Missed Count is actually playing with trash-wise on top of this mini-boss, this looks like a very efficient pull. They're playing it with a bunch of links. It looks like there's a decent amount of sharpshooters here. I don't think there's a ton of footmen. The footmen, they do give good count, but they are relatively slow because of the defend cast. So those are kind of the things those are the reasons and variables that you kind of have to factor in here. But I mean, look at Chainmail. It's just marked with Skull. Hearthjax is just missiling straight into that boss, trying to do as much damage as possible. And look at this. Now Yargi is going to be standing on top of this pot, and what this allows you to do is it allows you to Z-axis the links and potentially Chainmail's leap. And so those are kind of things that allow you to... It's just like a strat. It's like a Z-axis strat. It's basically...
Can you Z-axis the Flame Strike?
I don't think so, which is why we stopped that.
That's why we saw AJ jump off there, but they were good. They had the stop for it. Yeah, I was going to point out, I mean, as well, we saw Yargi disengaging for every leap as well, because you just need to make sure they don't get hit by that extra bleed, right?
So you can't Z-axis the links, but you can Z-axis Chainmail, which is obviously the most important thing. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Chainmail's cast gets canceled there, and they just continue to just hammer down on that mini-boss.
Okay. I mean, this is a very clean variation on the pull, right? But I believe this is also something that we saw bug out a sharpshooter in Group C, if I'm not mistaken, right? Didn't we see? Okay, it was a Typhoon. Okay, that, that can happen. Unlucky. Got through the pull, though, and this is pretty fast, right? Okay. 330, dealing with Chainmail, we're pretty happy with that timing on the pull.
Whenever you went back and looked in the VOD at the Missed Count Motherload, did you get the timer comparison between Missed Count and Wunderbar on the 18s? Okay, what's the results?
Missed Count's time in the 18 Motherload was a 21:55, so 20 seconds slower than what we just saw from Wunderbar. So Wunderbar is fast, and if they're able to keep up that pace and that cleanliness on the 20, we should see them have a good chance at getting the 2-chest in the 20.
Take a look at... Or not perplexed. Let's take a look here at mandatory and kind of see where they're going to be stacking up finishing up that Motherlode 21:59. So they're actually a little bit slower than both Miscount and Wunderbar.
But still in the realm of the 2 chest 20 Motherlode territory. They have the space.
Ultimately, the most important thing is, of course, 2 chesting the 20 ml, not necessarily worrying about being the fastest 18 ml. But I think it does kind of give you a good comparison to what we're actually seeing from some of the other top teams whenever you see that, oh, this team is already 30 seconds behind and the key level lower.
Yeah, that's a question that you have to talk about when it comes to practice for these dungeons, right? If you're a team like Mandatory, Wunderbar, Miscount, a team that's expected to do really well, when you're practicing a dungeon on the 18 key level, if you're practicing for the 2 chest, do you just practice for just the 2 chest, or do you think, oh, we could go a little bit maybe a minute faster if we did this, but it'd be a little bit more dangerous? Do you go for the more dangerous route, or do you just take the clean 2 chest, practice that, and then move on to higher keys for practice? I think that's something I'd be really interested to actually ask our winners, maybe potentially on Sunday, whoever they
You're getting a little bit ahead of yourself, bro.
That's a good question. I mean, the level of practice that you put into the lower key levels is important because, like, that's the whole point of the competition, is pushing up the keys, right? While an 18 might not seem like it's that difficult for these players in the TGP, that's a very real push key for a large majority of players on live.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, actually, to kind of dovetail off of that, right? The idea of practice, trying to figure out how you're going to do this, how you optimize it, right? But now, of course, chat's been asking, and we already mentioned, but we'll mention again, Turbo Boost and Corruption are implemented for this weekend. So, Tuttles, do you think that that affects any of the team's practice planning strategies? Have they kind of taken that into account with how they might be even trying to 2-chest or what they might be trying to do?
I don't know if the Turbo Boost specifically played a factor into all of that. So just blanket, you got around 10% damage, maybe a little bit more than that. So mathematically, you would kind of expect teams to be able to pretty consistently do +1 dungeon over what they were able to do in group stage. And so you're going to kind of need to be able to do that +1. There were some dungeons that were kind of on the fringe of already being able to be done +1 in group play, and those are going to be the potentially like MDI winning dungeons. I think the biggest difference, though, with the Turbo Boost gear is the fact that you got 6 item levels from Turbo Boost, which is fantastic, but and then you got a little bit of damage from Corruption, but notably the Corruption doesn't give you additional stamina. So that kind of creates this situation where there were maybe some dungeons that survivability was important, but now it's going to be even more important and even more lethal than it was before because you didn't end up getting that 10% stamina. You only got 10% damage. Let's say you got 6% stamina gain.
Right. Yeah, so the dungeons that are harder to live through, but the damage was already there, those are going to be the dungeons that are more difficult. Are there any dungeons that come to mind when you think of that in particular? I think the one that I'm thinking of is maybe an Operation Floodgate, where Big Mama and Swamp Face are extremely difficult to live through, potentially.
I'm thinking maybe something as crazy as a 22 Candle King versus a 23 Candle King, right? Where most of the teams have something like a 22 Candle King pretty automatic, and then 23 Candle King becomes just this menacing guy with a candle on his head.
What do we think the preferred healer is going to be for a potential high Candle King if we do see that dungeon this weekend?
Whatever my healer wants to play.
There's a particular healer specialization that got buffed by 23% this week.
You think we're going to see Presevoker?
I have heard that Presevoker heals a thing like Candle King, like it's no problem. I've heard.
Jeez.
Maybe these teams don't have that prepared, but I've heard it's very good for that particular healing profile.
I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen a Presevoker at all this season. If there was ever a time to bust it out, it's after a 20% buff.
Yeah? Well, of course, we'll have to see if that's going to be on the cards. We don't even know if that dungeon's part of the pool yet this weekend, so...
Oh, dude, this is... Oh, no. Look at Holy Method. They left Motherlode again. They've already left Motherlode, and they're starting the Cinder Brew.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dude, they went on break after their second wipe. And instead of trying to go for that ML, they actually are electing to go for the Cinder Brew Meadery. Huh.
Interesting. So I don't hate the idea of the early break. So things to talk about. We covered a little bit earlier the differences from this weekend compared to group stages in terms of overall how the weekend works. Right, 8 teams all playing at the same time. 3 dungeons today, 2 tomorrow, 1 on Sunday. the thing that we covered at the very top of the show that we haven't talked about since is that teams this weekend didn't know what dungeons they were going to be playing this weekend, right? They didn't know not only the dungeon maps that would be part of the pool today, they didn't know what key level they would start at. So taking an early break to maybe sort of just relax, assess the situation, and talk about your plan for the rest of the day is actually a good plan, because it gives you time to think about what you're doing today.
I do think across the... Okay, so there's going to be 6 dungeons this weekend. Teams know that. They don't know what the dungeons are, they don't know what the key levels are going to be. But I think that you're going to have to come in with a plan for each and every single dungeon coming into this weekend. I don't really think that there was, especially with the amount of time that teams had to prep for global finals, I don't think there was kind of the option to not have a plan for each and every single situation. Maybe, you didn't realize it was going to be 18 very specifically Motherlode, but I think that you need to have a plan for what are your capstone level keys and what are the potential lowest level keys and how are we going to be able to 2 and 3 chest those dungeons, because those kind of things can be make or break. And I mean, for Holy Method, it's fantastic that they got a 20 Motherlode 2 chested, but it's less good that they've ended up wasting somewhere in the order of around 20 minutes in that 22. Now, it doesn't matter if all the other teams also end up spending 20 additional minutes resetting the 22 ML. No harm, no foul if all the teams have that similar problem.
Right.
But I think that there's a chance of the level of competition that we're seeing this weekend that doesn't happen and the teams are able to convert immediately. So I pulled up some numbers on this Priory of the Sacred Flame because we do have a couple of teams in the Priory that you see on screen here. We have Green Player in this Priory. The time that Wunderbar actually put up in this 18, though, was 22:41, and is Green Player going to be able to 2-chest this dungeon? Now, we do have Bloodlust available. I mean, we're going to be really close here, though.
Braunpike is going down in a moment here. I believe we still have the Holy Priest plus Risen Footman off on the left that we're going to have to pull in a moment here as well. Yeah, these have to probably just be pulled into the boss with Bloodlust, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. We're only going to get 2 more surges, 2 more sets of DK cooldowns as well. This is going to be tight. I don't know if they have the 2 chests in the back. They're going to have to do a ridiculous amount of damage. This Bloodlust is going to help, but I don't know, Tettle. I'm scared for him.
So I think it's, like a 4:15 boss without Bloodlust?
Something
Maybe
without
4.
Bloodlust, yeah. Even on 18, it's a long boss, but just because of the intermission, right? You have to burn through the shield, make sure your positioning is correct. You have to run up the stairs. That takes time as well, even with the Stampeding Roar. We'll have to see. I want to get through this first phase with the Bloodlust in order for them to be inside that 2-chest timer, which is now just gone under the 3-minute mark. We want to get this boss to 50% in the next, 45 seconds for me to think they have a chance.
And I mean,
they might get it there.
It's so crazy to me that Wunderbar put up a 22:41 in this dungeon.
I mean, they were crazy fast.
That's why I say I think their route here is just next level. They're not even playing something that is close to a traditional route. They're basically writing the playbook on how to do this dungeon.
Yeah, what's crazy though to me is they did this strategy in Group A, and none of the other teams did it. Wunderbar gave them the playbook, and none of the other teams were like, "Yeah, we'll do that, right? That looks fast." They're like, "Nah, we're good. We got our own strategy already." But they got through that first phase with 2 minutes 15 seconds left on the 2-chest timer here. We do have another set of cooldowns coming up right after this shield here. Tettles, it looks like they might have the damage to get the 2-chest here still.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be quite tight. Now they're starting to pull Merprey back. Oh man, our DK and our tank just lost so much uptime there, and now we're getting some more neophytes in. This is good news and bad news. On one hand, maybe we can get some barrage cleave to allow us to get resonance funnel for our mage. Downside is that you really don't want those neophytes coming in. We need to be pressing this arcane surge pretty quickly here. If we don't press the surge much faster, we might actually end up losing the additional press. Maybe we're just saving it for the execute.
At this point, I think he's saving it for execute, which is going to be very shortly here. I think it might be the right play, getting one full execute one versus the tail end of an extra one, especially with the timing that they had on the blinding light as well. That would have been a really tough arcane surge to execute on. There it is. There's the execute arcane surge that's going to come out here. They'll get another mini burn in about 30 seconds as well. It's going to be a little bit of burst of damage. I think they're going to be good here. One final blinding light going to do a ton of damage. Unfortunately, kiting the beam into the AMZ during the AoE. Everyone getting out of dodge there, dodging it out. Nobody goes down. They're okay.
That
was a little bit scary.
That
AMZ was probably for him. Yeah. No one else is going to die to that as long as they have their cooldowns up. But yeah, the 45 seconds left now on the 2-chest timer. Green Player does have the damage for it. It's going to be a very, very quick Prioress Merprey kill. But again, I mean, still, 2.5 minutes or so slower than Wunderbar in this key. Yes, you secure the 2-chest. but is this strategy going to scale into the higher key levels?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Missed Count actually put up the fastest 18 prior to the Sacred Flame at 22 minutes and 12 seconds off screen, it looks like. So, yeah, maybe this just isn't Green Player's dungeon. It's one of those things that, like, map pools, we don't really talk about it too often because we always expect all these teams to be super clean in every single dungeon. But some dungeons are just better or worse for teams, kind of depending on how their practice has been going. And we do have a replay here from Perplex as they are doing this large second pull into the Baron Braunpike room with the Bloodlust available. It's a bunch of Paladins. Tobo ends up going down by a combo of Holy Smite plus Divine Toll at the exact same time.
Man.
And then once that first death happens, then the priests are no longer going to be able to get killed as they continue to get, like, de-stacked from the pack. Tobo goes down again without a battle res for Perplex. And then from there, things like really start to kind of spiral out of control. This is where situations can kind of fall apart. You do see those greater heal casts starting to get pressed. You do see Tobo releasing, and he's electing to run all the way back. I think that's probably the correct play. If Perplex are able to actually... Were Perplex able to recover this? Oh my god!
Yeah.
Okay.
The fact that they're able to recover this after losing an in-card plus Vigil at pretty much the start of the, like, you know, near the start of the pull is pretty crazy. They were able to carry this into the next pull and continue, so that's very impressive that they were able to continue that run, losing your Moonkin on a pull where they are supposed to be the top damage player on. And I think their timer for the 20 is still good. Again, we're not thinking they're going to two-chest this 20 ever.
Sure.
Like, we're just trying to get the +1 here. So if they're able to convert, that's still impressive.
So I'm going to level with you guys. That was bad, right? Like, that those couple of mistakes were pretty bad. At the same point, if they time this key, we think that you need to be able to get a 21. We don't even think that necessarily 20 time tiebreaker is really a thing. We think that the teams are going to need to be able to get a 21. So even if they just, like, barely +1 this 20, it doesn't feel great because you didn't have a perfect run, right? It wasn't the cleanest thing that you could have done. But the fact that they were able to recover that, I think, you know, that's really impressive that they were able to go ahead and not wipe to that pull in situations where a lot of other teams would have been wiping there.
All right, what are we up to now, Divine Field? What's the next pull? We finished off the trash in the Baron Braunpike room. We now are pulling a Priest plus Light Spawn combo, although we have CC'd the other two non-Light Spawn mobs there, and I believe, are we going to be Shadow Melding off the aggro of those later on, or are they just going to be trickling into the boss after the fact?
So I think it's one caster right now with the Light Spawn. Wait, did we CC both?
I think they CC'd both. I saw a Prison and a Polymorph. So it's just the Light Spawn currently. Interesting. Okay. This is another variation on how to get extra trash count here.
I think that I think the cage is going to come in, and they're probably going to fight that on top of the boss with kicks, and then just utilize the mage to kick the Burning Light over and over again. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Wolf Disco was the only person who kicked that. So then they're going to grip the trash mob on top of the boss after the Light Spawn dies off. This is a very technical pull. Do Light Spawns heal bosses? I know this might sound insane to ask, but I guess I'm not 100% sure.
I've never pulled a Light Spawn on a boss, so I do not know the answer to that question. Let's hope we don't see it happen for the first time live on broadcast, though.
We do have two taunts, right? We have a Druid taunt and we have a DK taunt.
We'll have to see. What if the boss is just casting Vindictive Wrath and can't move while the Light Spawn is exploding? We'll have to see. As that Light Spawn dies off, we do have a replay. We had a wipe from Stamp, actually, that we can cut to in a moment here, if we want to show that off here. There's the burst of light from the Light Spawn. Didn't heal the boss in this situation, away from the boss. Let's see what happened to Stamp here. This is very deep into the 21 here.
This is what happened to 20, right?
God. Yeah, this is... Yeah. Transmute on the tank. That's instantly going to kill your group.
Maybe
that's a full wipe. They have to reset and go again. That's pretty brutal. Ugh. I liked what you were pointing out there. The Ring of Frost on the door as the ads came in through, so they could get another round of CC on them. That was really smart. I like this pull from Perplex. They deal with these extra mobs on top of Baron Braunpike very, very cleanly.
Perplex is definitely, I think, handling this so masterfully, which is great to see when we have seen some other just incredibly strong runs in this dungeon. But we're going to have a swap over here on the desk, so we're going to be saying goodbye to you, Zyro, at least for now, and we'll have you back on later.
Enjoy. Great dungeons,
Thanks. See ya. And Agura is going to be coming in. So, of course, we'll watch this run. We'll see what Perplex is doing here with this boss. But, Tunnels and Zyro were talking a little bit about difficulty in dungeons, how different teams obviously have different strengths or weaknesses across all of the ones that we have. And actually, chat was curious, too, about this, where Corazon in chat asked Nagura, what is, in your opinion, the hardest dungeon this season?
Overall, okay, let's see. I do think Priory overall is probably the toughest dungeon this season when it comes to like execution. I think there's a little bit of a difference depending on what you're looking at. Like, are you looking at the timer versus the difficulty of the dungeon itself? But I think when it comes to like actual like mechanical difficulty of the dungeon and how you execute it, I do personally think it's Priory. What do you think, Petals?
I think it kind of depends on how you're looking at it. From like a technical level, I think it's probably either Priory or Operation Floodgate. I think from like a maximum key level thing, it's probably Rookery. Rookery is kind of capped as to how high and how fast you can go due to the fact that it's a 29-minute dungeon and the last boss scales out of control rather quickly if you're not careful. So that dungeon is harder in the sense of you'll see it be done at the lowest level.
Yeah, I do agree. But yeah, the Priory, of course, being a super difficult key, and we can see the teams... The fact that they're pulling off such crazy strategies on such high key levels is actually just insane. Like, the things that they're pulling onto bosses, the things they're pulling together, like, that's something you would never see on, like, a live run. At least not unless it's, like, a team that literally practiced it on Tournament Realm or something beforehand. Or on, like... Resilient keys, I guess. We do have somewhat of the equivalent of
Is Resil?
Tournament keys. Yeah.
Yeah, all of the teams have taken the time after group play to cook up some food. Now the question is it a 5-star meal or is it burnt? Those are the real questions that we have to factor in here. How have you been feeling about the team so far? What are kind of your, it's a little bit early. We're an hour and a half into play. Who are your favorites and who are the teams that you think have had some mistakes that you're not loving their position?
So I'm not 100% loving 07's position since we have them on full screen right now. I did think that they would be able to like get some of the keys that the other teams got, like the 2 chests in the 20, for example. That's something that I think they would have been able to do. Obviously there's nothing over yet, right? We're going to be doing a lot of like high key pushing at the end of the day because we started on such a high key level, so everything's still possible, of course. But I do think the keys that I'm loving so far the most is Miscount. I think Miscount is performing really well, and then of course we have Wunderbar and Mandatory, who are just out of their world here. And Wunderbar in particular, like, I honestly thought, at least the Priory. The Priory looked so good for Wunderbar. Like, they were just so incredibly fast, which is just, I don't know. I don't know what they did, but Mandatory is supposed to be that fast team, right? And then you see Wunderbar come in, and they just, like, smash that Priory.
It's interesting, because Mandatory were the fast team during Group C, where they were faster than every other team was... But it felt like they kind of left some maybe potential +1s on the table there, not really wanting to show too much of their hand. But coming into the global finals, I think to me, Wunderbar has been a little bit faster than Mandatory just in every single dungeon so far, and to the point as well. Missed Count were faster than both Wunderbar and Mandatory in the Priory of the Sacred Flame 18. So I think that we kind of are seeing the top 3 teams with Wunderbar, Missed Count, and Mandatory really starting to break away with just how incredibly quick they are, even in these lower level keys.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. We do see Wunderbar now. Unfortunately, now seems to not have gotten off the Shadow Melt here, so they're going to have to rest now up. But thankfully, their timer is still so good that they actually use a Battle Rest just now. Yeah, that was their first death. So they're like, let's just Battle Rest.
The Eagle
they have
B-Res.
5 minutes,
That's
so
good.
they're still within the 2 chest timer, of course.
Why would I waste 8 seconds whenever I can use this limited resource?
Especially since they could have just started resting already. Like, since Whippy was already out of combat from Shadow Melt, could have just started casting like the out of combat rest. But oh well.
They're really fast. I mean, they're going to be smashing this 2 chest timer in the 20. So those are kind of the interesting points. And then from there, I kind of expect Wunderbar to start their Cinderbrew meadery journey.
I think so. I think they'll do the 22.
I think they need to do the 22, but I think with the way that the format works, you can get the only way that you can get heavily punished is if you don't establish a baseline of dungeons, right? if you end up spending too much time going for these chase level keys, these 21s, these 22s, and if you're not able to convert them and give yourself enough time to put up the baseline in the other dungeons, that's the only way that I think you can get like super heavily punished and accidentally get eliminated. Because then you were trying to convert a 2 chest that you maybe needed a little bit more time to. So for Wunderbar, I think the safe play is just go Cinderbrew Meadery. Now, the downside would be that you might need to like log off characters and you waste a little bit of time standing around in Dornegal, because we did see them play Warlock in that dungeon during group play.
Okay, so I generally would agree with you, but we're 1 hour 37 minutes into the day. Like, we're so early into the day, and doing a 22 here, or even resetting it twice or something, like, they have more than enough time to go to Cinderbrew and get a bunch of keys done in that dungeon as well. And we know that 18 is 2 chestable in a pretty easy way for most teams here, which means that Wunderbar also knows they can 2 chest it. So I personally think doing the 22 here makes sense, and it's 2 points, right?
Yeah.
You'll have to do it eventually. So I think it makes sense. But I would also understand if they go to the Cinderbrew, of course. Like, a 22 Motherload is nothing to scoff at. Like, that's actually a pretty difficult key.
So 2 teams have had pretty substantial wipes so far. First off, we saw Stamp depleting pretty late into a Motherload into the tester area. The other team was actually Holy Method, though, around 15 minutes into the Motherload 22 on Azarok, just because that dungeon is super hard. Which makes me wonder as to, like, would you rather not just budget a little bit more time to do the 22 ML towards the end of the day, and maybe, worst case scenario, you could run it on 21 to guarantee your safety if you really are kind of that concerned? But at the same point, I think that what you said is likely true, where you're going to need to be able to put that dungeon up on a 22, especially if your expectations are to win the entire MDI.
Yeah, that's what I think, right? Because if we're thinking about the way the group stage worked with the like 3 completely separate days, I think you could argue, okay, do we even need the 22 to make it to Sunday, right? But since the format does work differently, and the points that they're getting there today, they are moving forward tomorrow and then also move forward to Sunday. So whatever the teams are doing now, it's not just to not get eliminated, it's also to get more score for the next 2 days. I do think that means for Wunderbar, they obviously are a team that wants to win this competition. They're not just here to not get eliminated. And therefore, I think they know they have to get the 22. But again, like, this is honestly just like a discussion that doesn't even matter as much, because they can do either thing and both decisions would be fine, right? Like,
yeah.
So whatever they as a group think works better for their mental, for their time management. And as you said, maybe having to relog to other classes, like if they feel like that's worth the time to do it like twice instead of just once.
Teams are done with 4 dungeons an hour 40 minutes into the day already.
That's crazy.
What
like, we're
in
going to
the
see such
world
high
is
key
going
level.
on? Yeah. We are literally going to be
insane.
we're going to see teams being able to like attempt chase keys at the end of the day today already.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think so too.
this is sweet.
I love this. Also tomorrow, since we're gonna have less keys, and the day after even lesser keys getting announced, I think we're gonna see super high key levels. Honestly, I talked earlier about the 22 Priory with Zyro, like not necessarily being a thing that maybe is doable, but seeing how fast these teams are getting to those really high key levels, I mean, maybe we do see keys like 22 Priory, like that would be sick.
I don't know. I think the 22 metery is probably it's one of those things that, like, there's a decent, I don't say decent, but there's some dungeons that are doable on a key level higher if you just look at the timer on the key level lower, but then the damage intake is just so much, like, so ridiculous whenever you go a key level higher, and I think that Priory of the Sacred Flame is probably one of those dungeons that suffers from that, similar to Cinderbrew Meadery, where it's like, Cinderbrew 21, I think it's likely that some of these top teams put up Cinderbrew 21 and they're like 3 to 3.5 minutes under on the timer, but then it's kind of a question of, can we live Cinderbrew 22? And that's a completely unanswered question so far.
Yeah, I mean, 22, all of a sudden, like, everything is just going to do so much damage, right? Like, that's definitely
exactly.
going to be a thing that is going to be problematic for these teams. And all of a sudden, they're going to have to worry so much about survivability, which, of course, they have to worry about survivability already on a 20 and a 21, but not to an extent where things all of a sudden literally just one-shot you unless you have, like, major defensives up. Like, that is something that these teams don't necessarily have to worry about yet. This is something we had to worry about a lot in Dragonflight, right? When it was all about survivability. And maybe they have to go back to that mindset on those super high key levels eventually.
The real question is, how OP is Oracle Disc Priest? The people are wondering.
Yeah. Alright, so Wunderbar did get that 2 chest on a 20 Motherload up, and looks like they're in a break. So a lot of teams deciding to start taking their breaks. Of course, they do have the 20 minutes that are mandatory, and you have to take it within in the middle 3 hours of the tournament. So you can't take it in the first and within the last hour.
Yeah. So I think for Wunderbar taking this break kind of, to me, tells me that they're swapping their comp around.
Yeah, I
right?
think
They're
so too.
utilizing that
Yeah.
10-minute break to get the Warlock in, to get the Moonkin out.
Do you think they'll play the Warlock, though? Considering mandatory did not?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think it's likely that they think the Warlock is just good. Because the fact that they played it during Group A, whenever they absolutely didn't have to, that just kind of meant that was their fastest strat during, like, practice. And it's pretty rare that you see teams just go away from what's working.
Yeah, I agree. But I definitely think once they saw mandatory play the Moonkin, I definitely think they went back in there and just double checked, right? Like, I think Wunderbar is a team that is like, it just thinks about that,
well,
and then just double checks the efficiency of their comp.
I saw some screenshots of Gingy on Gingy Og, where I think
Ooh.
that's a team that they try everything. Like, genuinely,
Yeah.
they've tried everything. Og got buffed. They go, "Is this good?" Then they try, and they're like, "I don't know." And then maybe it's good. Maybe we'll see it this weekend. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting. All right, so maybe we can actually pull up the Motherload graphic. I'm really interested to see how Mandatory's 20 ml. Shook out compared to Wunderbar's 20 Motherload and kind of the rest of the field. Remember, we got Holy Method as well, also 2-chesting that 20 ml. We had a miscount as well. So let's take a look at these 20 mls. So it looks like Holy Method and Perplexed had the slowest on the 22 chest, and then Wunderbar, Mandatory, and Missed Count all around similar-ish times in that 20 Motherload. Very interesting.
Yeah, if you look at... Okay, so Wunderbar third, like they're all similar, right? But Wunderbar has a death, right? That one death on now at the end with the Belras coming through.
Yeah.
So I guess Wunderbar would technically have been slightly faster than Miscount if they didn't have the death, which of course, this is not how it works. Like the deaths do count. So they have to have a death. But in theory, their strategy might be slightly quicker.
And then, of course, you have Stamp and 07, who are currently the only two teams who failed to get a 2-chest in that 20 Motherload. Do you think that could potentially be something that eliminates teams at the end of the day, or do you think it's just one of those things that, yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but it's not, MDI losing?
So I think if you lose the 2-chest because of a mistake, but your strategy would have been fast enough, then I think it's not necessarily something that is that puts you into elimination, just because how fast these teams are, right? In my opinion, we're gonna see push keys and chase keys at the end of the day, which means that it allows these teams that ended up not making a 2-chest to catch up one dungeon, right? Of course, you have less time to do the chase keys, but it means you can still make it out. The problem, though, is if you don't get the 2-chest because your strategy is literally slower, like you did the dungeon well, didn't have a wipe or anything, and you didn't make it, then I think I'm worried about your team, because at that point, your route is just a lot slower than the other teams, which also kind of indicates that maybe your routes are also slower in the other dungeons as well, right?
Mm-hmm. I feel like it's a little bit too early to call, but at the same point, it is one of those things, like kind of like you're saying, it's a worrying trend. Like maybe your routes are going to be slower, just straight across the board. Now we do have 4 teams currently on break, but do not worry. This is one of the advantages of having 8 teams. That we have 4 teams not on break. So yeah, we got nonstop
It'll be worse on Sunday.
Oh, that's true. We got Holy Method here finishing up this Cinderbrew Meadery on this 18 level. It looks like they're going to be able to 2-chest this fairly comfortably. It seems like they're going to probably be, like a minute 15 under on the 2-chest timer. That's absolutely fantastic. It sets them up quite nicely to immediately jump into that 20, which is kind of what we come to expect from some of our top teams.
Yeah, doing really well. Now let's take a look at the other teams. We do have 07 currently dealing with Braun Pike, looking pretty good on their 2-chest timer. 07, of course, being one of the teams that missed that 2-chest on that 20 Metaload, so we're going to have to keep an eye on their 2-chest in the Priory as well. I think the Priory 2-chest is for sure the hardest 2-chest that we have on an 18 with these 3 dungeons. Cinderbrew and Motherlode did seem a little bit more lenient. So we'll see if they're going to be able to execute this. But they already have Braunpike dead, and they still have 4 minutes to the 3 chest timer, so I do think they're going to be fine. But this Thrasher's coming up, of course, does take quite a long time.
Yeah, it kind of depends on where your count stands, because we have seen some teams playing all of the trash in this final room, but we've also seen some teams actually electing to skip a couple of the trash packs, including some of the patrols or some of like the side wing pulls with those light spawns that are a tad bit slow. So it's kind of one of those routing decision points for a lot of teams. So as well, we also have something. Okay, what were you saying?
Before we do that, let's take a look at Stamp, because they're on this pool. I think that they have wiped to twice already. So let's take a look at Stamp as they are fighting those masterminds and those weapon testers. This is where their tank has gotten polymorphed a few times. They had to reset the key earlier so far in. So we'll see if that's going to be an issue for them again. On the 18 where it happened, they ended up still 2-chesting the key. So it didn't actually cost them too much. But on the 21 where it happened earlier, they did, of course, have to reset the whole thing. So it looks like they are doing a lot better this time around. I don't see any polymorphed things just yet, but one more cast is going through as they use a Typhoon and a Vortex combo to interrupt it. And one more needs to happen. There we go, Chaos Nova coming through. It looks like we also did maybe use an ink cap? I think they are.
I think there was a Sigil Misery at some point during that too. It's one of these pulls. I mean, Stamp looked pretty shaky in Motherlode during the China finals. I was kind of assuming that they were going to spend a little bit more time practicing this dungeon so that way they could kind of get these weaknesses, kind of like you're calling out, shored up coming into the China finals. But it seems like this dungeon is still just as problematic for them as it was during the finals over there.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. You wanted to talk about something?
Oh, yes. So we have a replay from Holy Method, and it's described by our producer as a funny/unfortunate clip of fragments. So we see here, Holy Method, they're looking like they're about to pull some trash into the BEO office. And so you see Frag and Andy here, they're trying to tag this pack from beneath. This is fairly standard. You also have to grip up the Scientist with Death Grip to make sure that you're able to like not have it evade out.
Oh, he fell down!
As it turns out, so what you're not supposed to do is you're not supposed to fall. You're supposed to carefully Death Grip those mobs.
Oh man, I wish we had Fragnance POV here, actually. That's what POV. Oh no. That's hilarious. Well, I'm glad they still got the 2 chests. That would have been a very unfortunate turn of events for Fragnance.
That would have been tragic.
Oh. Alright, so we do have a green player here in their +20 Priory. Let's see how they're looking. So they have the 2 deaths on the board. They're obviously not going to be 2-chesting this 20, which I say obvious, but Wunderbar was actually incredibly close at 2-chesting at 20, which might or might not be relevant. We'll see if the 22 would... I mean, that would be like a really tough... I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, green player were also just like pretty slow in the 18 Priory of the Sacred Flame. I think it comes down to the fact that their courtyard trash pulls were just a little bit different than what we had seen from some of the absolute top tier runs, where the top teams are doing like weird stuff with Thaner Dual Maul and whatnot, kind of deal with that mob. And where green players, I think, I would describe it as playing this dungeon a little bit more straight up, where they're doing more traditional routes, that kind of thing. And so I think that kind of led to their splits being a hair slower than what we had seen from some of the other top teams. But right now in this 20, they're looking like they're on great pace to be able to at least 1-chest this dungeon, which is promising.
Yeah, they definitely are looking pretty good. See, Wunderbar now back from their break. It looks like they are doing the 22 Motherloads. All right, so
nice.
Not going to the Cinderbrew. We're going to see a 22 Motherload attempted. This is going to be very interesting. We'll see how fast they can execute this key. Clearly, they know it's doable, because otherwise they wouldn't be attempting it so early. But we'll see if they can do it like with minimal reset.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So there's 2 decision points as to what you're going to be making in the beginning of this Motherlode. Is it, are we bloodlusting the first pull, or are we bloodlusting the second pull? It seems kind of unclear to all the teams as to, at least on live, as to what's the preferred bloodlust, whether it be that first pull or the second pull. it tends to kind of be understood that bloodlusting the first pull is a little bit faster because your relust allows you to press it on Azerok, which is quite nice. But bloodlusting the second pull of the dungeon is a little bit safer, so I wouldn't be shocked if these MDI teams elect to always bloodlust the first pull of the dungeon, unless they were doing something absolutely crazy. Like in the China finals, we saw a green player do double extractor in the 22 ml. If that's kind of the strat that they want to go for, I think it makes sense if they're lusting that pull then, because just of how dangerous that pull is in particular. So, but for Wunderbar, they're playing this dungeon a little bit more similar to what we've seen from a lot of the other teams, where they're bloodlusting this first pull. And now it's kind of interesting to see what they're going to do from here. We've seen some teams do this 5 shadow meld kind of strategy, where you pull all of these peacekeepers, and then everybody has to use that shadow meld night elf racial to be able to drop combat. It looks like Wunderbar is going to be doing something similar here, but wow, now has to be kind of careful. If he ends up proccing his cheat to this pull, it would be kind of unfortunate, but he does do a good job. He gets shielded right as he leaps through as well, and now everybody is going to be melding combat off. That saves you around 20 to 30 seconds on that skip, so very smooth.
Yeah, that's actually a very cool time saver here. Obviously, don't do something like this on live servers, please. But as we did see a lot of coordination being used, as well as we did see the in-cap roar by clicks, making sure that the mobs are full disoriented. Of course, when they're one thing about in-cap roar, usually, almost all the time, it's only used as a quick disrupt, right? Same as something like a typhoon. But the in-cap roar actually does disorient the mobs technically for multiple seconds. I think it's 3, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, since you're using it while you're hitting the mobs, it's going to immediately break. But if you do a skip like this, in-cap roar is actually pretty useful because it will disorient the mobs for the full duration since nobody is hitting them, which means that these casters have been CC'd for the whole duration, and then the Shadow Meld came out in perfect sync for all of the 5 players, so very nicely done.
This is nice. So this pull right here that you're seeing on screen is what Holy Method ended up wiping to earlier. And the reason that they ended up wiping to it is because they ended up having a 4th Earth Shaper into the pull. So a lot of teams actually grab that patrolling Earthshaper pack, but what you saw off screen is Gingy's leaving that patrolling Earthshaper in a polymorph, not allowing it to continue its path, but also just not walking into the pack. Now, the downside of this, of course, is that you're going to be getting a little bit less count, but it makes it a lot more stable of a pull, and it allows you to be a little bit more consistent here, because now basically what you're going to have is you're going to have your DH, your DK, and your Mage kicking 1 Earthshaper apiece, then you're going to rotate into Solar Beam, then you're going to rotate into a couple Demon Hunter stops into kicks, and then Silent Sigil that, and that allows you to have basically a perfect CC and kick rotation on those mobs. And so Wunderbar, while they're playing something that's maybe a little bit slower in that area, I think that playing a little bit more consistent does make a lot of sense.
I do think so as well, especially once you go to the plus 22 key level, right? At that point, we know that the timer is not the most difficult thing in the mother load. Of course, at 22 it will become difficult, right? But still, consistency in a 22 is going to be more important. So I do think playing it a little bit safer does make sense. They're still pulling in the Earthshaper, so of course for that extra damage on their Arcane Mage, as you can see Gingy now popping that Arcane Surge, and they're also positioning the boss in that position where it now can get the bombs into the boss all at the same time. You can see the amount of damage that Gingy does to this boss, absolutely crazy, as it is ramping up to 14 million. It's almost exclusively single target damage, which is just insane. Of course, the boss does take extra damage from the bombs, but yeah, really nicely executed by Wunderbar here. And you can see the boss still on 67% though. This boss just has so much health on a 22.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why you kind of want to have this funnel into the boss. Now, this is actually kind of scary having this Earthshaper available as well, because it does cast an invisible ability called Earthshock, and if that Earthshock contacts you right before the coin-operated crowd pummeler's like static charge AoE happens, that can actually cause people to die. We saw it happen earlier for Wildy from Holy Method, where he ended up getting hit with a resonated quake on Azerok at the exact same time that he got targeted with that Earthshock. So you have to be super, super careful whenever you're playing those Earthshapers into bosses. It looks like we did have a death here for Holy Method in this 20 Cinderbrew metery. What are you thinking about all of the teams electing to play that Moonkin in the Cinderbrew now and no longer playing that Warlock like we saw that was super popular during group play?
Yeah, this is interesting. I do think what ended up happening is that I think the Druid probably is faster overall damage-wise.
Okay.
Not just because, like, I do think that the Warlock obviously does more, does higher AoE damage on those bigger pools. But I do think the Moonkin has a little bit more consistent damage. And on top of that,
sure,
I do think that the Mark of the Wild, if you add that damage to the Moonkin's damage, it's just going to be a little bit more consistent, in my opinion. Not by a lot for sure, but a little bit. and the survivability that the versatility gives you as well on top of that. But I do think that the Warlock is probably overall safer.
Because of the Imp Dispels?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think the Imp Dispel, plus the Health Stone, of course, as well, that can be helpful. But I think the teams maybe figured out that, yeah, even though the Warlock looks flashier on the overall damage, something like Mark of the Wild is damage you don't see immediately. Like, it's not as obvious, right?
From what I've seen as well, the Brewmaster first boss splits look a lot slower with the Moonkin compared to the Warlock, but it's those middle area pulls that the Moonkin really starts to pull ahead of that Warlock whenever you're not doing 25 mob pulls.
Yeah. So we do have Stem missing a little bit of count, which shouldn't be a problem though, because they have a lot of time left, right?
The classic, I missed a mine.
Yeah.
They're fine on the timer, but I mean, this is a pretty slow 21. I'm going to be honest. This is pretty slow on a 21. Are you worried about their ability to be able to do this dungeon on a 22 whenever you're looking at this timer?
I don't think so, because they have 4 deaths. Well, okay, so I don't think I'm worried about their strategy for the 22. I am worried about their execution though, considering that they do have those 4 deaths already on the 21 and they're struggling and they had to reset the dungeon 1 full time earlier, right? So the execution does seem to be a little bit lackluster in this meta. It doesn't seem to be their most favorite dungeon, at least today. They're not performing like as well. So maybe them moving on to other key levels, to other dungeons, I mean. And then maybe revisit the 22 afterwards would be something that I would consider doing if I was them.
After Green Player finishes off this 20 Priory of the Sacred Flame, I would love to see the graphic that we have for all of our teams in the Priory of the Sacred Flame, just to see kind of how Green Player stacks up against some of the rest of the teams. Because I feel like they were pretty slow in their 18, all things considered. But the fact that they're able to at least +1 this 20, they're not falling any further behind. They also, it appears to be like they have enough timer for the 21, which would actually be a pretty big deal for them. But I don't know if they're going to have enough timer compared to some of the other teams. So if we ever end up going to something like a time tiebreaker, I don't know if their Priory of the Sacred Flame is necessarily their fastest dungeon, just eyeballing this timer so far.
Yeah, the timer definitely does not look that great. Now, thankfully, they are still going to be able to finish this boss off and are going to be able to get the 1 chest in here. I do also assume that they're moving on after this, right? Because the 21 Priory is something that is just going to be really rough.
Yeah. I mean, dude, look at the difference between Wunderbar. Wunderbar's got the route chasm in the Priory of the Sacred Flame. 26-34 versus the 29-43 for Green Player. Again, Green Player, it appears like they can actually time this dungeon on a 21. But for Wunderbar, I don't think it's fully off the table that 22 timer-wise is maybe there for them. Now, I don't know if they can live a 22. I'm just going to be honest. But like timer-wise, maybe.
I do think like timer-wise probably does look really good, right?
Yeah,
exactly. I think one thing that a lot of the teams now started doing for like the high key push format is actually like really work on their timer, even if they can't do like a higher key level, right? So even though they're looking so fast, whenever we look at a timer and just say, oh, they have 4 minutes left, they could potentially do like 1 key level higher. But maybe they're just thinking, you know what, we're gonna try and figure out what our highest key level is. And then we're just actually going to try to do this as fast as possible because of the time tiebreaker being so important nowadays. Especially on the global finals where we start on such a high key level. To go to a time tiebreaker, I think that's actually pretty likely. So at that point, the time actually matters so much.
So you want to know an interesting stat? For the TGP, which is kind of a...
Please.
All right. Anyways, moving on.
No, please tell me, Tuddles.
No. We're gonna stop. We're gonna look at 07 here in this 20 Priory of the Sacred Flame. They're continuing to move on into this second area. The first couple of pulls of this dungeon are actually incredibly hard, and so whenever you kind of get on a run in Priory of the Sacred Flame, assuming that you can make it through, let's say the 12-minute mark, whenever you have to do that Paladin Lust pull, you're actually on a good spot to be able to potentially time the key. Oh my god, wait, Stamp having deaths in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen here in this Motherlode. They didn't end up having their healer go down. They got him rezzed back up. I mean, this timer's going to still be close.
Yeah, they have a little bit more than a minute left. The boss is on 13%. No Bloodlust available. Looks like there's no major cooldowns coming up. We do have an Incarn running right now for the Moonkin. We actually have PI to the Moonkin because there's no more cooldowns coming up within the window.
My god.
We do have an Arcane Surge coming up at the very end. I think they're fine though. Okay, the boss is about to go down. They still have to finish it off. the tiny little mecha gnome or goblin that is jumping out of this one. I think it is a goblin.
I think it's the wrong race to be a
Just a small
gnome.
character. They're all the same.
Yeah. they're all the same. Oh my god, wait, they don't have to count! Oh my god, we forgot the mine! Oh my god, dude, you and I were kind of joking about the fact that it's not going to be a big issue that they don't have the one count.
They got it.
Well, hold on, if this hits their tank, then they won't get the count from it.
Yeah, don't get it, please. 18 seconds, there we go. Oof. Okay, this is not going to bode well for the time tiebreaker, as we were talking about that, though. They're going to have to come back and either do the 22, or have to do the 21 quicker, because this is going to be pretty bad for them. At least they timed the key, though. This is very good. I do want them to move on now to a different dungeon, because this is just not looking too great for them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they spent 2 hours to put up a 21. Do you get a lend from today if you don't put up 22 Motherload?
I'm not sure. I mean, could be.
Obviously, it's not guaranteed. We still have 3 hours remaining in our day. It's not like the end of the world that they took so long, but at the same point, most of the other teams had a 2 chest in the 20 ML and can immediately skip to that 22. Now, 07 does also have that 21 Motherload, but they're also, like, they're currently in a 20 Priory, so they're somewhere in the order of, like, 30 to 40 minutes ahead of where Stamp are, just in terms of progression.
Yeah, I think the fact that Stamp had to reset that key and go again, like, that is like the biggest issue for them, I think. But we do see Stamp now moving on and going to the Priory, but yeah, they definitely have to do some catching up to do. Like, they are for sure a little bit behind. I think if you're a Stamp fan, then you're probably a little bit worried about them right about now, as we do see the other teams just do so well. And it's crazy to say that, right? Because Stamp did not perform bad overall, right? They had to reset a dungeon once, and they timed to 21. Like, this is not like a super bad performance, but the other teams are doing so well. Like, we have such a stacked global final, and this is the first day, and everyone is just doing so well. So the hope for Stamp is, I guess at this point, that the other teams kept out pretty early in the day and do a lot of like these chase keys that they end up not actually getting. And that would be the time that Stamp then has to catch up, right?
I think
they're obviously not out still, but yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you can have a good day and still get eliminated. I mean, putting up a 21 Motherload is still impressive, but if everybody 2 chests the 20, then puts up a 22 Motherload, then that doesn't leave you any room to be able to find yourself making it further in the global finals. And I think it proves how cutthroat this double elimination per day format really is.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very tough. We see Halio Method here in that +20 Cinder Brew with those 2 deaths on the board. They don't have any battle rests available for 4 minutes, so they do have to make sure that they're playing very clean. It's going to be tough. I did want to take a quick look at the +22 Motherload that Wunderbar is on, and that's Azarok. Okay, Azarok is very, very tough on that 22. It just does so much damage. And Wunderbar, though, looking like they're doing a pretty good job. The boss already down to 10%.
I mean, not only is the boss down to 10% HP, but their timer is exceptionally good. Whenever we're looking at timers to, be on the cusp of timing the key, we're talking like 15:30, 16 minutes. They're going to be able to put up a 14:30, so a minute below the minimum barrier of like what you kind of need to be pacing okay to time this key. I mean, Wunderbar are incredibly quick here. Now, I would say they're honestly through the hardest parts of this dungeon. The first 15 minutes are probably the tough parts. Not that they can't wipe in other areas. If you end up having your tank get turned to goop by any of these casters here, if you end up wiping to a war machine or have a tank death on Rix of Flux Flame, of course things can unravel rather quickly, especially once we are at that 22 key level. But at the same point, I think that Wunderbar are in an exceptionally good position here to maybe one-shot this 22.
Yeah, they are actually looking really strong. I do agree. You do see them gather up one of these insane pools in this area here with all of the weapon testers. You can see them spread out kind of in a circle as the ranged here are moving around, making sure that the weapons are not AoEing each other. And you can see just how much damage everyone is taking. And it's just like this burst damage that's coming through from all of the different individual sources. You can get one shot so easily. We can see all of them actually utilizing their Shadow Melt as in case they do have a combo coming through on them.
So I mean, there's a couple key key sources of damage here, but the two obvious ones are the Mastermind Mind Lash cast and the Weapons Tester blade, the Echoing Blade. Where if you have two people that are slightly too close together, whenever that Echoing Blade hits them, or they're getting targeted by that Mastermind Mind Lash, you can just immediately die, and that's why you're seeing them utilizing those meld effects to make sure that they're taking as little damage as possible. Whippy there immediately gets targeted by that Mind Lash at the exact same point that he gets hit by that Weapons Tester, and it's just really dangerous. I mean, I think that throwing Pain Suppression there at your group's discretion, or maybe even dropping Anti-Magic Zone or pressing that Mass Barrier, those are kind of those effects that you have to really be watching out for.
There's a replay for a miscount here. It looks like they are fighting IPA. There's a drop hitting the boss, and they actually end up wiping. Oh, they're plus 18. Okay. Wait, this is an 18. Are they gonna be able to 2-chess? No, there's no way, right?
I think you just reset.
I think you have to reset, yeah.
Yeah, they reset. I mean, look at the top right. We already see them actually at the very beginning of the dungeon. That is brutal.
Wow,
okay, so
that's yeah.
So that's a couple of teams that we've actually seen lose 15 minutes. Now that's Holy Method that lost 15 minutes in Motherload. That's now Missed Count that lost 15 minutes in the Cinderbrew Meadery. I think we saw Stamp lose around 20 to 30 minutes in Motherloads, plural. I think they've had a couple of resets. I mean, that's kind of that separation that some of these top teams need. But for Missed Count, that's kind of a weird situation where if you make those kind of mistakes, you can actually find yourself at the bottom of the leaderboard towards the end of the day if you're not careful with how the double eliminations work out. So you have to be super careful. We saw on screen there, Push ended up going down. What ended up happening to him?
It looked like he was hit by a tornado? A brainstorm, actually. Brainstorm.
Ah, yes, the Brainstorm, the classic.
So we'll see if they can still execute this. Losing your DK here is actually pretty rough because this is such a high key level. They have so much HP, and it looks like the mobs are almost dead, but they still cast, and you still have to interrupt and disrupt all of these things. And the fact that they managed to do this with Kush dead for quite a while is actually pretty crazy. This is this pull that we saw Stamp wipe to multiple times, cast going through left and right, but Wunderbar being able to execute it even with their DK going down, and now being able to move on. They're going to be going around this boss. Skipping something here, as you can see now, I already pressed that Shadow Melt, and now we're going to be pulling that War Machine into the boss. And again, this is a 22 Motherload. This is no joke. There's going to be so much damage coming through for this boss here. What are the things? Okay, so I didn't know that you can actually Shadow Melt the War Machine's cast, like the AoE. And once I learned it, I was like, whoa, this is amazing. And we just saw Clicks utilize it in here.
You want to know some also interesting tech? If we take a look at mandatory here on the IPA encounter, let me click on over to that, you can actually utilize your Shadow Melt as well whenever you get that debuff put on you from the boss, the dispellable one, because you drop combat with the boss. So that allows you to just immediately remove that debuff. It works basically the exact same as like a dwarf racial. So you might see some Nelfs in this dungeon electing to press that Shadow Meld whenever they do get targeted with that debuff, in absence of pressing something like a Mass Dispel, or maybe even having like an Imp Dispel there, just to kind of save you a little bit of damage intake.
Very cool, yeah. A lot of cool tech with Shadow Meld this season. Of course, Dwarf Racial also being really nice in some of the dungeons, especially here in Cinderbrew. That's why we kept talking about like that Warlock and how nice it is. But yeah, today nobody has played the Warlock so far. There is still some teams that haven't entered Cinderbrew yet, and I guess Wunderbar would still be a team that potentially might be playing the Warlock, because they did play it in their group stage. So we'll see if they're...
This fight, by the way, for now, I'm actually really worried about his ability to be able to live. Now, he does have Metamorphosis right now, but he doesn't actually have access to that Last Resort. And whenever you're just this boss in general, not even just with the War Machine, but just this boss has at times killed off tanks. You even see him going to elect to press this meta here. We do have a Pain Sup charge, but whenever the boss is active, aka not in this Propellant Blast cast section, it just does like your entire tank's health bar worth of damage with the shots. So now has to be incredibly careful here to live whenever he doesn't have access to that Last Resort, or he did proc it on the boss earlier.
Yeah, and apparently, so Ventures told me this actually, the hunter from Physical Godcom. Whenever they pulled the War Machine onto the boss here, they had to be very careful about Shadow Melting off that charged blast from the War Machine, right? Because not only can you Shadow Melt off the AoE from the War Machine, you can also Shadow Melt off the Propellant Blast, for example, and the Asteroid shot that is targeted on players. But if you do so, then of course the boss stops casting the propellant blast, and it will melee the tank instead. And that could be incredibly deadly for the tank if those extra melee hits are coming through. So want to make sure that you're not pressing your Shadow Melt in a wrong moment there.
This is really scary for now, but he does end up getting pain supped by Whippy. We no longer have PS for another 40 seconds here as the second War Machine is coming in. I think that this next round of AoE would be very dangerous for now, but we actually do elect to press this Bloodlust. I think that this is actually a genius move, not only just for like optimizing the amount of lust we're getting in a dungeon kind of situation, but for a tank survivability scenario, giving our tank additional haste here and potentially additional group survivability. We even dropped the Personal Darkness, very rare thing to see, you actually needing that darkness just for your tank's survivability. I think that this is genius from Wunderbar, because now that's going to allow us to rotate back to that pain suppression and get back to that meta for now.
This is just so scary for now, as that second War Machine is coming in. You can see the boss is dropping lower, and they're making sure to finish off the boss first and just passively cleaving down that War Machine, because that is the scariest mob around here for now, as they are slowly running out of those defenses. You can see the pain stuff is still available in case he does need it, and I do think the boss is going to go down. Another AMC coming out, making sure they absorb some of this charge blast damage. And now they should be free to move on. Wow, I mean, what a boss fight by Wunderbar here in the 22. So nicely done.
Dude, this is a gnarly fight for your tank. Now's ability to be able to live that is insane. Like, I think that there's a chance that we can see some tank deaths on this boss on the plus 22 level. So that's something that we're going to have to be watching out for throughout the remainder of this weekend.
So while we're waiting for Now to do that gather here that he's going to be doing in just a moment, we do have a replay of Andy parkour, apparently.
What's that mean?
So let's see what Andy is doing from Holy Method here. Okay, so we are seeing the parkour skip up that balcony. That is something they can do on live keys as well as a Demon Hunter, actually. It'll be very fast. You still have to wait for the rest of the team, though. So you can go get a drink, I guess, real quick. You can go get some cookies while you wait for the rest of the teams. And apparently, I have to say, Adrian told me to say this. Andy skipped the B line, took the A line. Sorry. My boss told me to say this. I was being forced.
We should laugh. We should laugh for the boss. Ha 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 ha. Good joke. No, honestly, it was quite clever. Well done.
Anyway,
I apologize.
This is a professional production. Please be serious. Let's take a survey about where some of the rest of our teams are currently standing here. So we do have Wunderbar on the big screen here in this 22 Motherload. This is probably the most important run that we're actually seeing unfold thus far, since it is the highest probable key level that we're going to see from Motherload, at least today. There's a chance that they go back and rerun this later. In other news, we also have Mandatory. They're finishing up an 18 Cinderbrew Metery. We're kind of looking for them to be able to two-chest this dungeon. They are currently in great position to be looking to two-chest this dungeon. With 5 minutes remaining, they're probably going to be somewhere in the order of like 3 minutes under on that two chest. We do also have Green Player. They are currently in a Motherload 18, so they were able to put up a 20 Cinderbrew Meteor and a 20 Priority Sacred Flame, continuing to just have an absolutely excellent day thus far. They need to continue to make sure that they have as clean and consistent of a day. What we're looking for them out of this 18 Motherload is for them to be able to two-chest this dungeon. That's kind of the thing that we're looking for them. In the China Finals, they two-chested 19. I suspect that two-chesting 18 should be pretty reasonable for them. For Missed Count, we have them in an 18 Cinderbrew Metery. They unfortunately had to reset their Cinderbrew Metery earlier, and so for them, it's mostly about being able to two-chest this 18 Cinderbrew Metery, kind of similar to what we saw from Mandatory earlier. But not having another reset 15 minutes into the dungeon is kind of the most important thing for them. For Holy Method, they're finishing up the 20 Metery, taking the B line, A line, I don't even know what that means. I don't know what any of that nonsense means. But being able to time this 20 Cinderbrew Meteor, especially as fast as they currently are, and having that two-chest 20 Motherload on the table is nice. They did end up having about 20 minutes of setback in that 22 ML whenever they attempted it a couple times. For them, is trying to make sure that they stay composed, don't let it affect their mental at all in the slightest. Final two teams, we have 07. They're currently in the 20 Priority Sacred Flame. They killed Baron Braunpike in 18 minutes. They're looking nice to be able to time this dungeon with a +1. I think that the +2 seems like it's been pretty off the table for most of our teams thus far, even with the fastest routes in this dungeon. So just a nice, consistent +1 that allows you enough time to go for that 21 later on at the end of the day. I think that that's a great situation for 07. And then for Stamp, as we see on screen here, they are in the 18 prior to the Sacred Flame, and I think that they've had the hardest time today, having to reset the motherload a ton of times. They ended up losing probably somewhere in the order of around 40 minutes just resetting that motherload 21. For them, it's basically do or die. We have to have a perfect end of day, and we kind of have to hope for some of the other teams to help us out by having some mistakes or resets of their own.
I know. I mean, it's incredible to see how close these teams are. And of course, like you were highlighting, Tettles, it's not just a race for today. This is throughout the weekend. So these dungeons and the points don't reset each day here in our global finals. So today is just the beginning, but how these teams start off definitely really sets the tone on what they need to do as they look ahead. Now, we're going to be looking ahead as well to our next caster shift. So Tettles, we'll say goodbye and we'll see you a little bit later, all right?
GG's.
Bye. And Dratnos coming in. Good to see you for the first time today. Hope you got to sleep in a little bit, rest, kind of relax a little.
Good morning, gamers. Yeah, excited to close out the day here.
Nice, great. Then we've got a little question for you, but also I wanted to just, highlight now that Tettles is gone, that it's like beeline, because of honey, because of the meadery, you get beeline. All right. I tried to defend the joke with beeline, A-line, but we're going to move on past just jokes, and we're going to come in. Dratnos, I mean, we've been talking about the fact that obviously perfection or perfect play is almost the kind of delineating factor between the teams. So from your opinion, as you've been kind of watching this, where do you think you're seeing some of these teams maybe find some weaknesses, and what do you think they need to do to stay competitive against this high bar of execution?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fascinating day with the structure that we have right now. There's so much pressure placed on the teams depending on how good the weakest teams in the day are, because two teams are getting eliminated at the end of the day. So if you're one of these better teams in the world, right, some of the best teams in the world, even teams like Wunderbar that we're watching right now, you're putting up these great 22 chests, but you actually need to convert those into points. So you need to be able to come in and do the plus 22 today to avoid getting eliminated. Whereas, if the competition was a little bit softer, if there were some weaker teams, they could maybe just leave the 22 chest and go to these other dungeons and not have to worry about actually converting that into points. So I think that's, to me, the big takeaway is that even if you are right now at the top of our leaderboard, you are only 20 bad minutes away from 7th place and from elimination at the end of the day.
And that's definitely a good point. We do see Wunderbar now getting close to actually getting that plus 22 done. So actually realizing those 2 points that they got from 2 chests in a 20. If they manage to finish off this boss, they do have 2 deaths on the board, actually. One of them apparently being some sort of skip they're doing at the end, which we will be getting a replay afterwards. But let's make sure we are watching the end of this boss fight now as they are through the intermission. They don't have Bloodlust anymore. It will actually come up at the very end if they need 4 minutes to finish off this boss, but I don't think so either. I think they actually have a sick timer for this plus 22 here, looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, I think this is looking really good for Wunderbar. And remember, the actual timer here might matter, right? Eventually, this tournament could come down. Probably not for Wunderbar today or tomorrow, but maybe. But very likely on Sunday, we are going to have the winner of the Mythic Dungeon International determined probably by time tiebreakers with how good all these teams are. And there's a chance that they just will never have time to come back to this motherload, leaving this plus 22 on the board. So every second counts. Those 15 seconds they lost from the first death, which was almost certainly unintentional, definitely count. Maybe the second death was a 15-second price that they were willing to pay. Look what Now's doing here, by the way. This is a good thing you should do on most tanks. Just stand inside that Gatling gun cast this season, because each of those little hits that it does has a chance to trigger your tank set bonus, which all give you increased damage. So definitely something you should do whenever you have at least some defense up, although it looks like Now hopping out when he doesn't have as much to help mitigate this one.
Yeah, the boss is dropping now to 16%. Bloodlust definitely not going to be coming up at this time anymore with the amount of damage that they're doing. Click's actually unfortunately getting so many fixates from the missiles, not having the Shadow Melt available anymore. Actually had to use Pain Sub on him, making sure he does survive. And now this time around, Now has defensives up again and can take that Gatling gun, at least half of it, as you did point out. And yeah, one more honing missile coming through, this time on Gingy. Maybe he does have invisibility ready. He does. So avoiding that missile coming through completely. Yeah, I mean, with that amount of time left, that's going to look pretty strong for them, as you mentioned. Maybe holding up even to Sunday. So looking pretty strong. The one death that happened that was certainly not intentional was Kush dying to a brainstorm on one of those alchemist pulls earlier. So that is something that they could improve on. but that wouldn't be like that crazy of an improvement. But there we go. Wunderbar timing that very first plus 22 on the global final. And here's the replay. So let's see what they're doing here. So they are skipping these war machines, and it definitely looks like
Everybody's up and
I'm not
melding.
sure. Yeah, so meld went through.
And then
Really
now
come up with
it
the
looks like
mines.
was still being fixated. Oh, so he was gonna maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, that seemed like it probably wasn't supposed to look like that.
Yeah, I also think that was not intentional.
I think he just didn't outrange the mines when he hit his meld, and so they were still fixated on him. And then when they were chasing back up to get him, they aggroed by running through that war machine. They pulled the war machine. You could see he was kind of posturing over to the side of the platform there, maybe trying to get the mines to run up the side of the platform and not run through the war machines. But yeah, it looks like it didn't quite work out the way intended. So they lost about 15, 25 seconds to that one. Not the end of the world. Still a pretty fast run in the plus 22 Motherlode. And Wunderbar are out of there now, heading over to the Cinderbrew Meadery as well. That'll be their last dungeon that they need to add to their scorecard. Meanwhile, we check in with 07, who are working on the end of this Priory. 07 also looking pretty solid today. They're currently at the bottom of our leaderboard, but they're one of only 3 teams to actually go above the plus 20 level already. It is in the Motherlode with a 21, so the downside compared to Wunderbar is that, Wunderbar were able to bring that dungeon up to 22 and time the 22 with the same amount of time. But yeah, you can see on the leaderboard here, 07 really in the hunt with everybody else here, and once they add that last dungeon to their scorecard, I don't know, it's probably them, Stamp, and Green Player that have had the weakest starts to their day, but really they're not that far behind, and I think Stamp are probably the only team that had like a really bad first 2 hours.
Yeah, I do think so as well. Now, we did see some other resets coming through as well from Holy Method and Miscount, but they so far are still looking very strong outside of that. I did want to mention one more thing about that replay, because one thing that we usually see when they do that War Machine skip is that only the tank gets in combat and then Shadow Melts. But
Yeah.
for Wunderbar, everyone actually gets in combat and everyone has to Shadow Melt, so I guess it's also possible that maybe one of the Shadow Melts from the other players didn't quite work the same way, and then we
Maybe.
did have now having to go down. Well, we'll see, because this is the second time this happened for them. It happened on the 22.
Yeah, I think
but-
that was. I think it's like a speed up strat, right? Like it's just faster to have everybody run through and everybody meld. You just have to actually be fast and together, because those war machines do have true sight, right? So if they get too close to you, then you're not going to be able to have everybody meld. So usually it's easier to pull them off to the side. But yeah, if everybody's moving together, you are going to be quicker that way. But 07 putting this on the board here, moving up to 41 points. That's currently good enough for 4th place. Although, of course, a lot of our teams, all but 2 of our teams, still need to go and put other dungeons on the board, gain a bunch of points over the next bit of time. Holy Method starting off the plus 21 Meadery instead of going into that Priory. So they're looking to get this Keystone on the board. They would be the first team to put a 21 Cinderbrew on the board, I believe, across all of our MDI weekends. I think there was maybe one timed on live recently, though.
Yeah, so we definitely know it is doable. We'll see.
Yeah, there is exactly one that has been timed on live by actually a Chinese team that I don't think played in the MDI this time around, Onwo and Annie, who have played in some previous ones.
Also looked like 07, by the way, were missing count at the end. I was about to point it out, but then I did see that they actually had a mind control ad, which I'm going to have to pay attention to that and see what they're mind controlling it for, or if they're actually getting some benefit out of that. Or
I know what it is. Yeah, there are the Templar mobs that are basically little mobs that don't really do all that much of anything in the area there, and they will give themselves like a 30% damage amp every so often, and then your mage can spell steal it, yoink that damage buff, and then use it for damage on the boss.
Okay, that's actually very sick. Interesting. So are the other teams not using that? Because I haven't noticed any of the other teams actually carried around to the last boss, at least not for that long.
Yeah, it's pretty fiddly to do so. And you're spending a global on spell steal, and then you're getting 8-10 seconds of a damage amp at best, and it's maybe more trouble than it's worth, I think, is the thought process for the other teams. But
Stamp having a death on the healer.
Uh-oh.
Looks like. can quickly take a look as they are on the last boss here, actually getting meleeed, looks like by one of the ads here in that second phase of the last boss. Did manage to have the battle rest and get the healer back up, so they should be able to continue. But this is their plus 18, that is the hardest of 2 chests. They have 2 minutes left, which is going to be good enough if they don't have any other issues coming through. But definitely have to be a little bit careful because, yeah, the plus 18 on the 2 chests, they don't want to miss that since they already missed the 2 chests on the 20 mother load we talked about earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a vital timer for Stamp. It does look like they are on the good side of it, though. They do have all their count. That's always something that we got to check at the end of these. But yeah, 17% on the boss, 1 minute and 42 seconds. I think that's more than enough time here for them. So they're at least still in the hunt today, although they're definitely still in the most danger of elimination.
We also see a death on Holy Method here. It looks like Franklin's did go down on one of their right side B pools here. Looks like they didn't use a battle rest either. Franklin's just releasing and walking back currently. Oh, he's back with the group now. So let's see if they can execute this. Losing your DK, you can see in the damage meter, costing them quite a lot of damage. Probably had all cooldowns up as he did go down there. So we're going to be seeing if they can execute this pull, because it also requires a lot of AoE stops and interrupts for this one. It's going to take them quite a lot longer.
Yeah, this is going to be a little scarier, especially here at this plus 21 Keystone level. The extra time that this costs is definitely bad. You can see a lot of dots are now out on the group as well. Wexy, 2 stacks of that dot ticking down. The whole group taking a lot of damage here. Thaner being forced to do a lot more healing than was the plan on this fight. But it looks like it's going to be okay. This pull is taken care of. Where are they going to go next? Looks like they're going to keep going and do another pull in this section. We do have a polymorphed bee over there. That's presumably Eye of Kazan tech. We're just going to leave that bee in combat over to the side in polymorph and collect our Eye of Kazan stacks when we have to run back to the other side of the dungeon later.
Yeah, very nice to keep your stacks. Actually, an insane damage increase too, because the stacks are dropping so quickly. You do leave combat, so all of the teams utilizing those tricks throughout all dungeons, not just the Cinderbrew. They're very cool to see what the teams have come up with to make sure that they can continue their combat, as they are now doing that second pull. And yeah, we do see a lot of teams now going into that Busby area first before they go to the IPA room. Very interesting adaptation from the group stage where almost all teams ended up going to the IPA room first. Some of them doing one B pull and then moving to the IPA room. But yeah, a lot of teams just doing it for that Bloodlust. You can see Perplexed utilizing their second Bloodlust here in their plus 20 Cinderbrew for that huge pull. Also utilizing the line of sight, making sure they don't have to deal with those explosive attacks as well. Utilizing that tank line of sight and then moving away from it. Very nicely executed, but looking good.
Perplexed are looking really good. You know, historically, Perplexed have often been one of these teams that has a pretty bad global final showing even after a good time trial or good regular season. But today, they have definitely been, you know, one of our top few teams alongside Mandatory and Wunderbar, I would say, sort of the 3 teams who have been looking the best. But Mandatory actually are going to sustain a death here on IPA. Mason going down to that Burning Fermentation dot, and that's part of the downside of not playing the Warlock in this dungeon, is you can just not have that Dispel, although a lot of our teams have moved off of that Warlock here, as we've seen over the course of the day, so interesting tech that we saw a lot of in the group stages, and very, very little of here in the Global Finals is the Destruction Warlock in Cinderbrew Meadery. One downside now is you are going to have that Burning Fermentation dot, though, and it might just kill your Moonkin.
Yeah, I think now at Wunderbar in that 18 Cinderbrew also not using the Warlock, I do think that none of the teams, I think everyone has been in Cinderbrew now, if I'm not mistaken, so all teams decide to not play that Warlock. Very interesting, yeah. I thought at least one of the teams would be sticking to it, but that's not. Since the group play really was full of Warlocks, the only higher seeded team that ended up not playing the Warlock, I believe, was Mandatory. So yeah. I guess all of the teams were just like reconsidering after they saw Mandatory not play it.
Mandatory played the Moonkin. It was Group C as well, right, where Mandatory were. Mm-hmm. So I imagine that anytime Mandatory does something different than what you're doing, every single team is going to take another look at it, right? Because that's just one of the best teams in the world, right? So you're going to assume, okay, Mandatory knew that we were all playing Warlock and decided to play Moonkin anyways. We should give it another try and, like, actually see if Warlock is better, or if we've just kind of tricked ourselves into believing that. Although I still am a believer in Warlock in that dungeon being at least comparable to the Moonkin. I think the two are definitely strategies that should be able to do the key at the same level. We are seeing Wunderbar now doing a very big pull, about to go into Bank Busby here. I wonder if this is just a plus 18 route that they're going for the 2 chest with, if they're going to continue with this route when the key level goes up, or if this is only for the low key because the Lust wouldn't be ready for IPA even if they doubled back when they usually do.
Yeah, I also believe it's probably just a low-key level strat, but we are gonna double-check once they go to those higher key levels. It is, of course, also possible that they decided to change it up. I do want to take a look at Holy Method, though, since they are about to gather that huge pool that the Lust has been saved for. There we go, they are again doing that same thing that we saw Mandatory do earlier, and basically all of the teams do, a miscount as well. So we'll see if they can execute it. Everything already dropping so incredibly low. Yeah, they're 21, looking pretty clean so far. 21 might be the cap for Cinderu, but since we are somewhat early in the day, I guess, and we're already reaching those high key levels, I guess it is possible that some of these keys go to those insane levels that maybe we haven't even seen before. So maybe one of those world records that might potentially be done today by some of the teams at least.
And even if it's not done today, tomorrow we're going to reveal only 2 dungeons, right? And then on Sunday we're revealing just the 1 dungeon. So, if you've been watching MDI this season, every single day of competition, including today, has featured 5 hours for 3 dungeons. And even at this higher key level, right, that's not a lot of time per dungeon. Tomorrow, it's 5 hours and we're only adding 2 dungeons. And then on Sunday, it's 5 hours and we're only adding 1 dungeon, which means that the teams are going to have some time to come back in and improve these dungeons, and maybe even have, 3 hours at the end of Sunday where they've gotten all of the reasonable keystone levels done in all these dungeons, and they only have unreasonable keystone levels left to attempt, at which point the question's going to be, what's easier between a 23 Motherlode, a 22 Cinder Brew, a 21 or 22 Priory, and whatever we throw at them over the next few days.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see them do those chase keys that we're going to be getting to much earlier than in the group stage as well, just because we are starting at such a high key level. And because of the quality of the teams in this global finals is absolutely stacked as well, so the teams have to do those chase keys, which maybe some of the teams decided not to do and not to show in the group stage because they didn't have to make it. But this round, of course, they will have to give it their all. And yeah, we'll see. Holy Method now on IPA. They still only have that 1 death on the board that happened to Fragrance earlier on that B trash pull on the right side. So we'll see if they can continue here. And they didn't use a battle rest, which means they still have those 2 on the board in case they need it. Timer should be looking really good for them. Yeah, this boss, of course, just doing so much damage. You can see everyone dropping so incredibly low. We did mention them not having the Warlock means they do have this extra magic debuff they have to deal with. They can utilize the Dwarf Racials for, and of course, the Master Spell. And apparently also the Shadow Meld works here, as well, he does go down here for a green player on the plus 20 on their second pull, it looks like. Yeah, this is a very tough pull. They're actually saving their Bloodlust for it too on the plus 20. This double extractor pull is really, really difficult to execute. Looks like they are continuing for now. See if they can still execute the pull with the death.
Yeah, they're going to keep this one going. It is fairly early in the dungeon, so resetting is fairly cheap. But just using your B-Res and seeing what happens, I think, also makes a lot of sense. The 20 Motherlode is one of those keystone levels where 1 death should not affect the timer too much, but it might affect the 2 chest potential if that's something they're going for in this dungeon. It is something that, of course, some of our other teams have proved is possible, despite being very hard.
I do think missing the 2 chests is something that potentially could be an issue. We did see other teams also not making it, but you definitely want to have the 2 chests, because a lot of the teams did have the 2 chests, and since 2 teams are getting eliminated, you definitely want to try and also get the 2 chests on the board if you manage to realize the 22. Now, we did see Wunderbar one-shot the 22, which is incredibly impressive, but since it is Wunderbar, I don't know. I'm having a hard time knowing if the other teams are going to be able to get the 22 done as quickly as Wunderbar can, or if they're actually going to be struggling with it quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly. It's there's some time that teams will have today to maybe not show the answer to that question, right? Like maybe you just go to the other dungeons, maybe you can qualify without it, but I'm not actually sure you can. Even today, we still have 2.5 hours, and most of the dungeons have now been done. There are only 4 teams that haven't done all 3 dungeons, and 2 of them are in that 3rd dungeon right now. So there will only be 2 teams that don't actually have all those points on the board, and pretty quickly, those keys get pushed up to that 20 level. Everybody, of course, able to secure those 2 chests in the plus 18s, which is incredibly impressive in its own right. The 18s are low keys for today, but remember back to the group stages, the 18s were, we started on the 16, and there were some teams that couldn't even do the 17s, the 18s.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy to see how high the key levels are going today, and apparently not 2 chesting at 20 could mean that you get eliminated, which is just a crazy thought to have. So we're going to see how they're doing here as Wunderbar now in that last dungeon that they have not put any points into just yet. A lot of the teams did take one of their breaks at least, their first 10 minutes. So still have to take that other 10 minutes at some point, but still have a little bit of time left in the day to be able to do so, as now the boss is getting pulled on their 18. Their timer, of course, looking really strong for their +2 chest. Still on zero deaths as well. And yeah, Wunderbar, one of the only teams that does do Bank must be first. We will see if they also do that on the higher key levels.
I think it's just a low-key route.
Yeah,
I think it is. It's for lust optimization. The reason that you go a little bit to the right is to give your lust time to recover for the IPA room pull. And the reason that in this lower key level they go even more to the right is because they need more time to kill before that lust comes back off cooldown. Miscount, though, are experiencing a death here. Same spot, same class, actually, as I believe Holy Method in this dungeon. Yeah, DK down. There are 2 teams very much mirroring each other today. And in fact, they have pretty similar scorecards to each other as well. But yeah, missed count.
Also not utilizing the Belarus either, just having him walk back.
Makes sense, right? You're pretty close to the start of the dungeon. Those B-reses might be valuable later. You're not playing at a key level that's high enough where you'd rather save the 10 seconds of them running back. You'd rather instead save the wipe prevention tool of that or of that battle res, rather.
Green player did just reset, right? Like green player was just doing that Mother loads.
Yeah, looks like it. Green player back up in our top right in Dornegal, hopping around, getting ready to port back into the dungeon. So another 5-10 minutes lost by green player. That's a worrying turn of events. Here we can see what happened to them. It was coin-operated crowd pummeler. The shocking claw came out. Oh, and it was aimed at that foot bomb just off to the right. They tried to kick it in, but it exploded as it was being kicked in. A tale as old as time itself on this boss. And then as they pulled the boss out, it picked up some of those coins as well. But they were already down a healer with no B-res here. And especially with that damage buff on the boss, they were going to die to that next static pulse. So, yeah, I mean, this is what happens. That's why this ability is hard, that shocking claw. You got to either be sure that you're going to be able to kick in right afterwards or kick in before the claw.
I guess there's something that already went wrong, though, right? Because all of the teams have been utilizing that strategy where the tank is jumping to that very interesting spot that he can jump to as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, where all of the bombs are spawning in the same location. So since the bomb wasn't spawning there, I assume that they already made a mistake not getting that strategy executed properly. So a little bit of an issue there for a green player. Let's see if they can execute it this time around. At least it was early on in a dungeon. But yeah, we also saw Mandatory now having Skylark to do the parkour as well that we saw Andy do earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it gets you in combat a little bit earlier. You get, 5 extra seconds of Vengeance Demon Hunter DPS on these mobs. It's not a big deal, but it does mean that threat is definitely not going to be a problem, right? Because everybody else is just going to be able to start DPSing as soon as they show up there. And, it's 5 extra seconds of damage. That could be, a 10th of a second off the end of the dungeon timer. That's worth it. That's better than nothing.
Yeah, definitely is.
As long as you never fail the parkour, that's the thing. You ever fail that parkour, all of a sudden it becomes extremely not worth it.
Yeah, don't want to see that. And you also don't want to fall down once you made it to the top, which is something we already have seen today.
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's hope that does not happen again. So we actually do see 3 teams right now in this last boss area in Cinderbrew. It is Mandatory on the big screen here in the +20, Wunderbar on the right side here in a plus 18, also in the last boss area, and Perplexed on the bottom right, also under 20. So we can actually see how close Perplexed and Mandatory are in this plus 20. We can take a look at the boss splits and their timers, certainly. Both of them having 1 death on the board. As we talked about, it was the DKs. And then we'll see. Okay, so 2 minutes 48 left for Perplexed here. As they're fighting. Last one, 2:40 left for Mandatory. All right, so very close between those two teams here.
Yeah, Mandatory snapping up the trash here during this, the other trash section, not waiting until they're about to pull the boss, not waiting until that boss spawn sequence begins. Again, they're never dropping combat, which is always really nice for those Eye of Kazan stacks. This is one of those dungeons where Eye of Kazan is really good, but it's very easy to lose your stacks when you're moving from one section to the next in the dungeon. So this is a spot where it's pretty common to only have, 6 or 7 stacks, because you lose them during that beeline sequence.
Yeah, we do see now at least Mandatory being able to fight the boss, or being able to engage the boss already, so a little bit quicker compared to Perplexed. Wunderbar now also fighting Goldilocks. For a second I thought that Wunderbar might be close to the 3 chest timer, but no, they're not. So they are going to be going over it in just a second. So Wunderbar not getting any crazy 3 chests in the Cinder Brew. But of course the 2 chest timer for them, very doable. They still have 6 minutes left as they're already at 80% of the boss. And
yeah,
we did see another snap come through by Perplexed, making sure they get the extra mobs onto the boss too.
Yeah, Snap looking good. Perplexed hit the lust. They're going to try and send this boss home. I don't think there's no way they can get the 2 chest here, but this is still going to be an extremely fast plus 20 Cinder Brew metery. It does beg the question, are any of our teams going to join Holy Method in the plus 21 Cinder Brew metery today? Or are they going to feel like they have work to do in the other dungeons? If you're a team like Perplexed, Mandatory, or Miscount, when you finish these dungeons that they are in right now, they're going to be sitting on 20s across the board. So the question is going to be 21 Cinder Brew, 22 Motherload, 21 Motherload, sort of the coward option, or 21 Priory. I think the one thing I know for sure is that I don't think any of these teams are going to be able to accept taking a 21 Motherload today. I think that they will, they'd rather wipe a few times and put the 22 on the board compared to, giving up and taking a 21 in that dungeon. But there might be teams that delay the Motherload until later, and like Holy Method, come right back into the Cinder Brew doing the plus 21 in here, which would be very impressive for any of our teams.
Yeah, I do also think that the 22 Motherload is going to be incredibly important, right? Just because of the tiebreakers and how they work, like highest key level being the first tiebreaker. Since we already know that the 22 is possible, I do think that it's going to be quite a bit harder to do that 22 in any other key. Now, I think it's probably doable in some of the other keys, like namely maybe the Cinder Brew, but not as easily done as something like the Motherload, right? So technically a team could go for the Cinder Brew instead, but I would doubt that. Like, I definitely think that most teams want to go for the 22 Motherload as their highest key.
I'm going to say, if you can do a 22 Cinder Brew metery, I think you can do a 23 Motherload if you're capable of the 22 Cinder Brew. The Motherload is just one of those dungeons that's like a key level faster than the rest this season. I think Motherload and Darkflame Cleft to me are those big ones. I don't know if we have Darkflame Cleft in our 3 dungeons over the next 2 days, but if we do, then it's going to be interesting, maybe a choice between those 2, which one you try and put your highest key in. But if it's not, then I think it's just the Motherload.
Yeah, I do think so as well. As we do see the Cinder Brew teams about to finish off the bosses here. Of course, Wunderbar within... Greenplay actually having a problem there as their priest does go down again. On that second, or one of their pulls. They actually did finish off the boss already, the first boss. So, looks like they have recovered though, so they're going to be able to continue. And they did manage to also save the battle rest as they did finish off the boss already, so they can just release and come back, so not too big of a problem. But yeah, there we go, the Cinder Brew.
Yeah, I mean...
timers now on the screen.
And there we can see Mandatories getting added to the board. Perplexed will be soon as well. Mandatory 27:55. Quite a fast run in this dungeon, especially when you factor in that they had a death as well. Here's Perplexed. They are going to be a little bit slower than that, but not by a whole lot. All of our teams at a pretty close spot here. We just had Wunderbar finish a Keystone as well. So all of our teams adding points to their scorecard right now. We're going to have 3 teams momentarily at 60 points. 2 of them, Mandatory and Perplexed, are going to be on 20-20-20, whereas Wunderbar, 22-18-20, really impressive spot for them today. Miscount will soon be joining as well, as they're also in a 20 Cinder Brew, and if that works out, we are going to be at a very, very, very strong top of our leaderboard. So that's how it shakes out right now. Mandatory do have 2 minutes of time tiebreak over Perplexed. They're much better in the Motherlode, a little bit better in the Cinder Brew, and about the same in the Priory. That's kind of good news for Perplexed, because even though they're behind by a lot in that Motherlode, which can get erased when they actually bring it up to the plus 22 Keystone level.
And we did also see a miscount there in their plus 20 Cinder Brew as well. Once miscount times is key, if they do, then they also will be moving up to those 60 points. So we
and they have
a
the fastest
very close
20
race.
Motherlode. They have the fastest 20 Motherlode. They have the fastest 20 Priory, except for Wunderbar, who did something in that dungeon that will be studied for generations.
Yeah,
especially once they go up to the 21, if they do.
Yeah, it does look like that all of the teams actually continue in the Cinder Brew now as well, because I was thinking, now that they have all of the 20s done, I guess it would technically be possible that they move on to a different dungeon first. So instead of doing the 21 Cinder Brew, maybe we would have seen some teams go to the 22 Motherlode instead. But it looks like both Perplexed and Mandatory decide to do the 21 Cinder Brew. Now for Wunderbar, it does make sense to go to the 20, of course. But yeah, both Perplexed and Mandatory deciding to push the Cinder Brew before they go back to the other dungeons.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice because you do get... It's almost 3 points compared to 1 by doing the 22 Motherlode, because it also locks your tiebreaker compared to a team that decided to do the Cinder Brew instead. So it's definitely the much higher value thing to do. But on the other hand, if you really need to, at the end of the day, you can get 1 point more easily, more reliably in there by doing the 21. So if things go really wrong for these teams for the next hour, they might feel forced to take that decision. Whereas if they go to the Motherlode first, then they're kind of losing that option at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely something to consider as we get later on in the day as well. And I mean, there's still more than 2 hours left, actually. So the teams have a lot of time. I'm really excited to see what the teams are doing at the end of the day, especially those higher seeded teams that are going to be at like 61 score already in a moment if they manage to finish off their 21s. Holy Method, actually, the first team that might get that 21 Cinder Brew on the board, as they're now down to 40% on the last boss. 3 minutes left, so the timer is looking good. But yeah, with 3 deaths on the board even, able to potentially get this 21 done here.
Yeah, this is a big thing for Holy Method because right now they're actually in 7th place on our leaderboard. They're behind and in danger of being eliminated, but the 21 in this dungeon is a very, very strong key to put on their scorecard. Now, they will still have to go into that Priory, and they probably also still need to do that Motherlode, but like you said, there's still a lot of time left in the day. Only should take an hour to upgrade that Priory up to plus 20, which means they'd have an hour of attempts on a 22 Motherlode, and that would be a very strong scorecard that they could have at the end of the day, even though right now they are technically in 7th as one of the 3 teams that is still missing a dungeon.
Yeah, so many things can still happen at the end of the day. It's going to be super exciting as 07 does finish off the last boss in their 18 Cinder Brew. They did get the 2 chests in, so that means they can move on to the plus 20 as well and get up to a very similar score that we've seen from the other teams. In fact, they're going to be at 61 if they manage to do so. They did get the 21 Motherlode done. Of course, 07 missed the plus 2 chest in the 20. Which means that they have to eventually go back there, probably, if they want to get that tiebreaker in. But we'll see if they go to the 20 Cinder Brew first. And yeah, it does look like they are doing that. Holy Method now down to 6%. Looking very, very good for them. This boss actually usually not a big deal for the teams. I don't think in all of the group stages and in the finals, I don't think I've seen a single team wipe on this boss. So I think because it can be... Like, you can just space it out so nicely. You can strategize so nicely around the AoE. And the tank is just dealing with all of the big barrels that usually nothing really happens for them. And there's not much trash you can pull onto the boss other than that initial trash that you're snapping up. So usually for these teams, even on hierarchy levels, that last boss not the biggest problem in this dungeon for sure.
I love that boss fight. I think the flavor is great, and I love the way that it's sort of you have to actually strategize and think about when you want to activate those 4 barrels that are empowered in the dungeon. It feels almost like a mini raid boss in there, but yeah, it's definitely one of those ones where if you do plan it out, like you're in one of these coordinated groups, you can have a very easy time compared to the more Twitch reaction bosses that exist out there.
Definitely. We do see green player now on one of those more dangerous pools where we've seen numerous teams either wipe or have some issues, as we do have a bunch of weapon testers and masterminds in here. The weapon testers, of course, doing so much damage with those echoing blades. And then we also, on top of that, have to make sure we interrupt all of those transmute casts. Otherwise, we'll see polymorphed players. One of the worst players to get polymorphed is actually the healer. A lot of people are saying the tank, but then, of course, the tank technically could be dispelled by the healer if the healer does have the dispel ready, which is also not a given, considering that there's so many other things to dispel as well. But the healer, unfortunately, cannot be dispelled by anyone else. So if that happens, then usually you are in a little bit of a dangerous situation.
Yeah, the healer definitely somebody that you don't want targeted by that. Ideally, it just goes on your DK who's got AMS up, and then that negates it entirely. But yeah, Moonkin. Exactly, immune to the polymorph effects as they are in a shapeshift form. So looks like green player have pulled an alchemist now. Maybe this was something that was supposed to come earlier? I'm not sure. They've got a world marker on it. It is starting to transmute, but it is going to get death gripped forward. And they're going to again be fighting another mastermind here and a bunch of other stuff. A lot of alchemists in this pull. Look for how they keep this under control. It's going to be that Sigil of Chains into the Solar Beam. Out of this Solar Beam, all those alchemists should be casting. We will have a Sigil of Silence available to steal all of those casts. Is it going to come down? No, it's not. We are going to have a healer slimed, as is the Mage and the Death Knight. I think this may have been a mistake from green player, as Sigil of Silence is now on CD, but unfortunately, that Brainstorm is going to come out. It's going to claim the lives of their 2 Clothies. Both players being turned into ooze and unable to escape that Brainstorm cast. Echo Blade is going to take out the DK as well. Things have gone from bad to worse for green player. Let's see if they're going to be able to recover that and stay in that dungeon, or if they decide to hearth out. Meanwhile, we have 07 starting up the plus 20 in the Cinderbrew Meadery, looking to advance to that 61-point threshold. Would be good enough for first if they could get there right now, although I think by the time this dungeon's done, other teams might be at that threshold as well. Green player having another death. This time they are able to B-res, as they don't have any slimed players right now. They're losing more, though. Echo Blade and Mind Lash taking out 2 of their DPS. Those players just going to have to release. The healer taking the B-res, but more of those transmute casts now. A Desperation Psychic Stream going to try and keep them under control, but they're out of AoE crowd control effects, and that means they are in the slime once more. And there's a Mastermind still here, maybe? If there's not a Mastermind, we're probably safe, because there's no Mastermind, then we're not going to get those Brainstorms, yeah. But we are, unfortunately, that Caustic Compound Dot going to take down the healer after the slime expires. Everybody dropping super low, and the next Caustic Compound going to kill our mage. We are up to 9 deaths now. That is more than 2 minutes of death timer here being lost by green player. Unless they don't believe they can 2-chest this dungeon, I think it's time to pull the trigger on the reset.
I think so as well, right? Like, so we talked about the 2-chest here being pretty important because the 22 needs to be done for that tiebreaker at the end of the day. So at this point, the 2-chest timer is gone. It is technically possible to still get the 1-chest in, but it would still overall be less of a time loss if you go out now and then you 2-chest your other 20 run. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they don't think they can actually 2-chest, or maybe they're too worried that they wouldn't be able to 2-chest the next run either, and they're just going to continue. So yeah, again, the timer for the 20 overall is still good. The 2-chest definitely gone for them now, though.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking, hey, we're just going to put up 20 and then 21 in this dungeon. We just want those points. We want to get to 61. We know that there are other teams that failed to 2-chest the 20 that just put up the 21. Teams like Stamp and 07. And we don't have to be the fastest team today. We just have to be one of the 6 fastest to not get eliminated at the end of the day. So maybe we're just playing to get Stamp eliminated instead, right?
Yeah, very possible. We do take a look at Perplex now as they are moving to the right side, doing one of those D pulls, make sure we don't have the DK go down. Apparently it's a very deadly DK pull, which, to be fair, I can see why it is deadly for the melee players, because there's a lot to dodge. Me as a range, I just go all the way back. I just outrange all of these bazookas. I can see my character very clearly as I'm very far away. But looking at a melee POV on a pull like this is there's definitely a lot more going on there, and a lot more to watch out for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. As Mandatory are fighting this Hobgoblin here in the spot. Skylark in the wall there, spawning those failed batches such that his group is going to be able to line of sight just behind this pillar here. That Hobgoblin Reckless Delivery also beautifully aimed at the barrels here. And everybody able to dodge, not take that huge dot from those batches without having to actually switch targets onto them. Working out really nicely for Mandatory this pull. Almost done. 10 minutes have just passed in the dungeon, and they're already almost on IPA here. They have a bunch of their count as well. Another set of failed batches that they are going to have to line of sight here in a moment. But other than that, things are looking great for our defending champions. Our defending back-to-back MDI champions here, Mandatory. Going to be such an exciting weekend because there are so many teams that have looked like they are going to win the MDI from our group weekends, and only one of them is going to be able to. Mandatory, definitely one of the most favored teams, behind perhaps Wunderbar, who've gained a lot of hype based off of how strong they looked in their weekend, and also the history that team has. There is going to be a careless delivery that's going to go off here for Mandatory, and unfortunately, Death Knight going to go down. It looks like the Hobgoblin maybe is still in combat, and this is a failed skip here for Mandatory. Double Hobgoblin going to be joining the pull here. No Death Knight. It looks like this might be a Town Portal incident.
Yeah.
Minus 10 minutes for Mandatory.
Oh, all right. So we're talking about Mandatory here, but yeah, already. Well, I want to say already, but this is their first reset actually. So it's finally seeing that Mandatory is also not invincible. And actually having some issues here. It looks like they might have actually wanted to continue here. Wait, they will continue. They got the battle rest off on Mode here, and Mode is going to be resting up the group, and they're going to continue. They think their timer is so good that they can actually do this with 5 deaths on the board, plus the mass rest timer that it cost them. That's crazy.
That is. So this means one of 3 things, right? Either they think they can do the 22, and so their timer in the 21 doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Or they think it's not going to come down to time tiebreakers, and therefore their timer in the 21 isn't going to matter. Or they're saying, you know what, we might have to rerun this later, but let's at least get it on the board right now. Which, yeah, I mean, like you said, either way, it means they think they still have the timer left over in this dungeon, but it is going to hurt their time tiebreaker, at least in the short term, until they do this dungeon again, either a key level higher or to improve that timer. And if one more thing goes wrong for them, they probably will be depleted, because 21 Cinderbrew is not the most generous timer. 5 deaths is a lot of deaths to have when the key level is this high.
Yeah, I'm actually very interested, because, I mean, clearly they know they can still time this, because obviously they know how fast they're going to be, but I mean, it just seems absolutely insane to me that they can still get this done with 5 deaths. And it's not just the 5 deaths, right? It cost them quite a lot of time to... This whole thing that happened cost them time until everyone went down, until you get the mass rest out, right? Like, this was a huge time loss. So, yeah, I'm super interested to see what the timer is going to look like at the end of this dungeon. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, as you said, any further mistakes, and it's going to be over for them for sure.
Ooh. As Green player in the top right, experiencing a tank death in their Motherlode gather. And this is sketchy now. You can see a bunch of mines refixating onto random players as the tank has gone down. Some specialists resetting, a war machine blasting them here. This is such a sketchy pull. Things can go so bad from this point. The entire theory behind setting it up this way is to have those mines all gathered in the same spot, but now they're fixated onto random players in the group. Ursul's Vortex is down, but it's nowhere near half of these mines. And that War Machine starting off another charge shot cast. Looks like their healer's done a great job, though, of stabilizing everybody. Almost all these mines are now grouped back up, and almost all are dead. There's just one stray mine chasing down a ranged player. It looks like Green player, 11 deaths in this dungeon, are finding a way to stabilize despite losing their tank on this gather.
Yeah.
What a rough moment there. I mean, as you look over, you see those 11 deaths, and you see everything just going wrong. It's been a rough start here, a rough day one for Green Player, despite, I think, their pretty great performance coming out of CN groups. So hopefully they're able to overcome that, but we will be having a bit of a switch around here on desk. So Nagura, we are going to see you later on today, all right?
Later.
Bye. And Tettles, welcome back to the desk. We are obviously watching a lot of action unfold between all the teams, and we were just commenting about Mandatory's run that they're doing and sticking with here with that plus 21 despite some deaths of their own. Now, there are reigning champs, but Wunderbar are the only team right now with that plus 22 on the board. So, in your opinion, Tettles, how do you think kind of our leading teams are comparing currently?
Yeah, so I think it's kind of interesting. So to me, it's less about what the leading teams are, and as Dratnus always likes to say, it's not about outrunning the bear, it's about outrunning the other campers. And so for the two teams that are trailing, I've been kind of looking at some of the qualifying runs, and it seems like the runs that you're going to need to be able to make it to Saturday or make it to tomorrow is a 20 Priority of the Sacred Flame, at least a 20 Cinder Remetery, and a 22 Motherlode. That's kind of my prediction for what's going to be the minimum level to qualify. Now, you can maybe get a different variation of that. You saw Holy Method with the 21 Cinder Remetery. I think that's super interesting, but I think that there's kind of like 3 teams potentially battling one another for those bottom 2 slots right now. What's your kind of read on the situation here, Dratnus?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. It seems like Green Player 07 Stamp are the teams that are, in the most danger. They're also the teams that are the ones that failed to 2-chest the plus 20 Motherlode. So that sort of is the unifying factor in addition to some resets for some of those teams. And then Holy Method are currently at the bottom of our leaderboard right now in terms of points, but once they get this Priory taken care of a couple of times, they're going to skyrocket up on the scorecard. The thing is, there's still 2 hours left in our day, and even our teams that are behind aren't 2 hours behind of being able to reach, the ceiling on a lot of these keystones. So I think there's a good chance that it's going to come down to some kind of time tiebreaker situation, or some situation where, there are multiple teams that say 21, 20, 20, and whichever team succeeds in improving on that will save themselves through to the next day.
Dude, the mandatory decision in that Cinder Remetery that you called out, I think that you're spot on. The only reason you would actually keep going in that Cinder Remetery is if you feel confident that 22 is what you're going to have to do towards the end of this weekend. But I don't know if everybody's going to have 22 Cinder Remetery in their bag. That to me feels like an MDI winning kind of run there. Oh, dude, look at this. This is actually sweet for missed count. AJ is in the top left-hand corner of the screen here, not having to move from those the extractor circles at all.
Wow, that's a nice spot there.
How'd he get up there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like gonna hop down afterwards. But yeah, nice little spot there on top of some of that Azurite. Do you miss mining all the Azurite? Nice reminder coming back into Motherlode, all those Azurite crystals all over the place.
I'm double-clicking the notes. Okay, so this is weird. Miscount or... So it's fairly common that after this poll right here, oh, wow, Verb going down to Rockland. It's going to be a complete reset by miscount. Was that intentional?
I don't think so. I think usually not. Intentional reset after the first death, perhaps. Yeah, if that's what you meant.
It felt like they just all died so quickly after the first death.
Yeah. So that was probably the wipe was probably called at that point. Yeah,
the moment that Verb dies. Yeah,
the first death was almost certainly not intentional, though. If that was your question.
Yeah, well, the route is kind of a cook. They're doing a very atypical route. What I was going to say is, the cooldown timings, they normally line up really well for you to just go straight into the boss here. So let's take a look at the replay here of what happens to Verb. Verb ends up going down to the rock
then they immediately just run in and reset. Yeah.
Yeah, the immediate run in and reset, not even trying to battle res him. That was actually what kind of caught me off guard, because I felt like you would just full send the B-res there, but maybe they know that the pull is completely unraveled the moment Verb dies there.
Yeah, it seems to me like that's probably something that has come up for them in practice, right? They've just learned, okay, if that first Rock Lance slays one of my DPS, this pull becomes unreasonable, it takes a long time, we wipe anyways, let's save that extra minute. We do have Green Player now working on Mogul Razdunk in this plus 20 with 11 deaths. They're still posturing to time this keystone, which is a good thing on the one hand, although I think with the way that their strategy looked, they could maybe have 2-chested this run if they reset at that big wipe they had in the weapon tester area. They lost so much time there.
I mean, they timed 22 during China Finals, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I think for them, the 22 is obviously the ideal goal, and yeah, if they could have plus 2'd this 20, that would have been great for them. Now, at the same point, not losing the 20 minutes whenever they ended up wiping in that tester area, I actually think that's pretty decent. It's unfortunate because now they're going to have to run this dungeon again on 21 and probably 22 as well to make sure that they're going to be safe moving into Saturday. And we were talking about it earlier. We're kind of seeing 2 bottom 3 teams start to emerge, with 07, Stamp, and Green Player being those 3 teams that are maybe battling against one another for potential eliminations. But at the same point, just a collapse by any team could send them into that 7th or 8th spot if they're not careful.
The third death now joining the board for Wunderbar in this plus 20 Cinderbrew, now dropping extremely low as well. Pain suppression being used on him. He doesn't have Last Resort available as well, and there are a lot of bees in combat with the group right now. Whippy going up in the air with that ultimate penitence during this fluttering wing, trying to keep the group alive, but now 6 stacks of that dot does get dispelled. It looks like maybe able to stabilize here, but Meta is down, dropping one of those puddles in the corner. But you can see just how much pressure now was under. Look at all of the way that all of these lava puddles are just spread out over the room. I guess they're honey, not lava, but they look like lava, and they feel like lava if you're standing in them. And some of those have been placed rather haphazardly as they've just been trying to survive and stay alive on this pole.
How are you feeling about the 20 so far? I mean, I don't think their timer doesn't look insane or anything for this dungeon, just eyeballing it here.
Compared to how they looked in the Motherlode and in the Priory, where they looked like the best team by far, here they just look like one of many good teams that is able to do the plus 20, and maybe that 21, which has already been done by Holy Method. But I'm not sure that they look like 2 key levels ahead of the competition, as Green Player do eventually succeed and put that Motherlode on the board, moving up to 60 points. We now have 5 teams at 60 points, almost all of them on that 20-20-20 configuration of the scorecard. Green Player a little bit worse than the rest, as they don't have the 2 chests and the 20 Motherlode. Wunderbar a little bit better, as they have the 22 Motherlode already, and are looking to add 2 points in this Cinderbrew.
I mean, look at all these 60-point teams that we have on this leaderboard here.
Yeah, and 07 are about to jump up to 61 as well, leapfrogging all of them once they finish the Cinderbrew 20 that they are in. And then Stamp and Holy Method will have a lot of points to gain as well, because those 2 teams, even though they're way behind on the scoreboard right now, they still have 18 points each to pick up by just timing the 3rd dungeon that they have yet to go into. So we are going to be in for... I wouldn't be surprised if the difference between, say, 2nd and 7th at the end of our day is 1 point or maybe even time tiebreakers.
I think 1 point is most likely in this situation here. Just looking at the dungeons that we have available, so teams can run 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame. We have 2 hours remaining in our day. So 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame is definitely doable. It's going to be hard. I don't think that 22 is going to be on the table. Maybe timer-wise it would be, but I don't think survivability-wise it realistically is. 21 Cinderbrew Meadery, we've seen timed by Holy Method. I kind of expect I don't want to say a lot of teams, but I do expect that some teams are going to be able to also put that dungeon up. But I don't think that the teams that are going to be eliminated are going to have enough time realistically to put that kind of dungeon up. And then it's probably minimum level, it's going to be like 22 Motherlode, but I do think that like 23 Motherlode is probably like a MDI winning level of a key.
Yeah, exactly. It does depend on the dungeons that we reveal tomorrow and the next day as well, because Motherlode right now of these 3 dungeons has the unique characteristic of like going a key level higher than the rest of these. If there is a Dark Flame Cleft among the 3 dungeons that we have yet to show, which, it's a 3 out of 5 chance, it is slightly more likely than not, then that dungeon would also become, equally the most important dungeon of our pool. But if not, then the Motherlode is where it's at. The Motherlode will be by far the most important dungeon.
I'm interested in your thoughts on this. So coming into this MDI, I was kind of talking to some friends about how I would like rank some of the teams. And at the very beginning of this, I kind of was ranking it as mandatory. I thought we're going to be potentially the best team. And then I thought that Wunderbar and Mist Count were like 2nd and 3rd. But now after having seen them play with the eye test, it's felt like Wunderbar's been the best team, with Mist Count being 2nd and mandatory being 3rd. What's your kind of read on the situation from what we've seen from the team so far?
Yeah, I think watching like the combination of the first 3 hours here and the group weekends, I think it's pretty clear that like we have an S+ tier, an S tier, and an S- tier, as we are going to have a death for Stamp actually on the boss, Prior's Merprey. Still 2 minutes left in the dungeon. I think this isn't going to affect their chances of timing this key, although they might need this time tiebreaker at the end of the day here, so every second counts.
Yeah. I mean, putting up a 21 in this place would actually be fairly solid for them. So maybe it's one of those things that it doesn't matter that
Maybe, but I don't think they have time today to do. Like, they need to go and get Cinderbrew taken care of as well.
Yeah, they got a lot of dungeons still left to do. I mean, they've lost the most time out of all of our teams today, right? They lost like 40 minutes in the Motherload.
Yeah. I mean, they're the only team today that's looked like rough and shaky, which, you know, that happens, right? The thing is, a team you can just run today 10 different times, and, you know, different teams will have the bad day on those different times. It's hard to say for sure because we've seen so little of some of these teams in competition, but I feel like Wunderbar have been the best looking team, but they are going to have a death. As I say that,
oh no, they have the
Cinder
Hobgoblin.
Boom. They've snapped up a Hobgoblin as well.
That can't be intentional.
No, it cannot be.
Okay, so they,
No B-res
they don't have the
available
battle
either.
res for Kush. Yeah. It's like I called out earlier. So whenever they had the death to Kush on Benk Busby, they ended up losing the battle res. Do they just wipe here? Do you wipe here and just go again? Yeah,
It looks like now it's leaping and
people go for the
melding.
melds.
Darkness as well. And they are going to
Okay,
get the reset. And now it's going to eat back up. Okay, 5 minutes and 56 seconds
They
in
lost
the
lust.
dungeon. No Bloodlust, no B-res. They still need count as well. So they're still going to have to snap something up. It's mandatory in the same section of the dungeon. They have 2 B-reses and Lust, and basically the same amount of time as Wunderbar. So mandatory...
But they're 1 key level higher.
Yeah, exactly. 1 key level higher, looking much better, though, as Perplexed also sustaining a death here. It's on Tobo. They're not going to use the res, as Bank is so close to death here that they don't need to worry about it. This is such a fascinating set of things happening in our Cinderbrews, though.
I've talked to some of the teams. Terrified of Cinderbrew Meadery, by the way. I feel like a lot of them are just like, this dungeon is horrifying. Yeah,
what are the big scary things for the teams?
I think it's just like the random group damage that happens from things like throw chair, you know, the pyromancer dots. It's just the damage intake in this dungeon is really, really high in some areas, and I think that they're not random deaths, but they can feel kind of random at times if you're not just like completely on top of your game, and that's one of the things that, you know, the Oracle Disc Priest is really good about, having these like preemptive shields, but still you can still get killed through them occasionally, and it feels just kind of weird damage intake wise occasionally here.
Yeah, there's a lot of different... the thing is, every dungeon does have those points of failure, but yeah, the thing about Cinderbrew that scares me is that so much of the volatility is at the end of the dungeon, right? Like, you're trying to do a snap as your last pull of the dungeon, and that inherently has the risk of pulling up those Hobgoblins, and if that was something like your first pull of the dungeon, it's a very different texture, where if it wiped, like, you know, the first pull of Motherload, you just go again.
Ooh. Now we got Holy Method here. They're the only team that has timed 21 Cinderbrew. Now, of course, we're going to mandatory probably timing it momentarily. But now they have elected to pull Baron Braunpike with this light spawn. This is kind of something similar-ish. We're kind of seeing a decent amount of teams consolidating to same general strategies in this dungeon. But I feel like no team has ran the same route in here so far.
Yeah, there's definitely... I feel like the Wunderbar route is a thing of beauty in this dungeon, but a lot of our teams have been cooking in the Priory. It's nice to see the light spawn coming into this pull as well. Normally a pretty dangerous and somewhat inefficient mob because it sort of limits how much you can fight at once because they just murder somebody with that channeled purification beam. But this time around, I think it's actually a pretty nice, smart time to fight it is with this boss. As long as you don't heal the boss, which I assume they have got plans to avoid that happening. Got to be really careful when the boss starts casting like this. But yeah, look at Andy taking that light spawn away. And actually, Wexy is going to taunt it to the side, making sure that it does not die near the boss. Those shields somewhat spread out as a result. They're going to wait until they're topped back up. Anti-Magic Zone and Anti-Magic Shell going to be used, as Frag is going to go and pop all of these. Looks like no Death's Advance available to let him just tap it all 5 times.
It's okay, though. I mean, Andy can soak, too, pretty consistently, as long as he just has some defensives available. So it's not actually the end of the world that Frag didn't have that DA there. Those sets of 5, though, on the Sacrificial Pyre, that's the time that you have to have the AMS. Like, this set of 3 here, what's going to happen is Andy's just going to leap into it twice and then let his debuff fall, and then he's going to soak it one more time after that debuff falls. But that AMS is definitely saved for that really big hit of 5 of the Sacrificial Pyre dots.
Yeah, my big advice if you're ever pugging this dungeon is just don't panic. You have way longer than you think you do to actually soak all of these. I see people soaking it as soon as it spawns and then, you know, getting murdered by that Castigator's shield that comes out right afterwards, and that's really what you want to avoid.
My general advice if you're pugging this dungeon or just doing this dungeon in general is invite a Death Knight, lob your friends, and invite a DK. It'll make it easier.
DK is very, very strong in that dungeon in particular, that anti-magic shell. Just a panacea against that particular boss. But Mandatory, even with those 5 deaths on the board, with having the failed skip into the mass res, are on pace here in this plus 21.
For Mandatory, they go 22 Motherload after? Oh, they're probably
I think
break,
so.
if I had to guess. If they still have break timer that they
They do still need to take 10 minutes of break timer, yeah.
So I'd probably slam 10 minutes of break and then go 22 ML. And then they'll have, I don't know, let's say if they have like a perfect day and they don't end up having to reset anything, they'll have time to attempt the 22 Cinder Meteory, or at least, actually they could go 21 Priory too. So we're going to have a really action-packed end of day where we're seeing some really high capstone level keys being pushed. This is going to be super cool.
Yeah, this is really fascinating. I love that we're seeing teams wipe and not reset as well. I think that just goes to show the confidence they have that these key levels will go up even further beyond the 21 Cinder per meter is already incredibly high. It's been timed once on the live servers, and that run was extremely impressive. And these teams now all look capable of doing that, and maybe even one higher.
Yeah, Wunderbar here having a little bit of struggles in their 20 Cinder per meter, but this is totally fine. We still have multiple other levels of Cinder Meteory that have yet to be done for us. We need to go 21, potentially even 22 with how Mandatory's been playing in here. So it's not even that the end of the world that it did end up putting up those 7 deaths. They had to reset the boss. Not even the end of the world for Wunderbar. Just as long as you don't end up having to reset the dungeon and lose 30 minutes, that's pretty bad. Having a really tight timer at the end of this dungeon, not the end of the world.
All right, so Wunderbar moving up to 62 points, 22-20-20. Mandatory up to 61 points, 21-20-20, as they are the second team to do the 21 Cinder Brew. And somehow, if you ignore that death timer penalty, they actually had a faster run, even with that flubbed skip, than Holy Method, who did have 3 total deaths, but it was scattered throughout their run. Both teams potentially on pace to be able to do this dungeon a key level higher.
Dude, the type of deaths that Mandatory had were incredibly costly.
Yeah.
Having to like B-res mode to where then he could mass res people. That was just like a huge... I thought they were depleted. I genuinely thought they were depleted whenever that happened.
All right, so we are having multiple teams taking breaks now. Stamp on a 10-minute break that started a little while ago. Mandatory and Wunderbar both triggering their break timers right now as well. We do have a replay for 07, though, as something wild happened in their run. Let's take a look.
I saw they were fighting some weird cinder bees downstairs. I didn't exactly see what was going on else for them. I'm really interested in seeing what this replay is.
So they take the skip upstairs, but the Yes Men are in combat with their tank, who is downstairs, as there are still some ravenous cinder bees here.
Oh, it's a snap! Oh, wow, the reverse snap.
They're taking the Yes Men downstairs.
Is this good?
So what do you accomplish with this is the question. Are you going to be able to then go and pull trash from the IPA wing?
Thought process is you can get more trash into the Yes Men, in theory. So
Maybe.
you can drag these Yes Men around the instance.
Yeah,
hypothetically.
Although it looks like Shelly is on a bee. Shelly's stuck on a bee. He's getting jumped on. Okay. But then if you die here, you can just run back instantly, so that's another benefit here.
I've determined it's bad.
Yeah, me too.
But I think it sucks to snap them down. Now they have to refight them.
Yeah, that looks less like strategy and more like an adaptation to something going wrong. But yeah, oopsie. The Yes Men all reset back upstairs apparently as well for them. So if you look, they're over on our right-hand screen right now. They're doing okay. They are going to still time this keystone. So all's well that ends well for 07. But yeah, that was funny.
There's a fine line between tech and this is bad.
Yeah, there's a fine line between madness and genius. Yeah. 07 definitely towing that line right now.
I was like, oh wow, maybe you're going to take these Yes Men around. I'm not really sure if this is any faster. Then it's just like, this is just completely broken. This is not what we're trying to do. Wait, they don't have count. Oh wait, hold on. Do they have trash on their boss? Hold on, let me click on 07's POV. It's actually going on over there for them.
Ooh. Yeah, they do need to pick up a little bit of count. Maybe they didn't do the snap upstairs for some reason. Need to pick that up after the boss here. And yeah, I don't know. If I was grading things, I would say this is definitely not a B line, definitely not an A line either. I think this one might be like a C or a D line for 07. Definitely losing some points on how the end of the dungeons turned out.
I think their first boss split's S, though. S+.
Yeah, the
I mean,
first boss split, very, very strong.
Yeah, I mean, they had that's kind of the Warlock differential in that first area, just being able to have all of that mass AoE, that massive Rain of Fire with the Infernal combo. That's that difference between that Moonkin versus that Warlock is that first area split.
In the meantime, Perplexed have jumped up to 61 points as well, and they have now also went on break. So we have multiple teams on break. We have a few teams that still need to take their breaks. Green Player, Missed Count, and O7 still owe us break time. 10 minutes of break each, except for O7, who owe us 15 minutes. So actually, O7 maybe a little bit further behind than it looks because of that break timer. They are going to pick up their count here at the very end of the dungeon, at least.
So they're probably gonna send it to the break after this, right?
Yeah, probably. That's there. You could do one more dungeon after this. So the rule is you have to take your breaks before the last hour of the day. You can't do it in the first or last hour of the day.
We had a death to the DK on the side of the Green Player, and this is starting to get to the level where any of those Earth Ragers, if you end up having a death to the AoE, you can actually end up wiping to this boss. We did see Holy Method going down to this boss a little bit earlier today whenever Wildy ended up dying to one of these Earth Ragers. It's going to be very, very close for Green Player, but they do very narrowly get it killed off right before that Resonant Quake goes off. Incredibly clean by Green Player, a nice recovery, even though they did end up having that one battle res. At the same point, these battle reses are meant to be used, so not even the end of the world here.
Yeah, now we got a nice Lust, and we're going to have this Lust having just killed the Earth Rager right after the spawn. That's really nice, because if you killed that second Earth Rager before the spawn, the boss will just resummon an extra one. So now they just have an empowered one. They're going to kill off the empowered one, and then they will just be able to blast the boss here for free, nobody being forced to run from those fixates.
In addition to that as well, we've seen you see some teams on live, they'll either press Root or Sigil of Misery or Blinding Sleet or whatever on those Earth Ragers as well, and you can manipulate them to which one's getting empowered by the boss. And so how this happens is whenever Azarok wants to empower one of those Earth Ragers, he'll try to break them out of CC, because whenever they get empowered, that's the core of the mechanic, is that he'll heal them with the Azurite Infusion and break them out of CC. And so you can kind of manipulate which one gets healed and broken out of CC, but it doesn't heal all the way to full. And so if you CC that low health one, you can make the ad start with, let's say, 50% HP if you're kind of cautious. Maybe something that we see in a 22 or 23. It's kind of where we're looking to see the kind of come to a play here.
All right, Green Player, this pull was their kryptonite last attempt. They were able to still time the key because it was a plus 20, but now that it is a plus 21, I think they can't afford any more funny business in this section, in the R&D department of the Motherlode.
We've seen so many teams wipe in this area. It just kind of comes down to how large they're pulling these alchemists. The transmute to goo cast, anytime that goes through, that's a problem, unless it's on your druid who's immune to polymorph. But we've seen healers and tanks get transmuted into goo, and if that happens, we are in terrible shape. Yeah,
it looks like this time around, that Sigil of Silence still available here, but there's not even all that many alchemists in this pull. They're not going to need it. They're just going to be able to interrupt. I think it's the next pull where they might have more than just these 3 alchemists that they're currently in combat with. Yeah. Or maybe they backed off the pull sizing this time.
So it's kind of interesting. So 3 alchemists is pretty chill. Basically, they're a 20-second long kick. Whenever the mage has kick CDR, they're able to get a 20-second long kick. So you can just interrupt those. The only danger is, of course, the Echo Blade with that Mastermind Mind Lash combo that you saw Loda just go down to right there. But the next pull, that pull ends up having 5 or 6 alchemists, so you need to really make sure that you utilize something like a Sigil of Silence to make sure that those mobs are locked out. You can do it pretty clean, but you have to be careful.
All right, Holy Method here, working on the end of Prior's Merprey in this plus 18. They are on great pace to put up the 2-chest timer, and this is going to move them on up to 59 points as well. Very much in the hunt for the top placement at the end of the day. Is Wildy actually going down to the Holy Flame from the boss there? Little oopsie for Holy Method, losing a little bit of time. It's not going to matter, though, as they're still on the good side of this 2-chest. And yeah, they will advance to that 59 points. Still actually in 7th place, though. They need to get some more points, but they have 2 that they can pick up in either Priory or Motherlode.
We have some questions coming in from chat, Petals and Dratnos, and since some of our teams are on break or coming back, I thought I might throw one out here for you starting off, Tettles, which is, as we keep an eye on the action, Has there been any teams or anybody that has surprised you day one? And they
Just-
clarified, good or bad?
Just player specifically?
It could be a player, it could be the team, a specific play, something that surprised you today.
I think that for me, I've been pleasantly surprised by both Perplexed and Holy Method. I think that coming into today, we kind of expected, Drytnos called them S plus and S level teams, where I kind of expected Perplexed and Holy Method to be more of those S level teams, not necessarily those S plus level teams. But I think that both of them have actually been playing a little bit above where I thought they were going to be coming into this. Now, there's still a lot of weekend left to play, but I think that they've actually been performing exceptionally well so far.
I love to see it. I love to see when, honestly, like, teams rise to the occasion, especially when you're up against such a stacked weekend, and you're kind of going in like we were saying, there's so much pressure. You have to perform. It's the biggest finals we've had with 8 teams, right? And every single one of them kind of pushes you to play perfectly. I love hearing that, and I love hearing that we've had some surprise teams kind of step up to impress you. But we have a little nitty-gritty question as well here for Dratnos. So, because you are Dr. Atnos and a master of numbers and all things mathematical and internal, can you tell us if the teams have taken different sort of stacking strategies versus like other stats today?
Yeah, so I've been looking a little bit across the gear that the different teams have been using. It is pretty similar this season. It looks like most teams are kind of in agreement about what the best options are for their different classes. They're usually playing the same kinds of things as each other. The Void Ritual Corruption tends to be the choice for almost everybody here. The other ones, the nice thing about Void Ritual is it scales really well on these really big target counts, just giving you a bunch of stats. Whereas something like Twilight Devastation or Echoing Void could be good if you weren't fighting. Look at how many mobs Miscount are fighting here right now, right? Like the stats, definitely just something that is the most reliable for this. When it comes to like versatility versus crit, all those different things, not a lot of versatility being stacked by anybody this season. It's not a great stat for DPS for most of these specs, and the defensive benefit of it seems to be a little bit less prioritized than it was in some previous seasons. I suspect part of that is because now they have avoidance this season. We have avoidance on our tournament realm, which we didn't used to have. You used to have to make up for it with some versatility in some cases. And then also, it feels like things are also a little bit less one-shotty this season, so the need to stack some versatility on a spec that would be sacrificing damage to do so is, I think, a little bit less there, and instead you just want the timer benefit by getting, even more haste on your Moonkin, for example.
Survivability-wise, you're absolutely spot on. I think Oracle Disc also plays into that a lot. Now, Oracle Disc, not exactly the highest DPS healer spec in the game. You see AJ on that Disc Priest doing 250k DPS, not factoring in Power Infusion. But at the same point, that added variable of making sure that you have these massive 7 million health spammable shields on players is a huge deal. One thing that you didn't necessarily talk about gear-wise, but has been super popular during the Global Finals, is the rise of Eye of Kazan.
Yeah.
It's something that we saw a little bit during group stage, but now pretty much every single DPS and tank are playing Kazan. And if you look at the routes that the teams are playing in pretty much every single dungeon, they're optimized around making sure that they stay in combat as long as possible. Now, there are a couple dungeons that Kazan is really bad in. Workshop and Theater of Pain are those ones that come to mind immediately, but pretty much every single dungeon has the ability for you to be able to stay in combat as long as possible to be able to reap the benefits of a maximum stack Eye of Kazan.
Yeah, I remember in our group stages, Eye of Kazan was like the rare exception that you'd see it, and not so much the rule as we are seeing in the global finals here, as Mandatory making their way into that 22 Motherload. Meanwhile, we do have some other teams now coming back from their breaks as well. Perplexed with a pull timer and a Motherload down in the bottom right. I suspect that's going to be a plus 22 as well.
Nice.
And Wunderbar starting up the plus 21 Cinderbrew Meadery. Wunderbar are already at 62 points ahead of everybody else in the field. They'll move to 63 with that Cinderbrew, which would also be what Mandatory and Perplexed are playing for in their 22 Motherloads. So, yeah, those three teams, I think, are our S-plus teams right now. It's Wunderbar, Mandatory, and Perplexed. And the question is there an S++ team among them? If there is it
Miscount?
Miscount also looking good. So Miscount have lost some time today, though. They're going to be playing to get to 62 points, whereas the other teams right now are playing for 63. So Miscount maybe 10 minutes, 20 minutes behind the rest.
Okay. Yeah. It's gonna be pretty hectic.
They also
today,
still need to take their counts or their break as well. So
are they not done with their break? Oh
yeah, they still owe us 10 minutes of break time, whereas pretty much everybody else except for O7 and Green Player have taken those.
So they're
breaks.
10 minutes. They're 10 minutes behind Perplex, Wunderbar, that kind of.
A little bit more because they have 10
standing.
minutes of break, and also they still need to finish this dungeon, whereas the other teams are just starting them. But the good news for Miscount is that this is a really, really hard dungeon, right? It's a 22 mother load. Only one of these has ever been done a little bit ago by Wunderbar, and I guess there was Green Player did it in the China region MDI. But this is a extremely high-level keystone. Miscount are doing a great job on the timer, but they will need to catch up with a 21 in one of the other dungeons, and they owe us some break timer. So yeah, really there are those 4 teams are all at the very top tier here, and Holy Method aren't far behind either. Holy Method are lower on our scorecard right now, but they have done some good work, right? They've already got the 21 Cinder Brew on their scorecard. Pretty quick, they're going to be at 61 as well.
I think that 21 Cinder Brew is sneaky, very difficult. Like, I think it's really difficult to convey to the viewer just how challenging that 21 Cinder Brew is. And there's a chance that 22 Cinder Brew might be done today with how some of these teams are kind of pacing. I think there's a chance that Mandatory, if they get enough time, they might be able to go back and rerun that Cinder Brew metering. Or if they're able to put it up on a 22, that would be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be a very, very exciting end of our day. I do want to quickly highlight as well, we talked a little bit about the Warlocks falling out of favor for many of our teams in Cinderbrew, but 2 of our teams on the screen right now, 07 and Stamp, are still using that Destruction Warlock inside this dungeon. I imagine for Stamp, they played their regional finals last weekend, so they were used to that strategy, and they haven't swapped over to that Moonkin that Mandatory did the week before. Whereas 07, Shelly is a Warlock main. I imagine that if it's close, they're going to be getting a lot more value out of playing that because Shelly is just so good at squeezing every possible point of offensive, defensive, and utility value out of that Warlock. As Roybin does go down to that charge from the Reckless Delivery here. No B-Res, or B-Res is going to get used, so they're going to be able to stabilize here.
07 also in kind of a weird spot where they ended up dropping the failed batch in the middle of the room, having to DPS that down, throwing a little bit of single target damage at that as opposed to committing a bunch of resources to AoE, committing the soul shards to, unfortunately, Shadow Burn as opposed to Rain of Fire there. Kind of an unfortunate situation, but if 07 are able to get through this pull, this is nice, because this is one of the hardest pulls in this dungeon.
Yeah, it's a very, very scary section. One of the benefits, actually, of the Warlock is, maybe compared to the Moonkin, I guess the Moonkin can throw a Star Surge at the failed batch if you need to, but the Warlock can hit it with one of those Shadow Burns, take it out a lot more easily.
No, they can't. They can't Star Surge.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean to tell people that Moonkins can swap to that. Of course, Moonkins never have any astral power for that. It's all going in to the Starfall stonks.
Yeah, this is one of the also bigger reasons that this is a tough pull as well, because look at their offensive CDs that they're trying to save. They're trying to save the Infernal here. They're electing to not use it because they have that Bloodlust coming up in 25 seconds, and they need that Infernal for the next pull that's in the IPA wing. So not being able to just kind of deploy all of those offensive resources on a pull like this, only being able to use the 1.5 minutes, that can also make this pull a little bit trickier than it otherwise would be.
Yeah, absolutely, as we do have Mandatory finishing up the coin-operated crowd pummeler here, one last spawn of coins, and they're just going to start taking this boss forward towards the exit. Always something you'll see good teams do, is they'll just start pre-moving towards the exit as things are starting to die. Save that extra 2 seconds.
619 is a incredibly swift first boss split, considering all the mobs that they have killed off as well. Oh my gosh, we're no delays. We got Aya Kazan's running. We gotta hurry it up and get pulling into the next pull, and we're grabbing an extractor into the Stone Fury. You tend to pull that Stone Fury back as opposed to pulling the extractor and the Earth Shapers forward, but Mandatory doing a great job here of making sure that the pack is grouped up nicely, and Mason going down, unfortunately, to a Rock Lance by that Earth Shaper, and now they have to battle res him up. Soda is going to be able to res him, but they're not going to have the battle res for another 3 minutes. Ooh.
Yeah, indeed. The Sigil of Silence.
Kazan stacks. That's not great.
They have an extra Sapper joining the party as well. Looks like Mode may be able to mind control and grab that one down. Skylark a little bit low on health as well here in that meta, but still in some danger. Meta does fall, but the AoE damage is over. A beautiful mass grip facsimile done there by Macine with the Vortex into Typhoon.
I need to read a book. I need to educate myself better.
Yeah, like copy, a replica.
Oh, nice. Facsimile, of course.
Yeah. This is a sleeper vocabulary episode of the MDI. Last Furious case, Quake cast there, handled by Mandatory as well. And just some bombs to deal with. They're going to take the remnants of this pull upstairs. Skylark hunting into the next Stone Fury, and I expect that this is going to join the mini-boss up here, Taskmaster.
Yeah. They're a little bit light on utility. Look at this. We don't have the Silent Sigil coming up for 25 seconds, but it did look like they left those Earth Shapers in a cage and a polymorph up top, allowing them to just wait a few seconds for them to get a little bit more of that CC available. Then they will be pulling some of those Earth Shapers, or potentially electing to take them into the boss as well with something like an MC on one of them and then just chain kicking the rest.
Yeah, exactly. That common strategy used. Really a free time to be fighting, one caster at a time usually is most boss fights that don't require kicks. So
yeah,
good way to sort of space out that difficulty and make sure that you just have enough kicks for every section of the dungeon.
So it's one, safer, but two, again, Kazan stacks. Like, these are the things that we're really having to think about. Because if we ended up dropping combat right before we pulled Azeroth, we would lose some of our IF Kazan stacks. But by leaving those mobs in the cage and in the polymorph, they're in combat with our characters. And so then our stacks won't drop like that. And those are the differentiation points between the best teams and the potential MDI winning teams.
Yeah, exactly. As green player make it to the intermission here in this plus 20. 4 deaths on the board for them. Sorry, this plus 21 Motherload. But yeah, they are still in good pace. They have all the count they need. No last-minute mine shenanigans need to happen this time for them. And after this dungeon, they are going to need to go on their break. We are going to see a wipe coming in for Stamp, unfortunately, though.
Oh, no. Dreadnoughts.
Nearly halfway through their Cinder Brew. That is very, very bad news for this team.
So, missed count. We caught that they finished up their Motherload run, and then they went on break for 10 minutes. Something that we didn't necessarily see, though, is now they are tied with Wunderbar at 62 points apiece. But notably, since they have a much better Cinder Brew 20, they're actually ahead of Wunderbar on our leaderboard.
So they're 3 minutes and 35 seconds ahead of Wunderbar on time tiebreakers, and 4 minutes of that comes from Cinder Brew. So if you equalize the Cinder Brew, it would be Wunderbar that have the time tiebreaker by being a minute faster in the Priory and 30 seconds slower in the Motherload.
Missed count. I think they took the world record tag away from Wunderbar in the Motherload, though.
Yeah, you're right. They are definitely faster in there, so that tag should definitely be moved over to the missed count side of the scorecard. They are on top of our leaderboard with the only world record tag right now, but they are currently on break while the other teams are adding more points to their scorecard. I think there's a chance they're going to go on break in first place, and then they're going to come back from their break about to drop down to like 4th as these other teams add to their scorecards.
This is so interesting. So as it currently stands, I think Mandatory probably has the fastest Cinder Brew meter, considering the fact that they timed it on 21 with 5 deaths in that full wipe. I think Wunderbar has the fastest Priory of the Sacred Flame, but Missed Count had the fastest Motherload. So we have 3 teams with the fastest keys today. No team has all 3 of those keys, in my opinion, at the fastest version of those dungeons.
Yeah, exactly. There's the strengths and weaknesses across the board for all of our teams, and it's going to be really interesting as we get to the end of our weekend, because right now, it's fine, right? If you're one of the top 4 teams, you don't need to be the top of the top 4, right? You're just happy to qualify. But you're going to need to win eventually. On Sunday, you're going to need to have a combination of timers that let you win on what's probably going to be time tiebreakers, or you need to have an ace up your sleeve, right? You need to have a dungeon at a key level that nobody else can do. The problem is the other teams might have different aces up their sleeve, right? You might have a 21 Priory that you can do that you don't think anybody else can do, but maybe somebody else has a 22 Cinder Brew that they can do that they don't think anybody else can do.
Yeah, well, we've yet to actually seen a TGP in the past that was won because of time tiebreaker or any tiebreaker criteria. It's always been won in the past by a team being able to put up a +1 over the rest of the field, and I suspect that that's going to continue to be the case.
All right, we do have a replay here from Wunderbar's green player, adding that 21 to their scorecard as well. But here is Wunderbar sneaking into the IPA room. I have a bad feeling about this replay. And yeah, Whippy actually hit combat with the Hobgoblins.
Oh, the worst.
The absolute worst thing to have ever happened to anyone here. Clicks trying to not drop combat, and then trying to get out for that B-res, but unfortunately, it's not going to work, so Wunderbar losing 10 minutes here. They're having to restart this 21 Cinder Brew, and all of a sudden, a sign of weakness from a team that had a great first 3 hours.
Now they're 10 minutes behind both Mandatory and Perplexed, yeah?
Yeah, they're really... It's like Wunderbar and Miscount are maybe each 10 minutes behind Mandatory and Perplexed. Although, as it stands on our leaderboard right now, it is Miscount and Wunderbar that are ahead on the scorecard. But yeah, you can see right here, those 2 chests are unrealized potential for Mandatory and Perplexed. If they can one-shot these 22 Motherloads, they will rocket ahead to 63 points each at the top of our leaderboard, while Miscount on break. And then we'll be doing a 21, and Wunderbar wiping in that 21, both also playing for that 63rd point.
I do think that 21 centimeter is harder than 22 Motherload. I
think you're right, yeah.
Technical precision to be able to time the dungeon. That 21 centimeter is just, the damage intake is crazy in that key. Whereas you see here, 22 Motherload, the point of which you kill off Azarok, it's not smooth sailing. Like, you can still wipe in this dungeon, but it's a lot easier if you're able to make it through Azarok to kind of coast to the end of the dungeon. Mandatory here, collecting 5 deaths as they kill off Azarok. A 15-15... Okay, it's a 14-42 boss split, but they had 2 deaths at the very end of it, so 15-15 effective. They're probably finding a time to key, but it's not great.
Yeah, it's a plus 22 keystone. Even though it's the Motherload, the 22 level is very high in this dungeon. When we look at Miscount, they were able to do it with 2 minutes to spare at the plus 22 level, but that's still a scary spot to be in. Here we can see the replay of the end of this boss encounter for them.
Oh, they all end with the Resonant Quake, but the Quake goes off, it kills off 3 people.
Yeah, actually, and then the dot that it left behind took Skylark's cheat death and Stove's life as well.
So that was minus a minute by itself.
You can see they even started a town portal cast there, one of them, but then they decided to keep it going.
I mean, their timer's fine, genuinely. It's if you think you can put up to 23, you just finish off this run, no big deal. If you think that 22 is required to win this season of the MDI, then you would just reset this and go for the fastest 22 that you ever can go for.
Yeah, although maybe you have to do that on Saturday or Sunday, because if you leave this dungeon on 20 today, you're probably getting eliminated, even if you are great in all the other dungeons. The level of competition is just so high.
Yeah, that's a good point. And factor in the elimination variable into that. So they'll have to realize those points regardless if they don't want to get eliminated.
Yeah, Mandatory now fighting these alchemists and masterminds. Mason coming into melee to deploy that incapacitating roar, then re-entering bear form to survive here, calling for a singular heal from Mode.
Please hit one heal, bro.
Just one solitary heal is all I ask in these trying times.
He also got the mass barrier from Stove.
And it looks like Mandatory are going to be able to finish off this pull. We do have another replay ready right now.
From Method? Is that what it sounded like?
Yeah, it is from Method, as they walked into the second boss area of Priory. A lot of mobs in combat here. The Sacred Tool going to be coming out here.
The Greater Heal goes off. The Greater Heal went off on that Priest. Look at that Priest in the back. He's at 100% HP.
Ooh, that's going to have a lot of extra damage now. A lot of extra Holy Smite cast. But it was actually the tank that went down here. Those Zealous Templars. We talked about spell stealing their damage amp. If you don't do that, they're going to auto-attack your tank for a lot of damage. And that is exactly what happened to Holy Method. They are unfortunately going to have to reset that dungeon. And that's not good news. Holy Method, one of the teams that is in some danger of being eliminated. If the day were to stop right now, it would be Holy Method and Stamp who are eliminated. But Holy Method do have a lot of 2 chests on their scorecard that they can use to bail themselves out, to make it through to tomorrow.
Yeah.
But they can't afford to be resetting any of these dungeons. There's now only an hour and 15 minutes left in the day for teams to start new keystones. So very little room for error.
I have an inquiry. Why do we only ever get replays whenever teams wipe? Like moments before disaster.
Well, sometimes we get cool parkour and stuff in replays.
I feel like whenever I see a replay, it's always preceding a wipe or somebody falling off a ledge.
Yeah, they're important moments. Those are the things that define, especially day one. Day one is often not about the most impressive possible things. It's about avoiding those disasters and not being one of the teams that's eliminated. And then as we get through to Saturday and Sunday, it instead becomes all about, timing those miraculous plus 23s and plus 22s in dungeons where you didn't think it was possible.
Mandatory here on the big screen.
Another Alchemist pull. Yeah, nicely done by them. Timer's still looking okay in here, but with those 5 deaths,
Yeah.
it's definitely a little sketchy.
It's tight, but I definitely think it's possible. They just need to really make sure that they don't have any mistakes towards this ending sequencing. If they end up having a couple of deaths here, that's where we can actually run into issues where we're going to be depleting the key. Because as it currently stands, I think they're probably going to be a minute to 2 minutes under. Any more deaths, and we can start to run into problems where we probably will just deplete the key.
Yeah, the teams definitely don't want that to be happening, especially as they look to try to avoid elimination today. But of course, we will watch those deaths and see how that timer is looking. But it won't be Tuttles and Dratnos that are doing it, because we're actually getting Nagura and Zyro on the desk. So Tuttles, Dratnos, we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Rook, we've had
Zyro,
something crazy happen off screen, by the way, and I want to point to it.
Oh.
Miscount has taken away the world record time in 22 Motherload from Wunderbar here. I believe they did it off screen, too, so they've beaten Wunderbar's time in that key by about 30 seconds and have put themselves on top of the leaderboard now. So Miscount having a
Wow.
great start to the first day here.
Nice. That's incredible.
Okay, stop! Stop!
Zyro. Okay.
Stop it! No!
Oh my
That doesn't
goodness.
count. No.
Okay, Zyro Nagura, I'm so sorry. Your shift has been canceled. We're getting Tuttles and Dratnos back. No, I'm kidding. Look, that's still impressive. Ignore what we just saw. That doesn't matter. We're going to wipe that from our memories really quick. But it might matter in the long run because, of course, we're headed towards that final hour of today's action. And as a reminder, I'm so sorry, Zyra. And as a reminder, everybody, now that we're back to our 3-day format for the global finals, we have days 1 and days 2. It's not a reset, so it's a throughput competition with 2 eliminations of teams happening each day. So, Zyra, I'll let you redeem yourself here. But how do you think that this kind of changes things for the teams, with their strategies, or rounding out today to avoid elimination?
I don't think it's something that really changes your strategies, right? This is, for most of these teams that have been playing in previous TGPs, this is more what they're used to, right? This is the thing that they're kind of used to playing. They're used to having the keys carry on throughout the weekend. And I don't think they have to change their strategy too much for how this plays. The big consequence is that any mistakes that you make today carry on throughout the weekend. If you don't get one of those high-end push keys done that the top-end teams might get done today, you're going to be behind for the rest of the weekend. So it's really about playing consistently throughout all 15 hours of this weekend and setting yourself up for success for the rest of the weekend. Of course, you're also trying not to get eliminated, right? That's the big thing for the first couple of days. But if you want to win the entire competition, you really need to make sure you're just not having too many major mistakes on day 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big point, right? Because, of course, not getting eliminated is really important, but playing to only not get eliminated, that's not really going to get you very far. Then maybe you'll make it through today, but then tomorrow you're going to have a really tough time, right? Because at that point, the other teams are going to be chasing those higher key levels and you're still doing catch-up, right? So definitely want to make sure you get those high keys done. And in addition, you also want to make sure you get them done pretty quickly as well, because of that tiebreaker that is going to be pretty important. But Miscount, again, having a little bit of a problem here at the start of their 21 Cinderbrew. That's going to be another town portal from them. As Holy Method actually does have Thanner go down to a trap, actually. They do not have a battle rest available. That might actually also be a reason for Holy Method a little bit further into the dungeon, which is not going to be ideal for them. As 07 finishes off Mega Pass. Yes, that's the reset for Holy Method. That's going to be a go again, losing 10 minutes on their run.
I like this. Go back to 07 here. 7 minutes left on the timer in the Cinderbrew meadery as they finish off Bink Busby. Only 4 yes men in the final boss separate them between a potential time to 21 here and a good spot for 07 to be in for the end of the day after failing their 2-chest Motherload 20 earlier on in the day. And potential elimination if they're unable to get the boss down in the next 6.5 minutes here. 7 minutes after killing Bink Busby is enough time to complete this key, especially on the 20 key level, but I'm not quite sure it's enough on 21. However, looking at the trash count, these last 4 mobs should complete the dungeon for them, so they just have these plus the boss to complete, and they do have the Bloodlust available. Let's see how they go about dealing with these trashbacks, because there's a couple of different ways you can deal with this, right? This is what I like to see. They got that skull marker down really low to about 20%, instantly got mind-controlled by the priest. Now they're going to start targeting another mob. By mind-controlling that mob, it doesn't get healed when they kill one of the S-men off. They can keep that mob mind-controlled at 20% HP or so for the rest of this encounter, and once they're finished dealing with these final 2 yes-men, or as they now have turned into Ascent Blokes, it can kill off that final Yasmin at the very end and not have to worry about it healing its entire HP bar again.
Yeah, very nice strategy being used here with those priests. And of course, 07 also being the only team that actually plays that Warlock, utilizing those lower HP levels through that Havoc as well, which means that the mind control is going to be a little bit easier for them compared to the other teams, because they are not going to be as efficient at getting the other mobs down before that mind control can go through to actually utilize it at all. But I did want to quickly point something out here, as 07 is now on 61 score, and they're looking like they are on pace to time this 21 here. If they time this, they're up to 62. And even though we talked about 07, or I specifically talked about 07 maybe not looking as solid, mainly because they missed the 2 chests on a 20, right? Like, that looked a little bit shaky from them. But because they were playing pretty well and pretty consistent outside of not hitting that 2 chest, they're actually looking pretty strong, right? Comparing them to Holy Method, for example, them only being on that 59. Of course, if they time this 20, eventually they'll get those 2 chests and 2 points on the board. But yeah, 07 actually looking pretty good now.
Okay, and we are snapping up the trash because we did need a little bit of extra count. They don't need all of this to die in order to finish their trash count off, but again, it's not really being pulled up just for the trash count. It's for extra funnel on the boss. The Warlock is also getting single target damage from this, but it's really the Arcane Mage that's getting a ton of funnel damage from that. Due to that resonance talent, like we've pointed out so many times, Arcane Barrage doing increased damage based on the amount of targets it hits, which is going to be up to 5 targets, and they've pulled exactly 4 mobs up. So this is perfect funnel. It's all going to die very quickly on the Bloodlust, but look at the extra damage the Arcane Mage is gaining out of this. This is also with the team not trying to AoE it down. They're trying to keep that trash alive pretty much as possible. If they were trying to AoE it down, we'd see Rain of Fires, not Chaos Bolts, coming out of Shelly here.
Yeah, definitely making sure to do get that funnel and single target damage in. And as I said that 07 is the only team playing the Warlock, I also see that Stamp is actually also playing the Warlock in their Cinderbrew. I see that they moved there as well. So 2 Warlock teams. Actually, Holy Method, another reset for them.
Another wipe.
This is the 3rd reset that we see here in this plus 20 Priory. And that's the thing, right? Priory is such a tough key to do, and leaving it to the end. So even though Holy Method did look pretty good on the other keys, that Priory is just so rough for them. So now we do see another look at Mandatory with those 5 deaths that they occurred at the very end of Azeroth, committing to the boss instead of finishing off the et, and still getting the Quake through. It was literally just like a millisecond, it looked like. It was really unfortunate that they got that Quake through. So that commit that they called, unfortunately not being the correct call, but still having enough time to get this boss done for sure.
Yeah, so one of the questions we're going to be talking about throughout the weekend is based off of the finishing timers in these 22 mother loads, do we potentially think that a 23 is on the table? Usually we want to see about 3 minutes left on the key in order for the teams to have the time to complete the 23. And it looks like if Mandatory was deathless in this 22, they probably will end up having the time. The real question is just, can you live through some of these pulls on that key level? Does the pull die fast enough for you to actually have enough AoE stopped to prevent all of the casts going off on your group? Because if on 23, even on 22, if one of those casts goes off, one of your players is dying. Just straight up, it's going to happen. So you need to have perfect execution on that key level just to live through the pulls, let alone to kill them off on your own. We'll have to see, because, you know, somewhere along the line, there's going to be some ridiculous push key that whoever our winning team is going to be able to pull out that one of the other teams will not. Is it going to be the 23 Motherload? Is it going to be something like a 22 Cinderbrew Meadery? Is it going to be +1 in the Priory? Is 22 on the table? Not really sure what these teams have prepared, but just throughout all of the dungeon pools, someone is going to have that advantage over one of the other teams, I feel like.
Yeah, I do think so as well. And looking at the time, now we do have a little bit over an hour left, 1 hour and 6 minutes. And Teddles pointed something out in the chat, and it's actually true. Like, we do have to potentially worry about teams that are not soon moving into the 22 Motherload unless they already have it on their scorecard. Because the 22 Motherload, we've talked about this a little bit earlier, it might actually be needed to make it to tomorrow, right? Looking at the time, the tiebreaker being highest key done first. So if you have the same score as another team, but you do not have that 22 Motherload, you will be losing out. And Holy Method, they having to reset this Priory so many times. I think they they still have to do this 22 mother load. Now, oh 07 that we can see on the screen, by the way, actually a little bit closer in time as the boss is on 10%, and they only have 40 seconds left. Let's see if they can do it. And Infernal is coming up in just a moment. Arcane Surge going to be at the very tail end of the timer here as well. They should be able to have it. Yeah, oh 07 also has to move into that 22 mother load and get it done before the end of the day. Now, oh 07 is going to have a little bit more than an hour, which is a lot of time, right, to get the 22. They can attempt it a few times. But Holy Method, they have to do this 20, and then they have to do the 22 afterwards. Like, that's actually going to be pretty close for Holy Method.
Yeah, Holy Method spent a long time working on that 21 brewery, and they did get it down, and they got it down a minute and a half under timer, which is impressive to see. But it took them a long time to get it, and like you said, they do have to capitalize on a couple of 2 chests that they've unlocked earlier in the day in order to make themselves safe. If they're able to get one of those, they're in a better spot, but they're still at risk of being eliminated right now. I think the best play for Holy Method at this point is to go for this 20 priority, which we're seeing them attempt a few times here. And these first few pulls can be extremely volatile, especially the way that you're kind of front-loading difficulty of the dungeon by pulling a ton of extra trash packs on top of each other on these mini-bosses. You know, 1 extra bleed from a Lynx, accidentally getting hit by the leap from Chainmail here. Those are potential things that could one-shot you here if you're not careful. But it makes sense to wipe at the start here. I think the pull that's really going to cause a lot of problems for the team is heading into High Priest Elia here. Whatever you decide to pull on top of that is incredibly difficult. I've seen a few teams go for just pulling all the trash in her room before dealing with the High Priest herself. I've seen a couple of strategies where you pull 1 pack of 3 of the casters into the High Priest, then when those die, you pull the next pack of 3 in there. That's pretty difficult because once you use all of your AoE stops on the first pack of 3, you then don't have a lot up for the next pack of 3. Maybe you delay the pull a little bit, but at that point, maybe you're running out of mini-boss HP. Let's see what Holy Method chooses to do here. Looks like they're going for the half-and-half strat. So they've pulled 3 of those casters up to High Priest MDI here. We've got those trailing footmen coming in. As those die off, they will do a little bit of extra AoE damage to the group if they're not CC'd properly. Looks like they're dealing with that pretty well. Of course, have to make sure you're not also killing yourself to the reflective shield of the mini-boss here as well, something the arcane mages have been known to do. You can see Willie popping the ice cold there just to make sure that doesn't happen. See if they're able to get through it this time around. Mandatory, on the other side, has finished their 22 mother load, so that's huge for them. The timer for them wasn't as good as what we saw from Miscount, though. They were only 2 minutes under the timer, although they did have 5 deaths.
Yeah, they did have the 5 deaths, and maybe they will eventually revisit that mother load. For today, it's definitely going to be holding up, and they're definitely going to be good to not get eliminated, I would assume. But yeah, for tomorrow or on Sunday, they might have to come back, or eventually do it on 23, which we were talking about being possible potentially as well, looking at the timer that some teams had left. There we go, Perplexed now. Also on the Mogul Rustang, they are now in that second phase after the intermission, and they have 4 minutes left. Only 1 death on the board, so they're looking very strong. They do have Bloodlust coming up, which probably is not even going to come up because they're going to be killing the boss faster. But they also have the Battle Rusts available in case something does go wrong. So yeah, looking very good for Perplexed. Timer, on the other hand, I mean, I think it's better than Mandatory for sure, but I don't think they're quite going to have the fastest timer. I don't think they're beating Miscount.
Yeah, I don't think they are either. They're just going to have this surge coming up in just a second here. Wolf Disco holding that for the execute. It looks like once the boss crests the 35% mark, we'll send that surge, and there it is. Also, Dark Transformation from Swag being sent here as well, so the boss is going to start to drop pretty quickly here. Although, with this amount of HP, you know, it's going to take a while for this boss to die regardless at this point. Again, we would like to see this boss die by about 15 seconds from now for the team to have a chance to maybe think about going for the 23. I think that's a ridiculous stretch goal for the week, though. You're going to have a literal perfect run with extreme speed in order to make a 23 timeable, if it is timeable at all.
Yeah, I do think so as well. Unfortunately, Green player did have to reset their 22 mother load in the meantime, so they're going to still have some time to attempt this key. Green player actually looking pretty good on their scorecard. They have the 61. So once they get this 22 done, they should be good. But, I mean, it's not guaranteed, right? We're looking at the other teams being so good as well on their scorecard. Mandatory now moving into this 21 Priory as well on their side, while Wunderbar is still working on their Cinder Brew.
So this is crazy. So when we were talking about the theoretical caps that should be doable by the teams today, we keep talking about that 64 mark, right? That 22 Motherlode, 21 Priory, 21 Cinderbrew. Those are what we think are relatively achievable for the teams that we have with the Turbo Boost gear from what we've seen them do already in the previous competition. Mandatory, one dungeon away from completing that for the day, and then they'll have however much time they have after they complete this 21 Priory to go for some ridiculous stretch goal for the day. So I want to see what this first pull ends up looking like on the 21 for Mandatory. Let's hone in on that really soon here. Let's see what Mandatory's Priory pull looks like. Here we go. Every single Thunderclap here from Grand Captain Suleiman going to do a ton of damage to the group. Any overlaps with extra damage, extra casts going out from these priests and conjurers, or potentially even a pod shot from the sharpshooters could easily take out one of the players' ultimate penitent, plus the barrier being used for Modemo to live through that Thunderclap, but they're easily going to be getting at least 2 more of those Thunderclaps. Massive AoE damage ability is going to be going off on the group here.
Yeah, they are looking really solid here in this first pull, but yeah, look at that Thunderclap just doing so much damage to the group, just absolutely crazy. As we do have the leaderboard showing up here in just a second. Yeah, it was tough to keep an overview on everyone, but now that we're in the last hour, I think it's important to keep track of all the scores here. Now, obviously, Stamp looking... Obviously, for them, it's going to be very tough to catch up. But looking at all the other teams, I think it's still going to be close to see who is going to be eliminated today and who ends up being first. Perplexed and Mandatory both on 63 points, which is incredible. Both of them now working this 21 Priory. And then we have Miscount, Wunderbar, and 07 all on 62. And of course, Holy Method, even though it looks like they are pretty far behind, if they manage to time this 20 Priory, then they're going to shoot up to 61 as well. And all of a sudden, it's going to be so close to see who is going to be getting eliminated. Greenplay, unfortunately, having to reset their 22 Motherlode once more, though.
Yeah, it was to that extractor pull that they go to after the coin-operated crowd pummeler once again. That pull is just proving extremely lethal on the higher key levels. Perplexed now opting to go for a 21 Priory of their own. They're in the same situation as Mandatory with both the 22 Motherlode and the 21 Metery, both timed already for the day. The Priory is the only real relatively achievable goal left for them before going for a ridiculous push key. You can see this spot not quite working out that well on top of the brazier there for Mandatory. It's going to be a reset and go again, but these ridiculous pulls are what they're going to have to figure out in order to get this 21 Priory timed. The time on this higher key level is just so tight. If you have any mistakes, even minor mistakes, it's going to cost you the key, so it has to be perfect play the entire way through.
It really has to, as we do see a Vortex Typhoon combo here coming through by Perplex, making sure they get one more interrupt through. One sharpshooter, unfortunately, actually being outside. There we go, one grip coming through to get that back in. It looks like they are going to be good on this one, as Suleiman is still alive and might get one more Thunderclap through. There we go, another Thunderclap. And they should otherwise be good to continue, though. And Wunderbar, they are nearing the end of their 21 Cinderbrew. If they time this, they're also going to be moving up to that 63 score that both Perplexed and Mandatory are on right now. And then they probably will also be moving on and attempting this Priory. If they manage to finish this key, of course, first. Green player, on the other hand, needs to get that 22 Motherlode then still. While we also still have Holy Method that needs the 22 Motherlode. And we also have Stamp, of course, that would need to get there as well. But Stamp, unfortunately, has a lot of catching up to do, which probably is not going to be possible anymore in that last hour that they still have available to them.
Can we go back to Wunderbar for a second there? What was their timer in the Cinderbrew? This is crazy fast. So this should be like almost 2 minutes under if they're clean from here on out. They're going to be killing off the skull. Yes, man. Okay. Actually, it got mind controlled at the last moment at like 5% HP, so that was perfect. Yeah, they're going to lose a lot of cleave damage when this X marker goes down. These other two yes men are going to get healed up to full, but that's a very efficient mind control on the first one here. Yeah, Wunderbar, they're going to be able to snap up this trash onto the final boss and Bloodlust on the boss with like 6 minutes left on the key. This Benk Busby timer is about 2 minutes faster than we saw from 07 earlier. This is like stupid fast from Wunderbar.
Yeah, that's going to bode really well for them in case it does come to some sort of time tiebreaker, which is technically possible that That is something that we would be looking at the end of the day if Holy Method managed to time their keys. Now, currently we do have 07 on their last break, so there's still 6 minutes of their break left. And then all teams will have concluded those breaks once they are back. Black's unfortunately having some issues as their healer does go down, might have to reset here. And yeah, we did also see Green player reset again on their 22 meta load. Green player struggling quite a bit in this 22. And as we said, we do think that it's kind of like a requirement that you have to get done. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, I think any team that gets all three of those stretch keys done today, the 22, 21, 21, will be making it through till tomorrow and putting themselves in a great position to compete for the number 1 spot. But man, this 21 Priory, I think this dungeon is an absolute beast of a dungeon. Every single pull absolutely insane. It looks like Stove just cauterized to air there. It was just shots from the sharpshooters that took him out there. I think it's interesting to point out the difference as well between the mage specs in this dungeon, because we started off the day talking about this, right? Stove is opting to play fire in this key versus pretty much every other group opting to play the arcane mage. It looks like Mandatory is just favoring the more consistent AoE damage that the fire mage is able to output compared to the focused target damage that the arcane mage can put out. And the arcane mage is definitely better for the first 10 minutes of the key, but fire mage is way, way better after you deal with Captain Delcry, right? The AoE pulls after that without the mini bosses is where fire mage definitely takes the front seat against the arcane mages. So we'll see if Mandatory is able to get through the first section of this dungeon with the fire mage and capitalize on the strengths that it has in this dungeon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this fire mage is holding up. In the meantime, we do have Wunderbar here on that last boss now in their 21, as we talked about, and a pretty fast timer. They're going to be able to finish off those testers to get the last enemy forces that they need. And I did quickly, I was thinking about this as you were talking. I was thinking about STEM, right? And obviously they are the lowest seeded team, but there actually is a pretty big chance for STEM to even still make it. So if they time the key that they're in right now, if they time this 20, right, and they get the 2 points, which moves them to 61, and then they can still do the 22 meta load, which moves them to 62, and there's other teams that don't have the 22 done yet, right? It's both Replayer, right, and then we have Holy Method, and it looks like they cannot, for at least for Replay, it doesn't look like they're really timing that 22, and if Stamp can, and Holy Method also continues to struggle, then I guess Stamp could still make it. Now, obviously, it means they have to do this 20, and then immediately also to one-shot this 22 mother load, but all teams actually can still qualify for tomorrow, which is crazy considering that we're so close to the end of the day.
Yeah, again, we've been covering this pretty much ever since we knew who the teams were going to be for this competition, right? All 8 teams, incredibly powerful. It's really just about how you play today. And even if you played extremely well for the first 4 hours of the day, if in the last hour you start to falter and you're unable to time keys, and other teams that maybe potentially had issues at the start of the day are able to close out the day strong, you could find yourself on the chopping block. So the last 55 minutes of the day here are incredibly important. Need to close out the day strong to keep yourself in the competition, give yourself a chance for the grand prize and those great looking medals, by the way. Love the goblin theme on those medals. It's probably a one-offer really for sure, so definitely want to win those if you can, if you're these teams.
Yeah, if you're going to win any of the MDIs, then it would be this one, because those medals are beautiful. I wouldn't mind one of those. Yeah, let's take a look at Wunderbar as they're about to finish off this boss here. 30% left, and yeah, as you said, the time is actually looking very nice for them. And yeah, that's going to move them into 63 score. And I think any team at 63 right now, they're definitely safe, right? They are going to be making it to tomorrow, because some of the lower seeded teams, they don't really have the possibility anymore to get to 63. So yeah, any 63 team probably safe. So if Wunderbar finishes off this boss, they should be good. But yeah, at the start, Wunderbar looked so strong, right? We were talking about Mandatory being super strong coming into this weekend, but then Wunderbar had such a good Priory. And then the other dungeons not quite looking as good as the Priory for them. And now all of a sudden Perplexed and Mandatory being in that lead, as Perplexed is also utilizing that brazier here, making sure they don't get jumped on by the Lynxes and also not get jumped on by Chainmail here.
Yeah. Let's see. I want to see what this timer ends up being for Wunderbar here, because this is going to be very, very quick. whenever we stop the clock here. Tettles has been talking about how he thinks if Cinderbrew is in the pool, a 22 might be in the cards. Wunderbar is going to be 2 minutes under with 2 deaths if they just go a little bit faster. He's 100% right. Like, 22 is on the table. That is a ridiculously fast time in the metery there from Wunderbar. 30-22 if you don't factor in the deaths. Holy Method's right there as well, to be honest with them. I think a little cleaner play in 22 is potentially in the cards later this weekend. Definitely not something that I'd expect them to go for today. They still need to go for the 21 Priory that we see a couple other teams attempting. Speaking of which, Mandatory on a fantastic run right now, past High Priestess Amiya here into the next pull. I believe we have Dual Maul in on this pull as well, and Fire Mage happily just flame striking away still.
Yep, looking very strong. As we do know, Mandatory is playing quite a lot of count before they are moving to Dale-Cry, and playing a little bit of a different route compared to what we've seen from Wunderbar, for example. And then I haven't seen what Perplex is doing, but I'm going to be taking a closer look at some of their pulls that they're doing as well on their side to see how much trash they are doing afterwards. As Wunderbar now, as they time to 21, Cinderbrew, they are regrouping, making sure everyone is logging on the other characters. And they're not logging on different classes, but they are logging on different, maybe racials, different kinds of talents. They do have multiple of the same characters set up on these tournament realms to make sure they are utilizing the racials for each dungeons properly. There we go, Mandatory now approaching that first boss.
Okay. Super clean from them. Of course, a little bit scary. Warlynxes plus Sharpshooters on top of the boss, not even CCing any of them. They're just go ahead and pulling it all with the boss. Ring of Frost is going to stop the first set of Lynx jumps as well here. Of course, Soph actually gets hit by one of those Lynx jumps, gets it dispelled off there. Let's see what the play is for the next one. Probably an Ursul's maybe on the next set. Nope. Mode gets hit by one of those bleeds as well. Has to remove that. Lots of AoE damage coming out from the boss here, and every single one of these AoEs is going to be a struggle for Mode to heal the group through. Disc Priest struggling through the AoE. If they were to get a Savage Mauling during that cast, if a player didn't have their Shadow Meld button on the trigger, instantly popping it with the next global, they would go down instantly. Another bleed onto Modebode using a pain suppression to keep himself top tier. This is just non-stop action while these Lynxes are still alive.
There's just so much damage going through, and Skylark does go down! That's gonna be unrecoverable. That is a reset coming through by Mandatory. And yeah, this boss does so much damage to a tank. We've been talking about the group damage, but the tank also just taking a ton of damage coming through, on top of course, also having those sharpshooters shoot the tank, and the healer having to focus so much healing onto the rest of the group, especially using that pain sub on himself, right, on Modes. I think that might be a pain sub that the tank, that Skylark might have needed, and not having that available means that he does go down here and they have to reset. Very unfortunate, as Wunderbar now is also in that 21 Priory, attempting that one, and Perplexed. Let's take a look at them, as they are as well in the 21 Priory. They have the one death on the board, and they're done with the first couple of mini-bosses. They're looking pretty good so far.
I believe Perplex is doing the alternate routing that I was talking about, where they deal with all the casters in front of the High Priest before they pull her, and then they end up pulling her into the next trash pack at the top of the stairs here. Let's see. No, they have Tenor here, so they already killed High Priest Amiya. Okay. Completely different than what I thought. It is different from what we normally see here. They've dealt with all their mini-bosses, though. 7 minutes 40 into the key. They can go straight to Captain Dalcree here, actually going through the fountain. Different routing here than what we're used to seeing. This is a nice way to skip past all of those Lynxes, Sharpshooters, and Night Patrols here. Straight onto the boss. Now, we don't have a lot of a trash count here. We're about 8 to 10% lower than you would like to be here, so Perplexed have to pull something after the boss. But we have to worry about just getting through the 21 boss on its own, as we just saw from Mandatory. It's a pretty dangerous boss on its own, right? Tank can easily die to just any one of these bleeds.
Definitely. We do see one of the priests being tagged here. So they are going to get that caster in, which means that they're going to go up to 3 targets, which is pretty nice to have. So, yeah, utilizing a little bit of an easier mob for sure. I would say a priest is easier to deal with compared to the sharpshooters and the lynxes. So, nicely done. As Holy Method now actually approaching that last area in their plus 20. Unfortunately, they had to reset this key quite a few times. And we talked about them being in a little bit of a tough position because we are approaching the end of the day, and they have not done that 22 mother load yet. That we do think is incredibly important to not get eliminated, because it is the highest key level probably that is going to get done today. And on top of that, of course, it's also 2 points that you're not going to realize if you're not getting that 22 done. So Holy Method has to get this 20 done this time and has to immediately move to the 22 meta load afterwards.
Have to be careful. Every single one of these Risen mobs will explode for AoE group damage when it dies if it's not properly CC'd. Blinding Sleep being used there when the first mob dies in order to make sure that AoE doesn't go off, but they're out of stops now. As they tried to use their Supernova from the Mage to prevent them, Fell Nova going to deal with one of the Risen Footmen, still 3 of those Footmen alive, and these 3, if they die at the same time, can just kill the group on their own, so they need to be very careful about how they kill these off. Do we have any remaining CC for these? I don't believe we do. It's just going to be AoE damage as the Footmen die off here, and you don't want your team's health bar to be low as we head into the final mini-boss. It's something that Thanor's really going to need all of his healing output for it. Now, they do have the Bloodlust, which I believe will be popped instantly for this pull, as Sir Braunpike, look at the rot damage on the group here. We've been in combat for 5 seconds, and the entire group's HP was dropping to 20% already.
Yeah, this is just absolutely crazy. Look at the amount of damage that is coming through here, as we do have a Solar Beam helping out with the interrupt here on the priest that is in this group and all of the other casters, as they need to make sure that these Footmen, as they're about to go down, need to, of course, be CC'd, because any kind of explosion from these Footmen deaths will be deadly in combination with the Braunpike taking AoE that is coming through. But of course, we do have a lot of defensives that are going to be spaced out here and assigned by Holy Method. But yeah, the Footmen are going down. You can see single target stuns here coming through by Fragnance. One more Footman is about to go down. Another Chaos Nova coming through, but I do think that one did miss on that one. And an Incap Roar. Okay, there we go. Braunpike is now going down.
We're good, though. Plenty of time left on the key. About 8 minutes until the key timer is over for Holy Method here. Engaging the final boss. No Bloodlust for the boss, but even without the Bloodlust on 20, this boss should only take 4 to 4.5 minutes. So they just need to make sure that they deal with these final Risen Footmen perfectly. You do not want to let any AoE explosions from these Footmen go off at the same time as either a Blinding Light or any pulsing AoE from the boss. Or, if possible, you would love to just perfectly use a CC on them as they're about to die. So, that's the only thing left between Holy Method and timing this 20 Priory, getting them a little bit safer away from elimination. Because for them at this point in the day, that's all they're worried about, right? Sitting on that 59 score puts them in the bottom 2 right now. Getting this Priory would give them a nice +2 score points, up to 61. They would still not necessarily be happy with that position, but you're making the right steps. You know, you're climbing the ladder towards seeing another day of competition.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 61 is certainly, in my opinion, not going to be enough, right, if they don't get this 22 meta load. So even though they do have the 2 chests on the board for the meta load, like, it's not good enough. They need to get the 22 done. One thing I guess they could consider is potentially doing the 20... What? Nah, I don't know. I don't think that makes sense. Nah, I think Holy Method actually has to go for the 22 after timing this 20. Because, yeah, I think it's important. 07, though, they are now back from the break, which means that all of the teams have done their breaks, and they are going to be playing till the rest of the day here, till the end of the day. 07 also has to still get the 22 done, though, even though they are looking really strong overall, as they do have the 21 Cinderbrew, and they have the 20 Priory already. They are on the 62 score, but might not necessarily be good enough if they don't get the 22 as well.
Yeah, they definitely need to work on that. We do have a key on the cusp of being timed here for missed count, also bringing into question if the 22 is possible in this key. 1 death on the board, 3 minutes left on the key timer. Goldie Baron bottom at 12% HP. We have an Arcane Surge coming up in a few seconds here. Is this going to be the fastest Cinderbrew metery that we've seen this weekend yet? They'd have to beat a 30-52, and it looks like they're definitely on pace to do that. This has been a near-perfect run in this dungeon for miscount. Just the 1 out-of-combat death that they didn't have to use a battle res for it. It must have been right at the start of the dungeon, because they could just release and get right back into the group. But this is going to be an incredibly fast Cinderbrew metery. 30-23 for miscount. Does this catapult them into first place? They're going to be on the same 63-point total as our other teams, but does that give them the first place slot on time tiebreakers? Can we see the leaderboard?
It might be.
Oh, it puts them into second place by 7 seconds
seconds.
behind Wunderbar. Oh, it's so close at the top right now. Unbelievable.
That's crazy. 4 teams on 63 points, and the first 2 teams being apart by just 7 seconds on the time tiebreaker. That's absolutely insane here at the end of the first day already on this global final. Just seeing how stacked this global is with such amazing teams in here is absolutely incredible. As Holy Method is about to finish off Prioris Murpray here, which means that they're going to be able to move on to that Mather load that they still have to do. Holy Method, unfortunately, struggling quite a bit in that Cinder Brew before until they got that 21 done. And yeah, they're going to have to show up now. They need to get that Mather load done within that last like 40 minutes of the day, which is for sure possible, right? We've seen some teams one-shot the 22. But yeah, definitely have to get it done.
Yeah, this is going to go down for them. Holy Method have done a great job of finally getting this 20 priority down. One final blinding light. Make sure you turn away just in case. We've got the 20 done. They've got the timer for the 21, but they can't worry about right now. They have to go to the 22 motherload and get that done before the end of the day. They'll have a few attempts at it before they need to lock it in for their final run. Let's take a look, though, at the 21 Captain Dalkry for Wunderbar. This is the best attempt that we've had at this boss of any of our teams so far. They're extremely low on count, but this is the strategy for Wunderbar. This is what they do. They do a ton of trash in this area after they deal with the boss. Look at the Holy Radiance damage, though. Whippy struggling to keep the team alive. If anyone gets targeted by a Savage Mauling during or right after, they're in danger of this boss, but it goes on Genji. He has the invis available, was not global locked, so able to be topped up and get that Savage Mauling off of his character. Good presence of mind to be ready for that potential overlap and not die there. Might get one more set of Radiance and Savage Mauling before the boss dies, but it is going to be a 21 Captain Dalkry going down for Wunderbar.
Yeah, the Holy Radiance is coming through as we do see, and another Mauling as well, as Kush does have that Shadow Melt available and is immediately going to be utilizing that. Also AMS running as well to reduce the damage. As Clix is going to go a little bit of an adventure now, pulling that mini-boss a little bit closer to them. So you can see Wrathing a dual maul here, then the mini-boss is going to walk closer and closer, and as soon as she is in a position where they want her, Clix is going to be using that Shadow Melt, because we do know that Wunderbar is pulling that mini-boss onto Brawn Pike, which seems like an absolutely crazy thing to do on a 21, but we'll see if they can execute it. Like, one of the craziest things about the mini-boss on Brawn Pike is just like the amount of area of denial that the mini-boss creates, on top of the Brawn Pike also like having those holy shields whenever, especially when the wings are up, having those 5 shields basically on the floor is just crazy.
I think what's crazy is that they deal with a 21 Captain Dalkry, and they're like, you know what? This dungeon hasn't been hard enough for us. Let's just pull an extra light spawn on purpose. Normally, these mobs are like ban-level territory. These purifications do so much single target damage to a player. If they get targeted by a pot shot or a shoot or any cast that goes off as well, they're just permanently dead through that purification. And, you know, they've also just used a bunch of their Shadow Melds and Invises because of the way that Savage Mauling mechanic works on the first boss. Clix also just used his Shadow Meld to reposition the mini-boss. But Wunderbar deals with it perfectly. Purifier dies as the last mob, not a single chance to accidentally heal any of their mobs. At 11 minutes, and we're ready now to use this second Bloodlust and attempt the plus 21 Paladin pull. Let's see how they're able to get this done with this Arcane Mage. Love the POV of Genji there, blinking in, polymorphing that Devout Priest, so they don't have to worry about an extra caster. They only have to do a single kick rotation on the Devout Priest in this group, but it's really not the Priest that we're worried about. It's every single one of these Paladins. Every Sacred Toll going to do tons of damage to the group that Whippy has to somehow, some way keep his team alive through. For the first 20 seconds of the pull, the Nature's Vigil from Clix is going to do a ton of work. Look at the HPS coming out of that Boomkin on this massive AoE pull, but when that runs out, it's all on the Priest.
This is just so much damage. You can see they're trying to use their defenses here to stay alive, as each and every one of these AoEs is putting each player to like 20% or even lower than that, as we do now see the disc bubble come out, and they need to make sure they're stacking tightly in that one, as they also have to keep on moving the trash because of those consecrations that are going to be put in the ground. Now we do have the darkness come through, but unfortunately consecration comes out immediately afterwards, so they're not actually going to be able to stand in it for very long. MC, I do believe, is also going to be available in just a moment. Kush did put it up here in the back to make sure that they can kite into it. And we do see some shadow melts coming through as well, making sure that some of these casts are still gonna be able to be survived because they're running out of interrupts, it looks like, as the smite was only interrupted at the very last millisecond. But they are now dropping lower. This seems like he did execute this pull pretty well. So 2 paladins still alive, actually. Might get 1 more cast through, and wow. I mean, what an execution here by Wunderbar.
Super clean, no deaths. That's what you need to see in order to potentially time this 21. They still had that priest, I believe. No, they actually pulled that in at the last moment. That's why it was one of the last mobs to die. Now into the double pull, not CCing either of these priests, so it's going to be double priest, double conjurer, a couple Templars, and actually paladins in the group as well. So a lot of AoE damage, a lot of AoE stops required to live through this pull. It's still a difficult pull on its own, but as long as they have their AoE stops right, it should be a lot easier to live through than the pull they just pulled off. And this timer is looking fantastic. If we can get in combat with Baron Braunpike pre-16 minutes, we are well on our way to timing this key, and it looks like Wunderbar is doing just that.
I did want to make sure that we are keeping track of Perplex as well, because even though Wunderbar is doing an amazing job here, Perplex already has done Braunpike. They are in their 21, and they are moving into this last area. We didn't quite see the Perplex did manage to finish off Braunpike already, but yeah, they are in the lead right now, and they might be able to be the first team to time this 21 here, as they only have 1 death on the board, and the timer is looking pretty good for them still. They have 2 battle rushes available in case something does go wrong. And I think their route generally is like slightly slower compared to Wunderbar. And Mandatory, unfortunately, has to reset actually, as they do have a full wipe on their board. But yeah, Perplex looking really good.
Yeah, Mandatory opting to go for that Lynx plus Sharpshooter pack into the boss seems like it's incredibly difficult for them to live through at that section of the dungeon. I believe they wiped on the pull right beforehand, actually. So about 8 minutes in, that's another reset for them. Again, Mandatory, Perplexed, Wunderbar, not teams that are really in danger of being eliminated today from what we think based on the scoreboard. But again, the dungeons you complete today are specific. I mean, they carry on throughout the weekend, right? So any leg up you can get on the competition today will carry on through the weekend. You don't have to worry about doing that dungeon tomorrow or Sunday. So you really want to get as much as possible done today. Any teams that get the 21 Priory done today likely don't have to worry about that dungeon for the entire weekend, because we're seeing how difficult just the 21 is to live through and kill off these mobs and bosses, and I don't think 22 is on the table.
Yeah, at this point I'm also doubting the 22, honestly, just seeing how tough this is. You can see Wunderbar now on Baron Braunpike. And while those teams are working on their 21s and struggling quite a bit, I did want to take a look at our 22 Matherlode teams. So right now we have Green Player in Matherlode, who has reset that key quite a few times. We do have Holy Method that moved on to Matherlode as well after finishing off their plus 20 Priory. And we have 07 as well in the 22. And all of those teams, or any of the teams, I guess, that is not doing the 22 Matherlode, they are definitely in high danger of getting eliminated. So that 22 Matherlode is going to be the most important dungeon that we're going to be looking at least when it comes to elimination for today. If we're looking at further, like you mentioned, of course, Cyro, about the rest of the tournament, then the 21 Priory, of course, is also important when it comes to like the winners. But for today, for the end of the day, I do think the 22 Matherlode is what we should be focusing on.
So something that actually just happened for Perplexed could be potentially very important for end of competition timing, right? If we're talking about this 21 Priory being the potential cap for this key, your timer then should be very important in this key. Perplexed just had 2 deaths to the end of the trash pull that they did at the top of the staircase. That's 30 seconds off the board. That's 30 seconds of time tiebreakers should they time this key here. I think the timer to complete the key should still be fine, but again, those extra deaths, that might be something that will prey on the back of their minds, thinking, oh man, we might have to go back to the Priory to fix that timer at some point.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a problem, because we see how tough this 21 is, and if you have to come back here, that is not something you want to do. Now, again, this is not going to be something that matters for today. If they time it, they're going to be... I mean, they're already fine, even if they don't time this, very likely, right? To not get eliminated today. But yeah, coming back here on another day is definitely not something you want to do. So yeah, not ideal to see those 2 deaths coming in for them at the very end there. Mandatory, unfortunately, did have to reset the key once more. They really are struggling in this Priory, it looks like.
Yeah. We'll have something else that we're talking about a lot about priority, but another team that needs to get that 22 motherload done is Green Player, and they're on one of the walls of this key in the 22 Azarok here. Every single infused Earth Rager needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. Arcane Surge available for this particular mob should die relatively quickly, but as that Arcane Surge runs out and the Touch of the Magi pops, look, the Earth Rager's still at 50% HP. This mob cannot remain to be alive by the time the boss starts to cast his Resonant Quake. They need to kill this off quickly, and that cast is going to start right after this Tectonic Smash. It looks like they're going to be okay this time around, giving their healer a little bit of time to top the group off. They have the Mass Barrier available if they think they need it as well for the AoE. Not required because Loda had time to top everyone off, but look at the resources that Loda's working with for the rest of the fight here. On a sliver of mana, which normally isn't an issue for the Disc Priest, but with the amount of damage being pumped out on the group from every single set of these Earth Ragers, it might be something that ends up costing them here. They probably have to kill off just one more Earth Rager. This should be the last one of the fight they have to kill. They can surge to kill the boss afterwards, but this is looking really scary for them.
Yeah, definitely looking quite a bit scary for a Green Player, and Azarok is one of the most dangerous boss fights that we have in this dungeon here on the 22. We did see other teams struggle quite a bit on this boss fight. So there we go, that last Earth Rager, or maybe second last Earth Rager, is going down as the Quake is coming through. They did manage to get that done, and as you said, the Arcane Surge is coming up for the mage in just a moment, so we'll see if they're going to be using it to finish off the boss here, or actually, I do think they have to do another Earth Rager for sure. Or what do you think? Okay,
I think you can commit boss here. Surge is out. Boss is going to drop really low. It's an execute. I think you're good to go.
Okay,
yeah, they're just committing boss. This
it.
is the correct call. This is really, really smart from them. Boss goes down. Let's see what the play is here. And I like this. Oh, this is a great adaptation and a great POV as well. Lots of teams are doing this. This is to try to keep as many of your Eye of Kazan stacks as possible so you can instantly get back into combat with the group. Normally they decay really quickly out of combat, but if you're able to hit these mobs very quickly after the boss, you can keep about 10 of your stacks or so after the boss, which is a lot of main stat that you keep up for the next few pulls. Because as we know, these next few pulls can be very, very dangerous, and anything that makes them die quicker is welcome for sure.
Green Player is definitely going to have to juggle this and do it well if they want to be able to get this one-timed and up there alongside everybody else's plus 22s. But Nagura, we've gotten to hang out with you today. You know, you recovered so beautifully even after Zyro caster cursed your shift right at the start. And we're very excited to see you again tomorrow, but have a good night otherwise, all right?
See you tomorrow.
See ya. And we're going to be getting Tettles and Dratnos in, so we'll jump straight back into it. I mean, obviously, Dratnos eliminations are hanging over everybody's heads. Which teams do you think are feeling the heat? What do you think they need to do to find their path through to tomorrow?
Yeah, very soon we are going to be locking in our keys. There are 30 minutes left in the day for teams to start new keys, which means most of our teams will be able to finish the runs they're currently in and start another keystone, although as we see on the right-hand side of our screen, Holy Method actually having a tank and a druid go down, and a tank go down again. Holy Method wiping and now being obligated to probably reset this motherload they're in, or maybe keep the attempt going. No, they're town portaling. Okay, so Holy Method now have one more, like they won't be able to do a dungeon after this one. It is just going to be this. However, they're still playing for that 63rd point. I think 63 is going to be safe. I think teams getting to 63 will be pretty happy with it. 07 also having some difficulties here on the skip past this double Mastermind pull. The Master Res coming out though. This is not going to be a reset, just minus 30 seconds on those death timers.
I was kind of taking a look at the leaderboard right before we came in. I think that the runs that are the most pivotal is Holy Method versus Green Player in this Motherload 22. If Green Player put up this Motherload 22 and Holy Method are unable to convert the plus 2 points, that is going to send Holy Method out in 7th place. Now, there is an outside chance that neither of those teams get eliminated, and 07 could potentially be joining Stamp as the bottom two teams. There is still that possibility, but I think that those are the most likely situations for the bottom two teams currently.
Yeah, Stamp can only get to 62 points right now, so if another team can't get to 63, which will probably happen for Green Player and Holy Method right there, they have a hard path to 63 right now. Holy Method able to do it if they can get it without having to reset again, but you can see they're starting up that next keystone. Meanwhile, in the bottom right, we do have Stamp finishing off Goldie Baron Bottom in the plus 20 Cinder Brew, so that's going to bring them up to 61 points as well. So going into the last 30 minutes here, we are going to have all of our teams within 2 points of each other. 2 points only, separating our number 1 team and our 7 and 8 teams that are in danger of being eliminated. Right now, number 1 is Wunderbar. They are number 1 by 7 seconds. and they are looking to become number 1 by a point instead if they can time this 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame. Right now, their timer is looking great. They have 0 deaths on the board as well. This run is going swimmingly.
We should look at Perplex as well. I mean, Perplex are on Prioress Merprey, and they've kind of quietly been just chugging along all day. I think that they've had the best day so far, had very minimal, if not 0 resets on the entirety of the day. Now, they are a little bit slower in a couple of their dungeons, and so later on they might have to rerun things for time tiebreaker, but I think that this has been the team that has been exceptional performers. I think that they have surprised me the most today.
47% on the boss with 2.5 minutes, more than 2.5 minutes even, to go. Even on this Keystone level, this boss does not have that much health once you've broken through that shield. I think they are going to be okay, as they do,
the Neophytes.
unfortunately, have the Neophytes reaching the group there. Sigil of Silence went out on them, but that was not. That was mostly for the Devout Priest here, which they are staying in combat with.
I don't think silence prevents the neophytes from meleeing you, but it was, I think it was just for the priest there for sure. That was a scary overlap, but with the priest going down, Perplex is just in a one-on-one DPS battle to stop the clock here and try to still make the best of a dungeon. That wasn't the cleanest, right? 3 deaths, that's going to be something they're going to be thinking about moving forward, but I think you're pretty happy getting this 21 on the board and being the first team to 64 points if you're Perplexed. I mean, again, this is a team that has been so good for so long, but they've never quite been good enough to complete a tournament win. You know, Is this the time for them? Can they pull it off? They're looking great today.
I think their vibes and their comms, I was listening to them a little bit during group play, they sounded a little bit dejected and a bit stressed coming into group stage, but I feel like today they have actually just been completely on one, and it seems like they've kind of entered this flow state where they're just downing every single key and not having to make any of those mistakes. And if you have a perfect day, you have the ability to be able to rerun dungeons for timer later on. It's not like they're going to have to go back and put up a potential +1, whereas you see Mandatory, they reset this Priory of the Sacred Flame 21 over and over again. If they aren't able to convert that into actual points today, they're going to have to come back to this dungeon later on.
Yeah, although there is going to be quite a lot of time over the next few days to do these keys. You know, we threw 3 dungeons at them today, as Perplexed put this 21 on the board. They are going to move up to first place. Great outcome for them. They will have some time to do some reruns over the next couple of days if they need to, because they're sitting on 22, 21, 21 now across their scorecard. I mean,
nice.
what do you even do with your last 23 minutes of the day?
23
Where do you
ML.
go? 23 Motherload, do you think? Okay.
Yeah.
Based off the timers we've seen, it actually looks like both the Motherload and the Cinder Brew are both possible. I think the Motherload is likely a little easier, though.
I would go 23 Motherload first for one reason, and it's because most of the difficulty is within the first 15 minutes of that dungeon, and it's a pretty hard cap to the first 15 minutes of that dungeon. And if you can kind of get through that, I mean, there's obvious potential for tank deaths on Rix of Flux Flame, and there's potential for wiping anywhere. But at the same point, the first 15 minutes are just so difficult, and you can really utilize that overtime period, I think, by going to that 23 ML.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to this key level, even just the white swings from the mobs hit your tank like a truck, so you're in danger at pretty much any point in the dungeon.
They're going Priory? Are they rerunning this for time?
I don't know. Let's see what Perplex is up to here. Maybe they are running it for time.
This is so bad. Are Holy Mythic going to get eliminated today?
Well, oh my god!
Okay. They have infinite resets now at this point, right? This is their last dungeon.
This is their last key. Yeah.
They can reset
are you not
this.
Tilted?
Maybe.
This is the 6th time they've reset this key. Are you not just tilted if you've had to reset this dungeon 6 times?
Yeah. So they're in 6th place right now, but yeah, they could easily get overtaken by both Green Player and Stamp. Now, Stamp have made the decision to go into a 21 Cinderbrew Meadery instead of a 22 Motherload. So this will be very bad for them on tiebreakers, because even if they get to 62 points with this, they will lose that tiebreaker to any other team at 62 points that has a 22 Motherload, which Green Player might well get to that threshold. So that is a worrying thing if you are a Stamp fan here. They might have just eliminated themselves with the decision to go Cinderbrew Meadery. But it is not a foregone conclusion just yet. They could still advance to 6th place with this 21 Cinderbrew Meadery, which would be good enough to qualify out of the day if both Holy Method and Green Player fail to convert. It looks like Stamp, though, maybe deciding to change course here. Maybe thinking about it.
Yeah, they just heard you talking about it.
Maybe.
Made them change their mind. Live on broadcast, Ratnos just influencing the outcome of the competition. I think the delay's longer than that. I think you're good.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do, because there's arguments to be made. I mean, Cinderbrew, if you think it's easier than the Motherlode, oftentimes it's not going to come down to that first tiebreaker of highest key level, right? Oftentimes it is just going to come down to the point total. So it could have been a good decision for them, but it does seem like, it seems like they're actually just resetting the Cinderbrew. So that just something went wrong at the start of that key, but they are going to start Cinderbrew up again. It looks like that's where they're zoning back into. Meanwhile, Holy Method, they have now reset this 22 Motherlode twice. They can afford to reset it in terms of the timer, but they can't afford to deplete this key. They can't afford to fail to put this key on the board, because if they do, then all of a sudden either green player or Stamp could overtake them, and either one of those things happening would eliminate Holy Method today.
You say twice. I think it's been like it was twice, and then they took a break and then went to other dungeons and then have come back. It's more than two times.
They attempted it a couple times at the start of the day, took their first 10-minute break, went to a different dungeon. So they've actually wiped there like 4 or 5 times now. It's been a struggle for them. I mean, we saw them dealing with the Cinderbrew meteor as well as a struggle for them as well. I don't know. We'll see how that works out for them, but this is a big story here for green player. If they're able to time this 22 Motherlode on this attempt, and the timer's looking pretty solid for them, even with that death they just had on the Roomkin, they could potentially upset and overtake Holy Method here. Got about 8 minutes left on the key timer here. How are we feeling about this, Tettles? What would you say you need to finish the final boss of this dungeon in terms of time?
24 minutes on Rick's. I'm not in love with your timer. I'm not loving this, especially with the Moonkin death that you saw there. Are they going to get an additional lust within the timer of the dungeon is kind of an interesting question.
I think it looks like right just at the end. Yeah. If they have any more deaths, it might push that lust outside the timer of the dungeon, which is always a very bad thing.
If they get it, that's probably fine. They're going to be very close to the end of the timer.
Yeah, you have to remember the way that the cooldowns work on the default UI. That 7 minutes really means it's probably more like 6:20 left on the Bloodlust timer, so it should come up with a little bit of wiggle room near the end. I think they'll get the full lust off. I mean, the War Machine still being alive. I think they also do the double War Machine at the end strategy too, so they still have to do those 2 mobs.
Our Wunderbar, situation's not
meanwhile,
great.
Have put up the 21 Priory as well. So they're going to be joining Perplexed at 64 points, and they have time tiebreakers. Listen to this. 3 minutes and 57 seconds in favor of Wunderbar compared to Perplexed on time tiebreakers. Absolute dominance from Wunderbar on the timers in all 3 of these dungeons. Look at this. They're finishing Priory of the Sacred Flame with almost 3 minutes left on the clock here at this plus 21 level. I mean, does this mean that plus 22 is on the table for them? I'm curious. It looks like they're deciding to go to Cinderbrew Meadery, whereas Perplexed are back in rerunning for time in the 21 Priory. So Perplexed not going for plus 1 points. Let's see if Wunderbar do, or if they're also rerunning for time.
Yeah, it was interesting. The run for Perplexed was super clean. The only pull that they really had any issues on was the second pull after Baron Braunpike, the caster pack with 2 light spawns at the very top of the staircase that you pull in. That pull, that was just 1 light spawn. Sorry, they had 2 deaths at the very end of that pull. I think to one of the footmen dying. That's a pretty bad way to lose 30 seconds. So they could definitely rerun it for time and go a lot faster. I don't hate it, especially if they weren't a team that practiced the potential plus ones that we have from the dungeons today. I think it's really interesting that Wunderbar is going back in on a higher key level. I want to see if they're able to actually time that Cinderbrew. Like, that is something that I wasn't convinced was something that was possible based on timers that I saw on live, but Wunderbar being 3 minutes under in that key, potentially with no deaths, 22 is definitely on the table there.
Are they going 22 or are they going 21? I think that's kind of the question for me with Wunderbar. Yeah. They could in theory rerun for time, but I feel like you're so heavily incentivized on day 1 to not rerun for time. You're so heavily incentivized to really chase like some crazy plus ones, just because if you're able to put up a crazy plus 1 early on, it does kind of give the rest of the field information as to what's required. But at the same point, it's a better use of your time, in my opinion.
Yeah, so if you're going to go for it eventually, then any time that you spend improving time tiebreakers becomes wasted time if you're ever able to go up a key level.
Yeah. So if any team could actually put up that 21, and then you spent time trying to improve a time tiebreaker, that just means that that's time completely wasted, which is actually why I don't mind a team like Perplexed going and rerunning that Priory of the Sacred Flame on a 21 for time tiebreaker, because I think that's totally fine. What were you groaning about, Dratna? So
look at Holy Method on our right-hand screen. They're going again in this Motherlode, restarting
Yeah.
the key another time. Again,
I feel like
there's still 15 minutes in the day, but
Yeah.
if this doesn't work out, they're going to be stranded at 61 points, and that is very, very likely to be eliminated at this point.
Where's Green Player? How are they doing at the end of their motherload?
that's a good
Because
question.
That's actually one of the situations I seriously think that the
they're chilling.
race for 7th is between Green Player and Holy Method right now.
I wouldn't say
That
they're chilling,
timer-
actually.
Okay, our timer's fine. Our
Is
timer's
it?
fine.
It's okay. We still have an
It's
intermission.
okay. Intermission is what, 40 seconds?
45.
I think they're okay. They have the bloodlust and execute that they'll get. It's going to come down to the wire, but I think they're going to get 3 more arcane surges, 1 in this phase, 2 in the second phase. They just have to make sure they have literally 0 deaths on those counter. I think 1 more death, the 15 seconds. Ooh. Okay, you don't have 15 seconds to give. We're okay. All right, we'll have to keep checking in with them. This is scary.
I just don't think this is like a 5-minute boss, a 5:15 boss, even with the War Machine on pull. That's kind of why I think that they're going to be okay here. They just have to pump, and like you were saying, if any death here could take us over the line to be to take it from a timeable key to a non-timeable key, so they have to be super clean here. They make sure that they're continuing to play in those safe spots. And
That's it. They don't have time to give. That
A
closes the
wizard
window
has
even more
fallen.
for them.
And
Okay, not only that, but no battle reses at all now. So even if they have a death, it's completely over. Not only based on the timer, but just on the fact that they won't be able to res that player for the next 50 seconds. So this is going to be incredibly tight. It's all going to come down to that bloodlust burst. On the other hand, 07, with mere seconds left on the board, will be finally timing this 22 motherload and likely making them safe for the day. They'll have time to attempt that 21 priority. Another death for Green Player, though.
Absolute
I think that's
catastrophe.
the nail in the coffin. It's over.
You have to reset.
They have to start and go again.
Oh my
You have to reset and go again. Yeah, they know. Okay, there's another team we haven't talked about, I feel like, at all for the last 20 minutes, and it's a huge injustice. We haven't talked about missed count, but there's a reason for that. They've been attempting the 21 priorities like a lot of other team, and it's just been reset after reset after reset after reset. They haven't really gotten past the first boss that much in this 21 priority. You talk about this miscount team, throughout the years, they've been a really high-end competitor in the TGP for a long, long time, even moving into the MDI and being a high-end competitor in that as well. But they've been known for the high key pushing. They've been a rank 1 on live for so often, but the story with this team has always been, we know their cap, we know what they're capable of, but too often in the middle of the competition, they just have these brief moments where they potentially they make too many mistakes, and that's happening again for them at the end of day 1. And we did see, yes, Wunderbar was attempting the 22 Cinder Breed, and they got through the first 2 pulls.
What's going on, dude?
They got through the first 2 pulls clean, 0 deaths.
I talked to some of the competitors, and it was like people were like not even convinced that was even a doable dungeon. The fact that they're even trying it, particularly on day 1 as well, is crazy to see.
All right, miscount starting up another 21. At this point, basically all of our teams are going to be able to upgrade 1 more keystone today. The exception to that being mandatory, who can finish their priory and then start another keystone as well. But almost all of our other teams are basically in final attempt, not necessarily final attempts, but only +1 point being possible, right? They can reset for the next 13 minutes, but they're not going to have time to time a dungeon and start another one. Again, anybody who's unfamiliar with our overtime rule, once it gets to 3 p.m. Pacific in 13 minutes here, we're going to lock the keys. You're not going to be able to start a new key, but you will be able to finish any key that you are actively doing. So teams do have a little bit of free reset time for right now.
What's the elimination protocol? What's the elimination protocol that we're looking at right here, Dratnos? Like who is on the bubble for being eliminated? Is anybody locked up on being eliminated? What is kind of the situation looking like that?
So all 3 of the following teams are the ones in the most danger: Holy Method, Green Player, and Stamp. In fact, it is definitely going to be 2 of those 3 teams that get eliminated at the end of the day, because all 3 of those teams can only do 1 more dungeon in the day, as Holy Method wiping again in this motherload.
there a
Now, as it
peacekeeper on the
stands
first boss?
right now, Holy Method are at the 6th place spot, so they wouldn't be eliminated by the end of the day today if Green Player and Stamp don't improve. But if either of those teams improve, they will overtake Holy Method for 6th place, and then send Holy Method home unless Holy Method can put this motherload on the board. Now, if Holy Method put the motherload on the board, they will move up to 63, which will tie them into that sort of middle of the pack level. I think a lot of our teams might end today at 63 points if they can't complete their stretch goal keys. Whereas Green Player and Stamp are only playing for 62, which is only good enough to beat Holy Method because Holy Method are sitting on a 2 chest that they are struggling to realize the points from.
Yeah, and Holy Method could, in theory, go to 21 motherload and be able to put up the +1 in that dungeon. But at the same point, that would be bad for tiebreaker criteria against a team like a Green Player, who, if they actually timed the 22 motherload, you were already in trouble regardless.
Right. Yeah, it would be good for tiebreaks against Stamp, like to be able to go to a tiebreak situation against Stamp, maybe. But I don't think that's the kind of decision Holy Method will make. I feel like that's sort of giving up. And Holy Method are a set of players that I don't think they'll make that decision lightly. On the other hand, if they realize they need to, it is, in some sense, it's courageous to do something like that, to go into a 21, and even if it feels bad, is Miscount actually having a slight, just the left pinky toe of Hearthjax inside that Flame Strike AoE.
I wasn't in that.
Yeah,
everyone's heard it all before from mages. Look at my body. I wasn't in that.
You don't understand. So much of my brain power is going into positioning my character for my arcane orbs to not pull extra stuff. I can't look at my feet.
Dude, this first boss split is going to be very tight. So we tend to talk about first boss splits on Brewmaster, what you want to see whenever you're looking to time the key. The normal cited time is like 7 minutes. Wunderbar are going to be around 15 seconds over that, maybe even 30 seconds over that, but that's why they are the kings. That's why they are the MDI goats, because even though 7 minutes is what we cite, there is still a chance that Wunderbar are able to clutch up and be able to come up with some time that nobody else thought was possible.
What do we think their routing is going to be in this 22? Does it have to differ from the 21? Because 4 Bloodlust is possible in Cinderbrew if you hit your lust close to cooldown, but in general, teams have been kind of opting to go for the perfect lust strategy. Yeah, we just saw 3 ice blocks. Don't worry about it. It's a reset. We'll go again.
Holy Method, it's falling apart!
I'm going to be honest. Are you tilted here? Like, I feel
they're
like
100% tilted, but what can you do? You have to keep going, and there's 15 minutes left and 10 minutes left in the day. You just have to play. You have to clutch it out.
You got 10 minutes left in the day, okay? You take 5 minutes, you pop open the refrigerator, you stick your head inside and cool off for a bit, then you come back and you game one last attempt at the end of the day.
Yes,
That's
sir.
the other option here.
They could come in 8th. They could actually come in 8th if they're not careful. Like, that is huge prize pool implications. Regardless of whether or not they're getting a limbed, who cares about getting a limbed as well? If you come in 8th, that is just a massive prize pool swing, too. That would be crazy.
Someone has to come in 8th. They'll have to hope it's not them, and they've got 10 minutes left in the day to start a run to prove that they deserve to not be in that spot. I want to look at Wunderbar. Okay, so they still think that they have time to do this one pull on the right after dealing with Brewmaster Aldrir. Okay, but they pretty much have to beeline, pun not intended, to go to IPA after the fact here. Because look at this Bloodlust timer. It's up in 2 minutes. You want to press that on the first pull in the IPA room? I don't think there's any chance they're hitting that Bloodlust on cooldown, because they still have to deal with the hallway pull, right? So
yeah,
it's going to be a little delayed.
What do we do here about our Ayakazans? Kind of an interesting question.
Do they have a Beelit MC'd?
They do not. It looks like maybe we're just going to pull another pack on this side.
Wait, Whippy,
they're going for a second pack?
Yeah,
are they just going Bink? Are they just going Bink Bugsby?
Yeah, maybe the thought process
you have to flamethrower this back.
So maybe this is the thought process, right? Is, hey, we're not going to be able to get that lust when we want it anyways, so we may as well just give up a lust in the dungeon or use it in a different spot and just avoid the backtracking that was associated with our movement in the +21.
Okay. I think that dropping your Ayakazan stacks, first and foremost, is a huge deal, and I also think that there's some offensive cooldown complications whenever you start to run away, where you saw the offensive CDs for Wunderbar. They were coming up right as that pack was pulled. You had the 1.5s and the Arcane Surge available. So I think it might just be more time efficient for you to continue down that bank wing with your offensive CDs and just kind of continue trucking on that direction. But it's atypical compared to what we've seen from some of the rest of our competitors.
Yeah, I want to see what their plan is here, because you can see that Bloodlust timer up in 15 seconds. There's maybe 2 minutes of wiggle room in Cinderbrew that you can use and still get 4 Bloodlusts in, but I mean, just the third Swarming Surprise doing so much damage to the group here. The numbers on this key level are absolutely ridiculous. What are we going to do with this Bloodlust? What is it going to be saved for?
So sometimes you can lust bank on CD if you're fast enough, but that's again if you're fast enough. They're not fast enough here to Bloodlust bank on CD. So it kind of calls into question, where is that lust going to be pressed? It's a very interesting decision by Wunderbar.
Mandatory.
See what the player movement is. Sorry,
Meanwhile, starting off the final boss here. So this is our last team that will be able to start a new key after this run. They're going for their 64th point right now, and they could, in theory, also try and get a 65th point like Wunderbar are doing, depending on what they decide to do after this. You can see they're not at full count, but there is a polymorphed Devout Priest off to the side, and they also have a bunch of Risen Footmen into the boss right now. That's going to be the last of the count that they need here. Getting a bunch of free funnel damage for Stove. Actually, Stove on the Fire Mage, so not getting free funnel damage. Just some nice, good cleave, good pad for the Mage and for the Unholy DK. As the anti-magic zone comes down to help them get through these bursts of damage as the Footman starting to die. Chaos Nova is going to stun the first one as it dies. They're knocking up these other mobs, but the Footmen are exploding. It looks like they've done a great job of avoiding too many of them actually exploding on the group.
Yeah, that was really clean. I mean, Skylark actually walked away from the boss. That way the Footman didn't die during that Blinding Light AoE cast. So lowering the amount of variables that could potentially go wrong there on that kind of pull.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
super clean. Holy Method, they need this pull to work out. Only 5 minutes left in the day for them to get on a good run here. First pull went cleanly for them. This Extractor is extremely healthy, though. Arcane Mage Funnel not enough to kill this Extractor before the second extraction. Andy doing his best job to not get hit by the AoEs on the ground. Good Infernal Strike away from the pack there. But they're running out of AoE stops. This will be the knock Ursul's Vortex from the Druid there. Do we have anything for these Rock Lances? A knock-up coming out. Probably Supernova from the Mage. Wildy positioning for the Blast Wave in melee there. Going to stop the next set of cast. Extractor getting a third extraction cast off. Hopefully they can kill it before any major AoE group damage goes out. A second Solar Beam going to be used to prevent as many of these Rock Lances from going off as possible. I believe the interrupts are back and they should be through this pull, but you can just see on this key level how long this pull lives and how much group coordination it takes just to get the second pull of the dungeon done.
2 Sappers now tagged, plus a Mine Rat and an Earth Shaper and another Mine Rat as they're going to head into the boss. Now, this is farther than they made it on several of their attempts, but they have wiped to this exact spot at this point, they have 10 or something resets in this dungeon at this key level. Green player, though, they have had a death as well. This team had an even more heartbreaking thing than what happened to Holy Method, where they actually were on time, on pace, and then they wiped on Mogul Razdunk, which is usually not a boss that we think of as being one of the hardest ones in here. Usually, we think of it as being one of the easier ones, but they've lost their healer again. And their healer going to release. Yeah, luckily, they've already killed the first boss, able to run back, but watch the tank now. The tank has no last resort available here. Once this metamorphosis expires, without a healer nearby, but it looks like those penance bolts from out of screen here. Our healer has made it back. Unfortunately, it looks like our Moonkin has gotten meleeed by an Azurite Extractor.
We're out of here. Yeah.
And they are going to give up here and go again. 4 minutes left in the day for teams to start new keys. So this is okay, but pretty soon it will not be. Green player are currently in 7th place, so if that happens to them again, and they're forced to reset the key, they will be eliminated, even if Holy Method continue to choke here. However, we also have a battle going on at the top of our leaderboard as well. These teams are already safe from elimination. Teams like Wunderbar, Mandatory, Perplexed, and Miscount, and they are playing right now for whether they're going to end the day at 63, 64, 65 points, and what their timers are going to be. This pull is such a dangerous one for Wunderbar right now.
This is so nice. I mean, look at their bloodlust.
So clean.
So they actually backtracked after the bank area, and then this was still their bloodlust. So they're going for one less lust over the course of the entire dungeon, but they're making sure that it's like the perfect and most optimal version of that lust. And I think that the Kazans allowed you to re-pull that additional harvester in the bank area at better efficiency, and then you would just like skip the purveyors, do the purveyors later, and then allow you to ramp back up your Kazan stacks right before pulling bank. This is genius by Wunderbar how they're doing this.
This is really, really smart. I just want to point out, by the way, there was a test, a free sample cast that went off on Genji through Ice Cold and did like 70% of his HP. You got to make sure those get kicked. But our big presence of mind to press that button.
What do we think about very scary. I'm not in love with it.
It's going to be scary, right, on this key level?
Yeah.
They're on the cusp of like depleting, but they're also doing a key that's marginal that we don't even know if it's possible to time. Green player have bailed on the 22 Motherload and instead are going to 21 Cinderbrew Metery. What do you think about this one, Dratnos?
This is crazy. I mean, this is just a desperate attempt here. At the end of the day, they're only going to have 2 more minutes to restart this keystone. The lust is going to come off on this first pull, but yeah, I mean, this is so sketchy for green player here. You can see just the danger of this first pull at this keystone level. I guess it makes sense, but I feel like making the shift to this key this late in the day is such a scary thing to do. Meanwhile, we did also have Mandatory putting up the 21 Priory. So they are now tying Wunderbar and Perplexed at 64 points. They are a minute slower than Wunderbar, but still 2 minutes faster than Perplexed on time tiebreakers. And they are going to improve their Motherload time tiebreak if they can. It makes sense. Of those 3 teams, Mandatory are the slowest in the Motherload, but it's only by about 15 seconds separating them them from the fastest, which is Wunderbar.
If you're ever if you're ever Holy Method, do you ever bail on this 22 Motherload and then go to 21 Motherload now since Green player have conceded the additional point?
You'd have about 30 seconds to do that.
Yeah, you'd have to do that
because
right
we're about to
now.
lock in our final runs.
It is about to finalize. We will let you know when these runs become final. As it stands right now, there is technically still time to make that call, but and it might have been the right call. But I do think that, it makes sense to be, if you're an MDI team, you usually just don't want to be making those kinds of decisions. You don't even really want to spend that much time thinking about that, because even if you survive today, you'd be putting yourself in such a bad spot for tomorrow if you were Holy Method making a call like that. They are still a team that is playing to win, despite having lost almost an hour of their day today to mishaps in the Motherload. They can claim most of that back if they can redeem themselves with this run right now.
I was going to say that IPA pull that Wunderbar is doing onto the boss in the 22 is absolutely demonic. The fact that they were able to live through double Pyromaniac onto IPA in this key level and then also pull extra trash mobs on top of it as well for funnel is insane. Missed count in 21. This is their best attempt that we've seen at this priority.
Oh, this is final runs.
And we have heard the call. These are now final runs, so any wipes and resets are going to end your day from here on out. The clutch factor has to be activated as we reach
Hero might die.
Dratnos Curse of Raw 3 p.m. Yeah, Last Resort already procced. He's literally running out of cooldowns. No pain suppressions left. Kira might have to start kiting at the last moment here as these Paladins continue to wail away on him. As, in addition to the Sacred Tolls going out on the team, AJ's completely oomed. There is nothing left. Innervate not in sight. The team just has to somehow, someway stay alive. Still 2 Paladins alive. One last Sacred Toll going to come out as well. Does the Skullcast come out in a moment as well, or can Missed Count finally get through this pull of the dungeon? In the meantime, they are going down for Holy Method. They don't have a battle res available at any point as well here. These Stone Furies are enraged from Taskmaster Ascari. The Furies Quakecaster are going to be about 1 second. They have to get perfect kicks here, or it could be an instant team wipe.
Yeah, another one of those charges comes out, and it's going to force them all to move as well. Brutal positioning there of that mob. Those Stone Furies now about to cast again. Another battle cry coming out from Taskmaster Ascari. Pain suppression goes on Andy, and Wildy just taken out from 100 to 0 by the brutal charge. Andy leaps in, has to leap out though as there are bombs on the ground. And it looks like they are going to be able to maybe stabilize this, but they've lost a few more deaths here. Meanwhile, Mandatory also in the same dungeon here, having had Mode go down to one of those invisible casts there, the Earth Shock from those Earth Shapers. But Andy's health dropping super low here. Would really like to preserve that Last Resort, and it looks like just barely Holy Method are going to be able to keep this one going. 2 deaths on the board. It's not great, but compared to their previous attempts, they will take it.
They've actually saved the Bloodlust, right, for Azarok as well, so they'll have that extra damage on the pull. Their Stamp here playing for their tournament life. It's do or die now. In losing a player on the Bloodlust is not good. A second death is going to probably put the nail in the coffin for this pull, and yes, these mobs are regenerating. Heals have gone off. I don't know if you can live through this pull for another minute and a half with 2 players going down here. They're going to try, though. They have to.
They're spawned in a pretty bad spot here. I'm not sure they're going to have line of sight on these. They're not. No. Look at that debuff now on everybody except for their Warlock. 2 stacks on their tank. That Last Resort not available. The healer desperately trying to stay alive here. Pops out Evangelism as well. Somehow, some way, it looks like Stamper may be able to stabilize through this, but these Hobgoblins are about to start a charging once more. That one Hobgoblin, the next explosive batch as well, in such a bad spot. They're going to try and all line in the cubby here on that world marker, but the debuff goes out once again, and Explosive Brew is going to take out our healer. No B-Res available. The Reckless Delivery here is going to send the DK and all the DPS home. Just a tank left alive for Stamp, and unfortunately, I believe that Stamp are probably now depleted. They might try and keep this attempt going. There is maybe enough time in that plus 21 Keystone level, but it's such a tight timer. I don't know if it is possible. We'll see. They are town portaling, and with that, Stamp have been eliminated in 8th place at the end of our day today, which means
Wunderbar made it through IPA. Can we cut to them? How are they standing? They might actually be timing this world's first Cinderbrew Meadery, where no other team actually elected to even attempt the 22 Cinderbrew Meadery, instead electing to rerun keys for timer. If they believe that they can actually time this 22 Cinderbrew Meadery, this is a huge exclamation point for this competition already on day one.
Caster cursing! The 3 p.m. curse of Dratnos comes in. Actually, it's the Tettles run. I don't know what we call it.
I was channeling some hexes. Don't worry. I was
it was
Dratnos
as well. And as we know, in this 22, it has to be perfect. It has to be 0 deaths. I was going to call into question how much time we had left here, because normally on like the 2021 key level, you want to have 6.5 minutes, 7 minutes left by the time you kill Bink Busby to still have time to complete the dungeon, to kill off the Yes Men and Goldie. But on the 22 key level, what are we thinking? Like 7:38 minutes left when you kill Bink Busby to have a chance of timing the key? They were close. They were really close.
I think a 19-minute IPA with their route specifically is fine. They had 19:17 on the IPA. We are literally talking about on the brink of being timeable versus not. And the fact that they were honestly through some of the hardest healing parts of this dungeon, and they wiped to the very end, which should be the slightly easier part, means I think that dungeon is going to be on the table. Now they're going to need more time to be able to rerun this later, particularly whenever we only have like 1 or 2 dungeons on Saturday and Sunday. It should be fine. But I think that dungeon is certainly on the table, having seen Wunderbar start to try that key.
Still implications in the final moments of the day here. Holy Method and Green Player vying for that final spot to qualify through to the rest of the competition. One of them will be sent home today. Holy Method, if they can time this 22, they will have guaranteed their spot to tomorrow just based off of highest tiebreakers, but the damage from the infused Earthrager on the group is taxing Thanor's mana here. AMZ being dropped to try to mitigate some of that damage, but that infused Earthrager is so healthy. This was the surge push, and that mob is still alive.
Maybe the surge went on to Azarok instead. That Resonant Quake cast, though, is going to start, and they are going to be able to still kill off that mob with 2 whole seconds to spare, which at this plus 22 Keystone level is a lot of time. One Earthrager still alive, fixating on Wildy right now, who's one of the better players at kiting it. Next one comes out as well, and the infusion is going to mean that one will be hitting the tank. Meanwhile, Mandatory here, you can see fighting their way through the trash section a little bit behind where Holy Method were in this dungeon. So, the way that it's going to work right now is if neither Green Player, up in the top right now, or Holy Method, who we just had seen in that Mother Load, finish their keys, then it'll be Green Player eliminated alongside Stamp at the end of the day. But if Green Player can time their key and Holy Method don't, then all of a sudden it will be Holy Method who are eliminated. Besides that, none of our other teams are in danger of elimination, but Perplexed right here are playing for time improvement, which they desperately need to stay competitive on timers with Wunderbar and Mandatory ahead of them in our top 3. And Miscount here are actually playing to try and catch up in points to those 3 teams. With AJ going down on this boss here, are they going to be able to do this? Regrowths are being cast by a Moonkin here. Never a good sign.
17 seconds.
Yeah, this is
they
scary.
Have 1 orb to pop. As long as they can live that, they can. I think they can res AJ before the next Castigator's shield. Yargi will, like, for sure die to that if it goes off before they can res AJ.
It's right
and
here.
AJ can top him. This is the mass barrier being used to try to live through it. Okay, that does keep Yargi alive. Actually, I don't think he got targeted, so they got a little bit lucky. The battle res does come off cooldown, and they can instantly res AJ, but they need that healer alive to top the group off before these start to get exploded by the DK. Pops 2 of them. Group is still alive, waiting to pop that 3rd, and I think they'll have gotten through this boss. But the timer, honestly, not great. Even if they're able to time this key, this is something that they're probably going to have to revisit later in the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, 22 minutes, I think, is probably, with looking at their count, the minimum qualifying time to be able to kill off Braunpike to time the dungeon. But you don't want to time the dungeon. You want to be 3 minutes under, like Wunderbar were.
All right, meanwhile, we have Holy Method working on the R&D department of this dungeon. Andy going and throwing that glaive, tagging some more enemies in. This is an area that we know is quite scary here. Alchemists, in particular, with that cast, Transmute Enemy to Goo. If those casts start going off, all of a sudden it will be all over for Holy Method here. Lots of raid damage coming out. Supernova from Wildy, gonna stop all of these casts at the same time, but Wexy has to go Bear Form here to survive. Brilliant heads up, Bear Form out of Wexy, even in that bark skin, knowing that otherwise that dot was gonna take him out. Runs in and gets that incapacitating roar as well. Then the Ursul's Vortex and Typhoon, keeping these mobs under control. Banner maybe line of sighting that Echo Blade from the Tester as well, then coming back into range. And that Solar Beam gonna handle the last few casts of these low health alchemists. They have 2 high health ones as well that they're presumably gonna take with them into their next pull.
Can we get our Green Player check? Where are they in their Cinderbrew meadery?
That is a great question. Green Player heading into the IPA pull that took out their China squad brethren in their previous attempt. Can Green Player get through this pull? Bloodlust is active. Mage is on top of the boxes here to try to bait those Hobgoblin charges. Let's see if they're able to get
That's
through
more
it.
hobgoblins than we wanted. There
That
are 3
is 2
hobgoblins in
hobgoblins.
combat with green
Wait,
players
did they not
here.
skip properly?
I
No.
don't think they did. And there's now the extra pack as well with double Pyromaniac joining the party as well. Will green players somehow be able to recover? They have less. They have all of their cooldowns. Their players are looking high on health right now, but the next Reckless Delivery cast is going to come out and chunk everybody, spawning
Oh my
more of those
God.
brew drops as well that somehow their tank is going to have to get threat on. No last resort available. The healer being shot by that beam as well, somehow able to stabilize for right now, but there's so much health for them to get through on all of these mobs as we are having such a hard time even keeping track of what's going on here. Another
Thank
Reckless
you,
Delivery
V.
comes out, and
Oh!
that is going to be the end for green player as 3, 4, now 5 of their players go down, and this means that green player
Hold on.
will unfortunately, unless they can release and run back,
They have
be
time?
eliminated here. I don't think they,
They
do.
might actually have time, but losing the Bloodlust is such a big deal. Let's see what they think. I wouldn't be surprised if the town portal out. That is such a ridiculous pull already in its own right. That's why the team saved the second Bloodlust for that pull. We saw it take out Stamp just minutes ago. Skipping, just failing to skip on the double Hobgoblin is... There's no way you live through 3 Hobgoblins in one pull, let's be honest. That pull is ridiculous.
That pull is ridiculous.
Unbelievable.
I don't even know what you would do with the additional count.
You can
That would be
skip
crazy.
bees maybe in Bink Busby's room, like a couple packs of bees, but like those are kind of free count because you want those to be alive. In the meanwhile, more mistakes happening across the board as Miscount has wiped in the final room of the 21 Priory. We have a replay of what happened here. Sacred Toll just taking out the group. Unfortunate AoE damage on the squad here. Going to be a full wipe from Miscount, so they'll move on to tomorrow, but they'll have some work left on the table here in the form of that 21 Priory.
Meanwhile, Holy Method, somehow they are safe despite the issues they've had in this Motherlode, but they will not be feeling good unless they can put this on the board. If they can put this on the board, they'll move up to 63, which will tie them with Miscount and 07, who are actually playing for a timer improvement in Cinderbrew, a worrying sign for 07 that they didn't feel comfortable attempting the 21 Priory that the teams ahead of them were able to complete.
I mean, for good reason, right? That dungeon is absolutely ridiculous. We've seen some of our frontrunners, or supposed frontrunners that we thought as casters would be there, just struggle in that key. Mandatory took
Holy
nearly
Method!
an hour
Holy
to
Method
get through
plus
it.
healer!
Holy Method, Thanner dead on Rixa Fluxflame. AMZ going to try to mitigate some of the charge shot damage. They don't have a battle res for 20 seconds. They're going to get another charge shot off before they can potentially res their healer here. How are they going to live through that? What cooldowns do we have? Both Mass Barrier and AMZ were used to live through that previous charge shot. This next charge shot could be the nail in the coffin for this run there. Do they somehow live through it? Darkness trying to mitigate some of the damage, but it's not enough to keep Wildy and Wexy alive. And it's going to be a wipe for Holy Method. Fortunately, they will make it through to tomorrow off of tiebreakers, but they have a ton of work to do to try to keep themselves out of elimination for tomorrow.
Absolute brutality for Holy Method here, and even if they are going to try and keep this alive, yeah, there's no way. They are depleted. That run is over. Holy Method at 61 points are going to be kept alive only by the good grace of their time tiebreakers, but otherwise they would have very, very possibly been eliminated today. They need to pick it up in the next few days, which means we only have a few teams now still left in their runs. Perplexed! Oh no, Perplexed have also been wiping now. Light expulsions from the Risen Footmen have taken out their team, and so Perplexed are also going to be done with this run. They are not going to improve their timer in the Priory. The good news is this was just a time improvement run that they were doing, so they're not going to be missing out on any points here. They are still in third place right now, and they should be locked up for third place out of the day. So a great day for Perplexed, but it had the possibility of being excellent, and instead they've gotten to the same key levels as Wunderbar and Mandatory, but they are slower in all 3 dungeons than those teams. That is not a great place for Perplexed when they want to try and win this tournament on Sunday, but there's still a lot of time for them to fix that over the next couple of days. We tune in now to Mandatory as they start off this dangerous R&D department pull. That Sigil of Chain's going to gather up all these alchemists, and then that Solar Beam will keep them busy until they all start casting at once, and Skylark's Sigil of Silence is going to handle that first wave of casts from these alchemists.
Is it just mandatory no 7 still running? Or is that it?
Did Stove just die to the
Stove backed up
bottom?
a little bit too much. He hit a mine. He hit a mine in the minefield. He backed up a little bit too much.
Oh,
Okay, they've
no.
used the battle res, but that is a really unfortunate way to lose your Arcane Surge push, and these weapon testers are going to be alive a lot longer. The Tester and Mastermind are usually the focus fire for the Arcane Mage. Without those cooldowns, those are going to live quite a bit longer here, which means we're going to have a lot of damage to heal through as those dots go out on the group. They're going to need to make sure they perfectly use more AoE stops on all of these transmute casts as well. This is going to be a struggle for Mode to keep the team alive through.
And remember, this is just a time improvement run that Mandatory are doing, so every time they have a death like this, the ability to even improve their previous best timer of 31:06 is getting narrower and narrower, so very bad news, but a pretty funny way to pick up a death. I think that's the first time we've seen one of those mines take out anybody in our MDI. Always good to remember those are back there.
Previously, they had a 14:45 on Azerok, but then they also had two 30-second deaths that followed like right as Azerok died. So basically a 15-15 Azerok split. So even with those deaths, even with that death to Stove there, and even with the two deaths that are on the board for them, I think they're still a little bit ahead of where they were previously in their ML. So I think that we can still get a pretty decent timer improvement, maybe a minute off that, maybe a minute and a half, something along those lines.
Meanwhile, we are now just with two teams still in their key. Mandatory, as we were just talking about, and 07, who are on the big screen right now. They are about to reach the last boss of this dungeon. They are playing for a timer improvement over 32:47, being their previous best, a near deplete. This time around, they're going to have a lot of time for this boss. They could easily shave a minute or two off of that. The bad news for 07 is they are still a point behind Wunderbar, Mandatory, and Perplexed, who are able to do that 21 Priory, something that 07 haven't attempted today. Might be able to try tomorrow, though. We'll see. So this dungeon is still a little bit of time they need to get through. They are also going to need to snap up a little bit of trash, perhaps, here at the very end.
That's more of a positive benefit, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's true. Should they have gone for the Priory?
I think
they should have. The question is, did they have it in the bag, right? If them not attempting the 21 Priory, it seems to me that it's something they might have practiced for or didn't feel comfortable doing. They'll have a little bit of time in between today and tomorrow to look at the strategies from the other teams and try to figure out if they can adapt that to their strategy. I like the good news, bad news thing you were doing, though, Dratnos, because I was thinking the same thing. It's like, good news, this is a really, really fast 21 Cinderbrew metery, right? This is going to be up there with the fastest times. Bad news is it looked like 22 was doable from the way I was playing.
I don't think that 22 is doable by every team, though, and I think that's kind of the important differentiation that you have to factor in there. While 21 or 22 might be doable in that dungeon, it might be a Wunderbar only kind of doable key, which, again, we talk about all the time. Whenever we look at TGP's past, no TGP has ever gone to time tiebreaker. It's always been a team being able to put up a +1 in these very close keys that really differentiates them from the rest of the competition, and it might be Cinderbrew Meadery this weekend.
All right, the snap works out beautifully for 07 there. It looked like they were maybe going to get a Hobgoblin, but it looks like they pulled just in time to avoid that fate, as 07 are going to be getting started on this last boss, still under the 2-chest timer on pull here. So they should be able to save many minutes over their previous best if they can keep this zero-death run clean from here. The Lust is out, the cooldowns are rolling, the Infernal is on the ground, and even with that Infernal, the Warlock is still getting gapped by the DK and the Mage, who are doing even more damage in their cooldowns. A lot of pad, though. Ethical Chaos Bolts coming out from Shelly on the boss here.
Yeah, he's playing ethical here. He's only doing 10 million DPS. It's okay. This is actually really good damage from the Warlock single targeting here. I guess the Infernals are kind of stealing a little bit of the pad, doing a little bit of AoE damage.
This is the problem with playing the Warlock here, is that you single target or AoE with a different button, whereas the Mage just does the same rotation, so they get to pad without having to, show that they're padding, without being yelled at.
If you want to funnel, you press barrage a little bit more. It's okay. It's a little bit of difference in the rotation on pure single target versus funnel.
True.
A little bit.
Look at this leaderboard on the right side of the screen. Our 4th place team has a world record tagged key.
And I think they have the fastest brewery as well, right?
Yeah, they do have the fastest brewery. Yeah,
they just were unable to get that Priory done today. We saw them get really, really close at the end of the day there. Again, really unfortunate for miscount. And we were kind of talking about this before we just had nonstop action for like 30 straight minutes where we were just trying to catch every little bit of action. That was crazy, by the way. But, yeah, they're going to have to go back and get that 21 Priory done tomorrow. And this has been kind of the trend for this miscount team, who has been so good for so long, but they've just come up a little bit short at one spot in the competition every time they participate in the TGP. They are a championship contending team. They just haven't been able to put together a pure 15 hours of gameplay yet.
There's enough time. There's enough time for them to come back, but at the same point,
Yeah.
we saw Perplexed and Wunderbar have near perfect days. Mandatory's only blemish was resetting the Priory of the Sacred Flame its first 10 minutes 3 or 4 times. So there's still a lot of time for being able to progress that Priory of the Sacred Flame that Miscount wasn't able to convert. And if they truly have the best Motherload and the best meadery, Cream rises to the top and they'll be the champions. We just got to wait and see.
Yeah, remember, we added 3 dungeons today, and our teams had 5 hours to play 3 dungeons today. Tomorrow, we're only adding 2 dungeons, and on Sunday, we're only adding 1 dungeon. So the amount of time these teams will have to actually refine, to try and attempt those stretch goal keystones, even if it takes an hour or 2 of wipes, will be there in a way that it wasn't there today. So this is definitely something where your ceiling matters far more on Saturday and Sunday than it does on Friday, which is about just making it to that 63, 64-point threshold, which all of our surviving teams, except for Holy Method, were able to do.
We have 2 elims a day as well, so I think that all of these teams are pretty spooked by the concept of, like, Holy Method is a team that we thought was going to be excellent. I thought that there was a chance that they could contend and be in that top echelon of teams, but they were in contention of getting ran out of the tournament today. That was crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And any of our teams tomorrow, even if you're at the top of our leaderboard right now at 64 points, you are only 1 point ahead of 5th place, which would be eliminated this time tomorrow. So there is no safety in this competition at all. A huge amount is going to hinge on which dungeons we reveal tomorrow as well.
Whoever cooked up 8 teams double elims, this is crazy.
Hats off. I have been overstimulated for the past hour, but I love it. And 07, with the overtime run here at the end of the day, we were talking about how Miscount in that 4th place slot had the world record Motherload and the fastest brewery. Looks like 07 might be able to take away that fastest brewery title. That's 30-23 to beat. Do they have the damage output to potentially kill off Goldie Baron Bottom in the next 15 seconds to claim that fastest run here at the end of the day? I think they're going to have it, but it's going to be by mere seconds.
It's a Warlock gap.
Yeah, 1 Shadowburn, please. Send the boss
30-23.
away here. They are going to have
Stop the
just
clock.
barely 33.8.
Wait.
We need the decimals.
Miscount still has it on the scoreboard. Miscount still has it on the scoreboard.
Wow.
It's got to be by a fraction of a second.
What?
Oh, man.
Incredible.
Oh,
Still a
man.
great outcome for 07, able to improve their timer there. They are now only behind Miscount, still by a substantial amount of overall time because of that Motherload difference in those runs, but 2 minutes and 40 seconds slower across our keys. Now, Mandatory, Skylark awfully low on health after gathering all these mobs. That Polymorphed Ordnance Specialist serving as a Eye of Kazan battery here for the team, for the rest of the team, as they are now all in combat with all of these mobs. Skylark in a little bit of a pickle here, caught between a lot of those circles, able to Infernal Strike and find a way out of it, as all of these mobs now gathered up under this War Machine. That Ursul's Vortex keeping the mines behind here, and a beautiful stun is going to come out as well. Most of them are fixated on Skylark, so he is the main person who has to pay attention here, and now all of those mines are dead. Mandatory picked up a bunch of that count. And again, they're also playing to improve timer in here. The timer for them to beat is 31:06. So that means they have 7 minutes to finish this dungeon and fix and improve their time. How long does that last boss take is the question. If it's a 5-minute boss, then they need to get there in the next minute or so to actually gain any substantial time over their previous best.
The remainder of their count is this poll plus however many single count mines they need to finish off their count. We've seen it be between like 8 and 10 usually. I think they're actually on pace. But Heddles, what did you want to say?
So apparently that Cinnabar meter, you had to take it to 6 decimals to be able to tell the difference between the two.
It's 36
Wait, what?
milliseconds. So 36
milliseconds.
thousandths of a second, separating these two teams.
Okay.
Okay, not 6. Okay. I got confused as to how he was linking it. Now that makes sense.
0.036 seconds was the timer between missed count and
Jeez.
07 in the meter. That is wild.
All right, Mandatory do
That's
still
total
need count here.
We need 10
They're going to
bombs.
pick up these bombs. Is there enough of them in combat here? Oh, nope, there's not.
Now they
We've
need another
lost a
one,
Death
and that's
Knight.
15 seconds gone.
We will know.
That's not what you want when you're trying to play for time at the end of the day.
What time did you say we need to be on this?
So they'll
31:06.
improve with anything faster than 31:06. Yeah, but I don't know if that's happening at this juncture. I think that death and having to go now activate that extra mine might have cost it for them.
So we need 5 minutes, 5:15 for the last boss, something like that.
Yeah, which they
So we need to pull the boss
already is going to
now.
bring them over that timer. I think that this is not going to improve their time. It's okay. I mean, again, Mandatory have had a great day. 64 points. Nobody's better than that. But they were really hoping to get some timer here so that they could catch up to Wunderbar, who are a minute and 19 seconds faster across the board. And I don't think they're going to be able to with this run. Skylark going to grab these mobs over to the side, leap forward, Shadow Meld, dropping that combat. And they'll get into boss combat here, but they need to get this done in the next 5 minutes, actually a little bit less than 5 minutes, if they want to improve timer. Now, they do have that Bloodlust available, but they're not going to have any battle reses. If anybody dies, it is over for their prospects of gaining time in this attempt.
I mean, none of it's meaningful timer improvement, right? If they really wanted to improve the
best,
timer
they're playing
anyways.
to get like plus 4 seconds or something here, right?
I mean, think about what could have been though. Like the 4 deaths,
right,
costing them a minute. They could have been probably about a minute. They could have improved by about a minute here, I would say, if the boss does end up being in that 5 minute to 5:15 range. So the timer is there for mandatory. Again, the question mark is whether or not a time increase in this key level would have been important. Do we think with the time the teams are going to have tomorrow after dealing with 2 new dungeons, they're going to have to go for some stretch key? We saw that 22 Cinder Brew was very, very close to being doable. It was like on the cusp of being timeable, not timeable from what we saw in like the first attempt from Wunderbar. Do we think 23 Motherload is going to be one of those potential push keys? What do we think the teams are going to do with that extra time tomorrow?
Well, so I mean, the timer would imply that yes, 23 Motherload's doable, but it's kind of in a similar vein where we're looking at that 22 Cinder Brew meadery, where timer-wise, you generally want about like 2 minutes to be able to do 1 key level higher, but at the same time, that doesn't factor in, are you getting one shot by an ability that you weren't on the previous key level? What does survivability look like? Is there a pull that kills off your tank on a higher key level that it wouldn't on a lower key level? And so those are kind of the variables that you have to factor in. I think that 23 Motherload is maybe doable. Kind of in the same vein, though, I think that 22 Cinder Brew meadery is doable, where it's like, okay, probably, maybe by only 1 or 2 teams.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the clock passing over 28 minutes now. They still have that whole intermission to deal with as well. Lust still not being clicked, though, by Mandatory, so once that comes back up, maybe they can still gain a little bit of time here, maybe 10 or 15 seconds.
It's a Execute Lust, right?
Yeah, it will be a good
For sure.
Execute Lust.
Yeah.
It's going to line up with a Power Infusion potentially as well, and with an Arcane Surge, of course.
We'll get 2 surges before the 3106 improvement that we would like to see from them, so potentially can get some time improvement still with
a
a
little
perfectly
ugly, though,
timed blast.
the boss is about to go into the intermission, so all the cooldowns, like the Power Infusion and the Surge that will be available, are actually not going to get pressed for a little while. So they're actually only going to get 1 more Power Infusion before that 3106 maybe comes up.
This is good tech here. If you stack in this section of the room, right by that little spinning light on the edge of the room there, when these Sky Scorchers do their jump, they will jump to almost the same spot and they will stack together like this so you can cleave them down during this phase. You want to kill them off as quickly as possible so you're not taking this extra buster shot damage every single time one of these drill smashes go off. On this key level, I think you're happy with just killing one of them off. They still haven't even killed one of them off by the time the second drill smash comes out. It looks like Mandatory... What's Skylark up to there, actually?
Maybe trying to bait the next jump over there?
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like that Sky Scorcher, Skylark...
just having fun, or...?
Could be, going on a little adventure around the room.
Oh, they might be talking about the timer.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They might be having a conversation about the timer, but then somebody's like,
minute
just play.
30 here. I mean, at this point, you just play it and see if you can DPS through it. A minute 30 left on that 3106 mark that they're trying to beat, trying to improve their score on. With no deaths, they were for sure faster here. But by how much? Not quite sure of.
I mean, that
boss
lust
dropping
is
real quickly
melting
with
the
a
boss.
Bloodlust.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not actually an Execute Lust, as that Arcane Surge was outside that Execute window when the Lust was activated here. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world, but it is a slight damage loss compared to if they were able to line it up that way. But they would have lost more damage trying to line that up than they would have gained from that Execute, unfortunately. 30-15 now.
Slowing to a halt outside of the cooldowns. Yeah, we're looking to beat the 3106 mark, and remember, it doesn't end when this boss HP bar dies. There's a goblin that hops out afterwards that you also have to kill as well. So the prospects of a time increase here are very minimal. If they do get a time increase, it's going to be mere seconds. We're still going to try for it. Every single inch matters in this race. We haven't seen a TGB come down to a time tiebreaker yet, but with the level of competition this time around, we very well could finally have it happen.
This is a pretty fast last boss kill.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was going to be around 5 minutes, but they're posturing to maybe put up like a 450, a little bit below that. that 5 to 5:15 I was initially expecting. Okay, maybe it is going to reach that 5-minute mark.
31:06 has now come and gone for mandatory, so their timer will not be improving on this attempt. And that means I believe all 8 of our team's last attempts of the day were unsuccessful here. Maybe not quite all of them, but the overwhelming majority of our 8 teams' final dungeons of the day went a little bit wrong. The worst was, of course, for Stamp and Green Player, who
07 had a
were
good one.
eliminated.
07.
Yeah,
You're
that's
right.
true.
07 did time a key.
They got a nice improvement on their Cinderbrew. That's so I was mistaken on that one.
I think they were the only one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough. That was a really strong curse this time around with 3 p.m. and everything else. Lots of runs that just didn't quite go right, but at the same time, a day that was packed with so much action. Oh my gosh. So while we will be saying goodbye now to Green Player and Stamp, who you can see grayed out at the bottom, we are so glad they were able to participate. We still got to see some amazing runs from them, and we are very, very glad that the CN region was able to jump in here for the global finals. Now, of course, that does put Wunderbar and Mandatory up at the top, and there's so much to even cover for today. I mean, it's been incredible. Like, Tuttles, like we said, today's final hours, we were all just sitting here like, wait, this, hold on that, wait, this is going on. Absolutely wild. But with all of these teams fighting for every fraction of a second in timers to make them the best of the best, what are your observations about the leaderboard here at the end of the day?
I mean, you see Mandatory there, a minute 19 behind Wunderbar. If they don't have those deaths, they probably get that minute 19 just purely from that motherload. I also think that Wunderbar gave us a little bit of a tease at the end of the day, showing us what that 22 Cinderbrew metery could potentially be looking like. I think that we're going to have a lot of runs tomorrow as well. We are getting 2 more dungeons, and so I think that there's the potential to be able to chase those +1s, potentially going 23 ML, potentially going 22 metery. I am so stoked to see what's been going on, and the double limbs at the end of the day just create for this insane end of day sequencing by all these teams.
Yeah, this was incredible to watch play out. And I mean, of course, like you're mentioning, we've got the whole competition ahead of us, right? The pressure here at the very end, the eliminations that sort of piled up, and the dungeons aren't reset this weekend between days, so really the performance of the teams today are going to set up a lot of goals and expectations for tomorrow, I think. So, Drados, with that in mind, where do you think our teams are standing going into day 2?
Yeah, so if we take a look again at our leaderboard, we do have 3 teams at 64 points. We have Wunderbar, Mandatory, and Perplexed that are right up there at the very top. Wunderbar with the best of it all. They have the world record in the Priory with the fastest run there by a substantial amount, and they have time tiebreakers pretty comfortably over Mandatory with more than a minute, and almost 4 minutes over Perplexed. Missed Count are in 4th, but if they can put that Priory on the board, the good news for them is they are the fastest, even faster than Wunderbar, in both Motherload and Brewery. So Miscount have that going for them. And then 07 are in a similar spot to Miscount, except without the timers. So they need to get that Priory. They need to do well in the other dungeons tomorrow. Holy Method had the worst day today of our surviving teams, as they failed that 22 Motherload over and over again for the last hour. But as soon as they do that, they'll be the exact same point as Miscount and 07. And really all 6 of our teams very much still in the hunt for the win, not just for survival tomorrow, which also means all 6 of our teams are in danger of being eliminated tomorrow.
It's important to remember as well, if you're somebody that's only been watching this season of the TGP, this is a different format than the group stages were. All 3 of the dungeons they played today will still be available to be played and pushed up tomorrow, in addition to the 2 new dungeons that we're adding to the pool. So those teams that were unable to complete a 21 Priory or 22 Motherload, that's something they'll have to think about, that they'll have to go back and do tomorrow, in addition to those 2 new dungeons. So a lot of pressure on the teams that didn't get those highest keys done, but they're not just out of the competition. They're not just down 1 or 2 points for the rest of the weekend.
Thyro, I'm so glad that you brought that up, because I was literally going to ask you about the fact that we have these dungeons coming back tomorrow, and we've got 2 more that'll be added into the mix. So you're right, like they can't just focus on the new ones coming in. They have the whole spread tomorrow. But what do you think with those new additions and everything else we're going to see from our dungeons on day 2?
Well, it's hard to say, because, for a number of different reasons, right? Again, we don't know what the dungeons are. We don't know what the key level is. In the past, typically, we've done this thing where it goes up by 1 key level every day, but we don't know if it's still that way. It's been a different format this season around. We don't know what the dungeons are. So the teams are going to have to plan for a bunch of different possibilities. They have to plan for all the different dungeons. In the past, typically speaking, you want to allocate like an hour to an hour and a half per new dungeon, but that then leaves you an extra 2.5 or 3 hours in the day to go and push those ridiculous key levels. So my expectation for tomorrow is, regardless of what the 2 dungeons we get are, the teams will spend an hour or 2 hours pushing up those 2 keys, and then we'll just see nothing but ridiculous push key attempts for the rest of the day.
Okay, all right. We'll see how it pans out. But you know what? I've got good confidence in you. You're hardly ever wrong, Zyro. We'll see how it all plays out with our predictions, as well as what you all might be predicting at home. I don't want to, put pressure on you. Like, Zyro's never wrong, and the chat's going to be like, actually, Zyro, right there, didn't say the right thing. But no, you know what? Got a lot of good insights. And we will all be bringing our own insights tomorrow as we watch the action continue to unfold. While it might be the end of day 1 here in the Mythic Dungeon International Global Finals, day 2 is on the horizon. It has even more to bring our way. Green Player and Stamp have been eliminated, but with 2 more teams facing the same fate tomorrow, the pressure is definitely going to be on. Those who can make it through day 2 will be an arm's reach away from taking it all, so be here tomorrow at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET to see the runs that will determine our final 4. We'll catch you before the dungeons open for our pre-show, so we'll see you then, and we're looking forward to it. Bye, everybody.